Same with the touch. Why this is so important is it's very important to understand how this ongoing thing is happening to the baby. So the fetus just had a vibration. It's just a field. And the vibratory nature didn't have a differentiation of the eye or the ear or the body functions, body consciousness. There was no differentiation of that. It's just vibratory nature of the vibratory nature itself. It's just a field. That is the power. That is the power. So understanding this power is very important. Because otherwise, it's you will not know what you're dealing with. So when you understand this vibration, which gives the initial power to this manifestation of who you are, that's the beginning of life, we say. So basically, beginning of life is when this vibration telepathized to this system of the physical birth. But there's another, because this is not felt to the baby. It's just there's a feel, but baby doesn't know that, because the mind hasn't started. So there is a feel, and there's no differentiation of any bodily functions or the eye consciousness or ear consciousness. It's just the speed. So you feel alive because it's felt as a thing. Then slowly the eye function starts to evolve. You feel the effect of the light. What is light? It's just fast vibration of the rod cells and the cone cells in the eye. If you don't have the sensitivity of these cells or the vibration or nature of these cells, there's no anything called light. So you need to get this clearly. It's the speed of these cells or the vibratory nature of these cells in the eye that causes you to even sense something like light. If you get this clearly, you kind of get the idea how this synchronicity or the telepathization happens. Because the vibratory nature of the eye, specific cells, matches the vibration out there, and then we call it as light. And if there's no vibratory cells in the eye, or there's a defect in them, there's no way that you will feel the eye or the light. So when we call light, it's just the speed of the specific cells in the eye that you are calling this. each and every cell has different outputs, each and every cell. So basically each and every cell feels. How is that? It's vibratory nature. So the specificity of the ear is inner ear function, the fast vibration of that, and the vibration of, so it's a function of the eardrum as well as the vibratory nature of the inner ear cells. There's a mechanism there, which I'm not going into detail because that's not the point here. It's the point here is whatsoever the function of the ear means, the fast vibration of the ear itself. When there is a fast vibration of the ear, there's a possibility of synchronizing into something, and that we call as sound. That's how it is. It's the other way around. It's not sound happening first and we identify that. It's actually same thing at the same time. If there's no vibration, there's no speed of that specific cells, there's no sound or ear. So we detect ear because there is a function like that. Can you feel that? It's very important to understand these sensory functions. If you don't understand these sensory functions, it becomes a magic to you, it becomes a wonder to you, it becomes a thing to you. What about the skin? Okay, so the skin is very important because every cell has this effect. Actually, every cell has this effect, even though it's not very evident. So mainly our feeling cells are the skin, the outside. So we feel that the outside, we feel the outside. That's not what happens. It's actually vibration of the skin, several different cells. So if you talk about the touch, what touch is, if you are a person interested in science, you would know. Touch is actually different levels of vibration of the skin. Can you feel this? So when we say it is buttery or the solidity, even solidity has different textures, isn't it? The solidity of the brick is different. Solidity of metal like iron is different. Solidity of the wood is different. Don't you see that they are different? Even by touching, don't you know, this is the metal, or this is the brick, or this is your. Just imagine your eye function is hindered by closing the eye with a tight bandage of cloth, and then ears are also closed. Just imagine, and then person led you to touch a brick of or brick bricks, basically a wall with bricks. Don't you feel that it's not metal or not wood? Don't you know that it's a kind of a brick wall? How do you know that? The idea itself is different. What I'm asking is the feel. It's different feels. how that happens is, it's mainly because of the skin vibratory nature. If you go into details, scientific details, there are several different types of receptors in the skin. They work very differently. So one, when vibrating in one level, you feel it as solidity. If the pressure is less, you feel it as light. If the pressure is a bit more, you feel it as a hard thing. But it's the same cell which is giving you a different sensation. It's the same, in the sense it's a wider frequency of the same function. So the light touch and the deep touch is kind of the same different aspects of one function. It's just one cell. So the output is felt differently. So the light touch, you have different feel. The deeper touch or heavy touch, it's felt differently, but it's the same vibratory nature of that cell. So what level that vibrates is what you feel. And even the pain receptors work differently as well. There are specific cells which function differently. Some work for stretch, some work for different levels. There are very specific details which I don't want to go into. But you have to understand. What you have to understand here is not the scientific part of it. The actual truth is it's a function of the skin itself. Skin has a intra and extra component as well. So there's internal feelings as well. So the internal organs usually are sensitive for the stretch. That's again the function of those cells, specific cells. Some work for stretch, some work for touch, some work for pain, some work for temperature. It's a specific wavelength, specific vibratory nature of these sensory organs. That's the beauty. That's the beauty. That's how you know different things. So imagine you are given something, so you are given an anesthetic and you're out, completely out. Anyone can cut you and do any surgery and come out without hurting you, without making it feel. Sometimes you may have the idea of this actually, if you have had any surgery. Sometimes they can block the pain receptors but not the touch. So you feel the stretch. You feel, if you have gone through a cesarean section, you will know. You feel everyone taking the baby out, but there's no pain if the anesthesia went correctly. How does that happen? That can't happen if it is something outside, isn't it? Yes. Can you feel this? You just have to block a part of these functions. So everything you feel is different then. If you know, for a cesarean section, they give you injection to the back. And you don't feel anything downwards after that. It's a weird feeling if you have ever had that. Most mothers may have had it. You don't feel your legs. You have to look at them to know that they are there. Isn't it beauty to understand how these work? If the actual leg was there, you should be able to feel it, isn't it? But you don't feel it anymore. You have to actually lift the leg, head, neck, and look at them to see whether the legs are there. That's how stories are there, like when in an accident they had to amputate your leg. They wake up from the dream, they have to look at the leg. If they're still anesthetized, if they have to look at the leg because they can't feel. And then they know that it's been amputated. So the feel, again, is the same scenario. The touch has so many aspects to that. So just as aspect of touch has so many variations so that a perception can happen. Tongue is the same. Well, if you take the tongue, if you actually make the tongue numb, you won't be able to eat at all. Yes, that's a different story. You will choke. But just imagine that your specific cells in the tongue is not working. You won't feel a thing. And this actually is very weird if you think about it. So the tip of the tongue works differently to the sides of the tongue, and they work differently to the middle of the tongue and the deepmost part of the tongue works differently. So their sensitivity or the vibratory nature of these cells are different, so that they kind of the output is different. When we give a perception, yes, this is sweet. But vibratory nature, that's the same. It's just a vibratory nature. But when we understand, kind of when we have a perception, it's a different level, it's a form level. We have a kind of a understanding about what you feel. That's a mental picture. This is so sweet. That's a mental picture. Actually, what happened there was a vibration. So I keep going back to the beginning again and again for you to remember why I am talking like this. Because otherwise you will get engrossed in this and forget what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say what happened to the vibration that actually matched the vibration of the sperm and the ovum when they get together. There's a vibration which synchronized to another vibration out there, very random. It's a very random thing because it's very random, very rare thing that Lord Buddha said it's very rare to be a human. So there's a kind of a vibration here now in that cycle. If there's no vibration which synchronized to that system, this system will die and we call it a miscarriage. Or if something happens in between also, it might go. But what is important is try an understanding how this sensory function works. It's not about it's not the birth or the death because there's no mind yet. but there is a field. Field is vibratory nature. So when the sensory functions evolving, you feel different things. The tongue feels different to the skin feels different to ear feels different to eye feels different to smell. What is smell? Smell is again the vibratory nature of the some specific cells in the nasal area. And can you see what level we can smell? Mind you, our smelling is not that great. Animals have much more smelling ability than us. So their frequency or the capacity to feel the smell is more vast than the humans. Humans, something has to come very close to smell it, or they might not never smell it. But some kind of different animals, they feel it from far. The elephants will know that there is a human just by the scent. But the elephant has to come so near to the human has to, if the human to detect the elephant. So the smell is very different. So if you talk about that aspect, the eye function is really weird. So if you take a eye of an eagle, that's a different nature. The eagle sees so far away things much clearer than us. So there's close vision and the long vision of the far vision. Far vision is much greater in some animals. In some animals, the close vision is the greatest. In some animals, it's looking rectangular. Some animals, it's looking different. And another way to get this clearly is some animals see only red, some animals see only green. And even humans, there's some defect in this vibrations. Some see only, some can't see red. So what is out there doesn't matter. It's the vibratory nature of the sensory functions that matter. So the vibratory nature of the cells is a thinking that what we think now is the vibratory nature, but this has to be felt. That to understand how this vibratory nature or the vibration is a speed. It's a speed that brings all of these things to consciousness. You feel it as a thing. That's how we have the ability to talk about eye consciousness or the skin consciousness or the tongue consciousness or anything like that. That's why we are able to talk like that. But actually speaking, it's the same vibration that did this job. How do you know? You have to feel it. You can't see the world from outside. You have to see the world through yourself. Through one stimuli, you can pierce the stimuli of the thought and see what's there. That's what we are doing actually. It's possible. One might say it's not possible. No, it's possible. You can see the world within you. Within you, in the sense, within that particular stimuli or the thought. So, function of the eye is unique to that system. It's different in several species. When we talk about the humans, they see this white light with different frequencies. That's why you have a colorful world. It's a beautiful world. You don't get bored because it's a colorful world, isn't it? Yeah, at one time you see red, one time you see combinations of these like purple, pink. It's only three colors, the basic ones, but you can see so much variation. So the trap is so great because it's a beautiful, colorful world, isn't it? And what about the music? Wow, we would say. What variations we have. It's not just one simple sound. It's a different frequencies. So if you take a song, if you hear intently, you will know, if you know the beats, you know that this is kind of this function of the drum, function of the piano, function of the violin, function of the flute. Even within them, you can see how it works, how the differentiation happens. Because even the flute, you have several notes. Even the guitar, it has several notes. So the notes are also different. So there is a massive variation. Well, what happened with all this? You felt it as well. This is so different and gives you the variety of things. Problem is not this. Problem is you start to misinterpret everything as a thing and then start liking them as well. Well, I love this music. You know, I love pink. My favorite color, my favorite sound. Child's favorite sound is mother's voice. How long? Not for long. When the mother starts shouting, "Can you wake up? Can you not do that?" Then mother's sound is not the sweetest. But in the beginning it is, because it's the only sound that child vibrated, synchronized. Can you feel these functions working and making you to have a world of things? So just imagine now the baby. I'm still in the baby, by the way. So the baby had no idea in the fetal level that it's this and that and this and that. It was just a vibration, vibratory nature. It just had, it was just alive. But then when it grows, now baby has different functions. If the eye is working properly, there is an eye function. If the ears are working properly, there is an ear function. The skin is working properly, there is a skin output, cold touch, temperature, pain, all that. Same thing with the tongue and the nose. Different outcome. You know, the small babies, they have found that the smell function works much more than the eye function. Eye function takes time to develop. So we discussed that it's just the vibratory nature of these sensory functions. Initially, it's just one vibration, but then now it is vibratory nature of the sensory organs. Can you feel that? That is what you feel. You don't feel anything else. You can't feel the radar. You can't feel the other factors, like, you know, some animals have different sensory functions. So when you talk about this important aspect, you understand that this little baby is growing now. There's sensory aspects everywhere. The baby is learning. Baby is crying when one sensory function differs. So if there is something so much lights on, like a phone, given to that little baby, even that baby doesn't have any idea. That baby has the idea of liking what they see, liking what they feel, liking what they hear. That's the thing. This glue, even though the baby doesn't know anything about these things, there's a glue effect. You like the sensory function of these things. You love to feel, you love to see, you love to hear. How come that? How did that happen? Out of everything, that is the worst thing to happen. Because you feel as existent and then you start liking them. You want them, basically. You want to feel. You want to explore. It's not you, but I'm talking about a small baby who doesn't know anything. But that vibratory nature, it's evolving itself. There's no self there, but it's evolving itself to feel more, to see more, to, you know, babies like touching, babies like seeing, like beautiful things, colorful things. So we try to show a lot of colorful things to inspire the eye. It inspires them, actually. So they keep looking at it. If they get bored, they might sleep, but still they would like when there's a toy which rotates on their visual pathway, someone will hang it on top of the cot so that it's like a toy which has so much beautiful bright colors, and it will rotate so with the sound. So what is happening here? We are trying to make the sensory functions to work from our point of view. We are trying to help the baby, and at the same time, in baby's situation, it just loves to see, loves to feel, loves to hear. Differentiation becomes a thing. You differentiate the sound of mother to sound of father, sound of toy, sound of sister. It's very slow process though. This doesn't happen according to your plan. I mean, mother's plan or father's plan. Because mother would love to see that baby is picking up everything very quickly, and you say, wow, my baby is so good, like he knows me, and you're so proud about that. But that's what's the different process that is happening in the baby, the differentiation of the sensory functions. So now there's an urge to feel, there's urge to there's no even a big mind yet at all. There's no big mind yet. Then slowly, when these sensory organs start to function at the same time, there's another beauty happening. What? Well, there is a visual effect of the eye, and there's a sound too coming at the same time, and there's a smell, maybe smell of the milk that my child drank, which makes the dry esophagus or the drinking pipe work, the mouth downwards. It's not dry anymore when that picture comes near you and holds you and gives some milk. This is magic to the baby. You feel like, oh yeah, I know that. But it's magic to the baby. Because at the same time, there's a picture and there's a sound of this person who comes near that baby, and there's comforting feel of the skin, the warmth, and there is milk. They vibrate together now. This system is beautiful, system is complicated. When it starts to vibrate together in the sense at the same time, this makes a new perception. It's not even named yet, it's a new perception. The baby doesn't know it's mom. That's a different story. But there's a perception of something now. Something. Yeah, perception of something. Smell comes with that. The taste of the milk comes with that. Warm feeling of the skin comes with that. Soothing mother's voice is coming with that. mother's outline or a picture is coming with that. So you feel something. You feel as existent. Because you feel that existent, that perception. When mother tries to call it mum, 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 mother, because mother is trying hard to get the word out of that baby, this starts vibrating. That's the beauty. So when the ear is functioning and there's a sound, and that sound acts as a vibration which shakes the whole system, and that system works in such a way there's a verbal output. So mother is trying hard to tell the baby it's mom, 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 ma, or in Sinhala, amma, whatever. Doesn't matter what that is. It just mother or father is trying hard to get verbal output. What is verbal output? The word. How does the word come? It's the vibratory nature of what you hear. It has to form a perception in the system to come out as a word. Can you see that? Yeah. But first, there's no meaning kind of thing, just baby saying that. But when you accidentally kind of catch up with the word ma, this mental picture you had is jumping with happiness. And if you say that word again, you understand that mental picture is coming towards you. Then slowly, baby learns. Oh, that's the magic. Baby learns that when you say ma, this system changes. The system in front of him changes. There's a reaction. The mother reacts if baby says ma. Then baby feels it. Baby didn't know about ma or whatever, mum or mother, mum, amma, nothing. But because of the vibratory nature of the ear and the talking is linked, because if you can't hear, you can't talk. It's linked. It's the same vibratory nature which comes out. Can you feel that? That talking is actually the vibratory nature of the hearing? Yeah. Yes. If you want, you can read more science about this, not going into depth. So it just came out from the baby's mouth because you just kept hearing the same word. Because mom is screaming at his or her ears that mom, mom, mom. Because mom is trying to get that word out from that baby. The word comes out because it's a co-vibration. Vibration of the ear, vibration of the vocal cords. It's the same vibration. It's the same vibration as the mind. That hasn't happened yet, so it is happening now. The baby understands this word has a meaning. mum word has a meaning. How? The mum reacts so fast. Mum reacts so beautifully. Mom is smiling, jumping up and down because baby has said the first word. You can see how startled the babies are when the mom jumps up. But they didn't know what that is. It just came out. It's a co-vibration. It's a vibratory nature of the vocal cords. It's the same thing, similar to the vibration of the ear. There's a matching. Can you see? So when the mother is jumping up and down, because now mother thought baby called mom. Mother is thinking, baby understood. Baby understood. Baby uttered the first word. And it's my name. Mother is so happy. That's okay. It's okay to be happy. But what we are trying to understand here is the science of this. So baby gets the idea, slowly the perception that this word belongs to this person, this picture, this photo, this this voice, this smell, this safety heaven feeling with the arms cuddling around the baby, the taste of the milk, everything is now linked. Mom. First thought has come. It has so much meaning to that, so much weight, so much a thing. What happens here? Oh my, the self-perception is also coming. What's that? Well, you kind of in the early stage, there was a feel that the vibratory nature is happening here. It's here kind of thing only. Didn't have an idea. It's just vibration. It's felt as here, It's felt as it's happening here. But then now it has the story. Story has begun. World has started. Baby is born, actually born. How? The first thought has come with a meaning in it. Just not uttering of the word mom. There's a meaning now. There's a heavy feel now. It has a new beginning of a new era. Mind bubble starts. Someone in English Zoom was talking how she didn't understand the mind bubble. I'll try to try to touch on that. Until such time, mind bubble wasn't that's wrong. Now there's a mind bubble. Slowly, it's just one thought though still. But that thought is enough. Even one thought is enough. Thinking has started. That world has started. So whenever the mom comes nearby, it's giving a perception. The word attached to that is a different story. But even before that, the form world was there. Can you feel that? It felt as a thing. You didn't know it's mom, but it was felt as a thing. form world is different to the sensual world. Sensual world, you have so much meaning, so much value. So the value starts now. What? My beautiful mother, my kind mother, my... What else? You can tell whatever. So everything starts, the world starts. Slowly the babies giving a value to all the perceptions around. Because we had a perception. You know, the small duckling, there are a lot of YouTube shorts on these things. Like duckling is born, if the mother duck is not there, even if it's a cat, it doesn't matter, that the duckling starts to follow the cat. So the warmth of the cat is enough for that duckling. So duckling doesn't have a great mind, but there is a perception. So whatever the perception that occurs again and again becomes familiar and becomes a safe haven. Same thing with the baby. It's not actual mother. Baby has been moved to another country. The baby is growing. Same thing. If they're looking after the baby, all right. I kindly and know that baby will be feeling safe in those arms too. And if that mother kept telling mom, 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 this baby also will tell mom. Doesn't matter who the mom is, it's just a perception. But the value is different. Value comes from different aspects. Because it starts to add so much data when you're growing bigger. My mother is like this. Can you feel that? What is happening to the small baby now? I'm still in the baby. The time couldn't grow yet. So it's time. It's time. The more you explain, more time it takes. It's okay. I think I have an empty slot there. So I'll just say a bit more. Because this sensory world, the sensory functions, giving a meaning is a different scenario. Gives a meaning now. That's the mind. We are not saying that is wrong. You just have to know that this is what happened. How the sensory function evolved and into a thing, evolved into mother, father, chair. It is felt as a thing, and we can't blame the child for that. That's how it is. That is how it is. So it is just happening, inevitable, just happening. Involuntary, that would be the correct word, I think. Because if it is voluntary, it is someone doing that. That word means that. But it is involuntary, it's just happening. No one is doing it here. The function of the eye just happen. If there are cells to vibrate in the eye, it will just vibrate. And you will synchronize to the light. In the sense, the light itself is happening. Because there's no you there. It's just when you talk, you're biased. So the eye function happens. Eye function happens means light. Light means eye function. And eye function means the vibratory nature of the cells. Or vibratory nature. That's all. It's the speed. This has to be felt. It's the speed. If there's no speed, no consciousness. That's why all the beings are on a vibratory nature of Earth. Earth. If the Earth is still, there's no living beings as such. Because the consciousness itself is a vibratory nature. Speed. So it happened. So when there is a vibration, there is a potential for anything. Potential for anything. Potential for eye function, potential for ear function, potential for nose function, potential for tongue function, potential for skin function. Yeah. And there's another potential what? When these function, there's self-perception as well. Because there's a light perception, there's a sound perception, there's a touch perception, there's temperature perception, there's taste perception, there's smell perception. Wow. Not only that, there's a self-perception as well, which is the vibratory nature of that system. It is felt as a thing. And slowly, when they function together to have the mother, father, chair, this is going to get to another extra level. Another extra level. Now you feel them as existing. Isn't this beauty to understand this system, how the baby got into trouble? I mean, we don't call it trouble. We call it baby's growing. It's okay. Baby has to grow. Baby has to get into this defilements world to even understand Dharma. Because that small baby in the cot just after birth has no idea about this self. No, not at all. It's in the perception level. In the feel level, it's just a feel, existing feel, but we can't really understand anything in that level. So that level baby can't attain nirvana anyway, because there's no self-view or self-perception. So the self-perception starts with some perception. Can be eye, it can be ear, it can be touch, whatever. So that duckling didn't know a thing in the world, but felt something, and there is a perception in that system as well. Even the worm, there's a feel, and there's temperature change. There is a skin change. So this brings a whole new world. But there's an urge to maintain the self-perception as well. It's very subtle though. These things are very subtle. These are not like as we just tell. Very subtle things. The urge to maintain the light is the self-perception itself. That's the power. The urge to maintain the sound, urge to maintain the touch. So you can feel how subtle that is. But when it comes to the, now child is growing slowly, comes to about 2 years of age. Clearly, now he understands the world. What does he understand? This is my mother. This is my father. This is my house. This is me. I am so and so. I'm like this. I don't like these things. I like these things. I don't like these things. I prefer these things. This is my way. Slowly, the view starts. Self-view. The story has begun. The problem is really serious now, isn't it? Yeah. Self-view. That's the worst thing that that we are trying to untangle, like resolve here. How did this view come from? Even the small animal, even the worm has a self-perception, but it's not in the big level. But with the evolution of the mind, now there's a view as well. I am here. I am so and so. I can do these things. I can't do these things. I get hurt when these things happen. So do you get the idea now that the story has begun? Yeah, story has begun. So the story is so real as well. That's the other problem. Story has begun, but now the story becomes so, it can be so violent, it can be so beautiful, it can be so ugly, it can be so like terrible. The film has started. Dream, the form level was there before also, but now it's in vengeance. It's in so much power now. But the view is there. Father is there, I'm here. Shah is there, I'm here. Nothing should happen to me. I'm a good person. Or even you can say I'm a bad person, but I want it my way. That's the important thing that you should understand. That life is what life is meant by. How this self-view happens, how this self-perception happens, how this vibration works. When you know this magic, can you actually get amazed by the beauty of something? When you know that it's a function of the eye? You might, with the habit. This, even though you say this is a beautiful forest, you still know that it's just, you don't feel it, you don't entertain seeing that. That's a very, very subtle thing, You see things but you don't entertain the same things is very, very subtle thing. Only that self will know what is happening there. It's a very intimate thing, very self-evident thing. Only one knows that whether there was entertainment of the sensory function or not. To people who are near you, it may seem as, Arhan is tasting the food. Yeah, of course he is tasting. Of course, taste is there. But whether the burning is there is a different question. It's a different thing. Taste is there, burning is not there. Light is there, the burning is not there. Sound is there, the burning is not there. Thoughts are there, the burning is not there. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah, that is beautiful. It's a feel though. Even though we talk about it as a story, it's a feel. It's very important if you can actually feel this. What the world is, what the light is, what the sound is, what the touch means, what the temperature means, what everything means, how you feel alive. How the self-view happen, how the self-perception happen, and how you feel alive. So the perception without the burning is a very subtle thing you have to feel. But understanding this system is imperative. It's very important, because without Satyajnana, there is no liberation. If the mind is very important, how can you liberate from the mind? You can't. You're glued to that. You're basically glued to that mind bubble. So imagine an arahant is liberated completely in each and every thought. Still, that arahant can feel or else can touch, temperature, light, sound, and even the thoughts. There's no problem in that. It's just that the self vibration is zero. Vibratory nature has stopped. But the actual sensory functions are working. That burning, which had the power to synchronize to another place, is gone. Isn't that beauty? It's gone here and now, not like after death or something. No. In each and every thought, the power is gone if there's an arahant. It's beautiful to know this Dhamma properly so that you can feel it as pure. Non vibration or no self-perception. Because self-perception is something you feel. Self-view is something we talk about, yes, because it's in the mind level. But the form world, it's a self-perception is a feel, comes with the feel. You feel as second person, or you feel as a receiving end. The urge to see is very subtle. Until you become an arahant, you might have the urge to live. That's the same thing, urge to see, urge to hear, urge to feel, urge to think. It's just this very subtle thing I'm talking about. That's the urge to live, basically. Urge to entertain the sensory function. This is becoming subtle more and more in the path. Because you can't correct yourself by force. Unknowingly, we all expected the baby to grow up. We all wanted the baby to learn the world properly. We actually reject other babies who can't really understand the world. But actually, it's important that you understand the world. But utmost happiness, the utmost tranquility is from understanding this system and feeling that it's not true. Because it's very easy to get carried away in this dream. Very easy. Here and now we get carried away. Isn't it? Yeah. Really. Now what happens is when you listen to them, you feel you're getting carried away. You can't really do it, can you? No. Well, what happens here is the ignorance is being attacked. Ignorance is no longer powerful as it is. The vibration is not powerful as it was. So the power is reducing. You do a thing with so much power. Here you do it without the self-power, but you still do the function. So it is very beautiful to understand this system. Very important actually. It's not nice to live like a blind person or not knowing what the world is. So we invite everyone to listen to Dhamma, understand this Dhamma. You know, life is short. This life span is short. It can be 50, it can be 60, it can be 70, it can be 20 also sometimes, Span is different. In that lifespan, you have heard some Dhamma about this truth, about this ignorance, about this self-perception, self-view, self-vibration, which are things that were not spoken of before. It's out there now. And non-vibration, you synchronize to this self-vibration each and every moment that you had a fear. But here, at least once in the whole samsara, you might feel the non-vibration. And if you felt it once, you can you may synchronize to the non-vibration again and again and again. And when it becomes each and every thought is an vibration, it's an arahant. It is rare, but we have that status in our advance. So we worship our advance with so much gratitude for sharing this Dhamma with everyone in the world. We are trying to help to put this out in English medium. That's what we are trying to do. And thank you so much for listening. And I wish everyone would try to feel this. Feel the baby. Feel the radiant mind. Feel the non-vibration, because radiant mind is not the non-vibration. But this whole understanding is important for you to feel that. May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you so much. Yes.
We are starting with page 164, and which is the last page of volume 6. It is very difficult for some people to achieve inward spiritual purification and transformation because they are burdened with defilements. When people try to play with the Dhamma, the door to Nibbana will not open to them. And the reason is the power they give to the notion of their individual self. In such cases, it can be extremely difficult to detect the hidden self in these individuals. However, the Dhamma must be understood individually. One must be able to recognize wrong views, avoid them, and ensure that those who teach do not misguide innocent people. Buddothpado discourses explain pure Buddhism. People can achieve Nibbana even today by observing true knowledge and practical knowledge. This is the meritorious ordination. Buddhism is based on the principles of dependent origination, not on meditation therapy. Buddhism is the observation of the true nature of the mind. Through this understanding, one can let go of the notion of an existing self. මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා. මාව දාලා මම යන්නට යනවා. I'm journeying with myself and I leave the self behind as I move forward. The Buddha Nikaya is in action. In these actions, craving, aversion, and ignorance gradually fade away until Nibbana is reached. This is the Buddha's teaching, the pure doctrine, and the world awaits its embrace for eternal peace and tranquility. There are a lot of people claiming to be spiritual people in this day and age, but it's a lot of people, even though it has become a trend too, they claim that they're spiritual, but a lot of people who claim to be spiritual people, they don't even understand the meaning of it. It's an inward purification and a transformation. It's difficult for someone who's burdened with defilements to get to that purification without knowing a proper path. People unknowingly use Dhamma as a tool or shield or merely something merely to be marketed or marketable in their short-sighted gains. But the door to Nibbana will not open to them just by claiming to Nibbana or claiming ownership or claiming familiarity, whatever it is, whatever the mental associations that are claimed or that are expressed doesn't make you any closer to Nibbana. Because by doing all that, by misusing Nibbana in all kinds of ways, one is reinforcing the notion of an individual self. So once that happens, that is nowhere close to Nibbana, that's further away from Nibbana. So in these kinds of people where they have used Nibbana for their short-sighted profitable gain, it's extremely difficult to detect the hidden self in these individuals because they know everything about how one should appear or how one should operate. They know the characteristics of a person who's realized, of a realized master, but what they do not know is what the path is. So, they will kind of fake it, but that makes it extremely difficult to detect that subtle hidden self for them one day when they get to a real path. Regardless of any of this, as Buddha said, your own raft should be custom tailored, or it should be created by yourself. No one can create it for you. No one can make it for you. What that means is you should be able to see your own defilements within yourself. That is why we always talk about being honest in this path. You have to, not to anybody else, not to your loved ones, not to your, children, no husband or wife or whatever, but you have to be honest to yourself. Like we have this Sinhalese saying, "Uggurata hora behet kana," meaning you're trying to take medicine without your throat knowing. That's not going to happen. Yet someone can try it, and people try to, because you don't want to admit of your downfalls to your own self. That is the most difficult thing. That is why one would keep lying. We see this in Menar and Mansell. Delivers these sermons when these Zoom discussions are there. Whatever these practitioners would say, it's like you're kind of you don't have anywhere to hide, because as we speak, a realized one can see where the self is. So by not answering questions in Zoom, nobody's doing anybody a favor. That means you can't admit your own downfall to your own self. So that is, in a subtle way, that the notion of the self. However, if one has enough, if one can gather enough courage to answer a question or discuss something in the Zoom, or ask a question, that is progress in the path. Even then, the notion of the self could try to play different kinds of tricks to hide the self. But there's no hiding. I mean, Ram Mohansi can see through it, as we've experienced in our limited encounters. We see how skillfully he exposes one's ego in these discussions. So there are many opportunities given throughout the day for someone really genuinely exploring the path, really genuinely journeying the path, to figure out where one's subtle self may be lying. So it's that platform that's been created is of great importance, of great value, to a practitioner to recognize one's own wrong views and to shed light on them. So, and not just that, especially controversial discourses, discussion on Zoom, that is one really significant discussion that exposes the wrong views in the society in different different schools of thoughts, I guess, misguiding innocent people to really clearly explain how one view could be a wrong view. What's wrong about it? How is it according to Dhamma? How is it a wrong view? So, and the Buddothpado discourses explain pure Buddhism. There are no frills, there are no carvings, nothing as it is. The Dhamma expounded by the Buddha as it is, without any distortion, without any misguidance. And that's why the listeners of Buddothpado discourses are very fortunate, and that has already opened the path to nirvana to many people. Today, in this day and age, after 2500 years, by observing the truth about the mind, the truth about how the mind is created within you in the moment to moment, the path to nirvana could be opened within. And this is the meritorious ordination or Adhyatmika Upasampada. There's nothing else, because when ascetic Bahir came to Buddha, he was wearing, I think, leaf or parts of trees, tree branches or something like that. And he attained arahanthood, and that means that whatever you're wearing, regardless of whatever, however you're dressed, this liberation of the mind could be attained, could be achieved. And because it's a Dhamma that you have to realize, it's not a religion. This is the absolute truth about how things work. The true Dhamma, that is based on the principles of dependent origination. It is not based on meditation therapy or concentration meditation. Yes, concentration meditation can help if you have a very scattered sort of a mind, to have a concentrated mind and be able to contemplate, have that penetrative contemplation to direct you at the penetrative insight. But that is by concentration meditation alone, Nibbana could be attained. What we call Buddhism or true Dhamma is the observation of the true nature of the mind, as in when the mind is in action, as one understands how the mind works intellectually, then that true nature could be detected first-handedly when the mind is in action. By this understanding, the notion of an existing self is automatically let go. It's not somebody's doing it, but there's the value that's been attributed to mental object slowly dissolve. That's what happens. Arahants are going to have thoughts. Thoughts are not going to disappear. The function of the mind is to create thoughts. That's not going anywhere. But the value that's been attributed by the system to each and every mental object, that slowly diminishes. That's why this Aranwasi says මාත් එක්කම ගමනක් යනවා මාව දාලා මම යන්නට යනවා. Leaving for this journey with myself, but by the end of it, the self is no more. That is this someone who's genuinely on the path. That is the Buddha's order or Buddha Nikaya in action. In these actions of seeing the mind, moment to moment, craving, aversion, and ignorance, delusion, they all fade away. And what's left with what's left will be Nibbana. Not that Nibbana is some special place or whatever. Someone who's starting the journey in the ignorance, we can't even say the state of mind. We can't. It's very difficult to explain in words. Let's say the state of mind that's in the ignorance is transformed to Nibbana. And we can't even call it a state of mind. What happens is that value that's been attributed is going to be dissolved, because in the understanding and realization that there never was a self, that there never is and never will be a self, or the so-called seemingly existing world was never true, that with that knowledge, in the light of that knowledge and realization, that illusion still cannot hold true. And that is what Buddha expounded 2,500 years ago. That's the pure doctrine. And after 2,500 years, the Buddha's pure doctrine is rediscovered and revealed. And we see every day how people who were suffering in these lives getting to eternal peace and tranquility. So that's all for the big portion of the discussion. I say Sudharma, Thiruvan Sarana, Sudharma.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි හර්ෂි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. තෙරුවන් සරණයි to all Dhamma friends. Harshi, when you started today's discussion, you mentioned that once we open our mouth, we like expose ourselves in front of the noble one. So although due to the illusory mind consciousness, we tend to believe that we are on the path, we have kind of realized this by involving in all activities and listening to sermons and by taking part in discussions. Then and there, he opens our eyes and shows that you are nowhere on a path to, like it probably, if we have kind of a strong sense of self perception, we might kind of collapse, or we might not be able to tolerate that also. So I have such experience, Harshi. So in controversial revelations, this groundbreaking revelation 7 o'clock Zoom yesterday, I also tried to, is it okay to reflect on that and discuss it, Harshi, here?
Yeah,
Is
go
it,
ahead.
yeah. And so I wanted to explain a thing. We know whatever the words that we give, it doesn't matter, right? Aryan Mahanse does not go by the experience or whatever. Since he is kind of experiencing
non-soul or non-vibration state, the frequency of the voice, the sound waves of our voices are directly felt by him, and he actually mentioned it's so uncomfortable. I had to keep my mic muted because it's so irritating, and so then I realized where I am, although there isn't a person, Harshi. So it made me uh, think a lot about the the feeling, whether what he said was, Harshi, I am totally in the mind, and so I accept it, and I really need to get out of it, and not as a person, not in a hurry also, but just need to reflect on it, and be awakened to the experiences of the six sensory organs, and need to see through or penetrate through it better. My problem is, Harshi, to my understanding, I cannot maintain the mindfulness. Sometimes when I am awakened, or when I am uh, awakened to the present or mindful about it, I see everything. I mean, no burning, despite the level of the stimulus. Let it be very strong perception or whatever, depending on the person. Uh, I don't get burned. I relax, and that tranquility is there. But sometimes that when the mindfulness is not there, after a while I realize I have got caught in the mind consciousness, and I have gone to town with certain minor, we can't differentiate as minor or major or whatever. If it's a stimulus, it's a stimulus actually. But when we talk, only we realize that I can't use we, I actually still am caught in the mind consciousness, Harshi. So that is something that I wanted to mention, and so that you also, as an experienced person, can comment on this. But the thing is, if I talk further, I totally understand that it is a system, that how it is crystal clear how we perceive things, and how the mind power, and how we get enchanted or disenchanted by these power created through the stimulus, everything. But when it comes to day-to-day life, it is not consistent. So I don't have the skill to maintain this, not as a person, but to be mindful about what we call see here. So I think I have a problem with that, Harshi. Teruvan Saranai. You also
So,
can explain.
yeah, so Dharma, but that's okay. That is how the path is like. I think I don't know how to explain this in English. I think Satara Samyak Pradhana Virya. You know, it kind of emerges very slightly at the beginning, but as we go through the path, um, that mindfulness or awareness kind of improves. So it's, as an infant or a newborn is not going to walk right away, right? It takes effort and time. So it's not a problem, but if there's a worry about that, then that is the self. There's a
The person,
the
yes,
yeah,
Ashi.
the
Then and there, the burning sensation occurred. If I recall that burning started, but earlier also in previous scenarios when Aryan Maharshi mentioned, even in a tougher manner things, I that burning, not as person. If I go back to try to recollect, it was not that severe, but still when uh, he actually mentioned it's so irritating and all. I stopped then and there, uh, but I felt that burning within me, and like lost and like desperate, but not sad. But I knew he is there to help. That also came. So that was the experience. It's not a worry, but still uh, I need to pay attention to it, isn't it, Tashi? Can't just ignore, isn't it?
Not ignore, but the thing is now this whole Zoom and um if Aryan Mahan say pointing it out, if there was some sort of embarrassment or whatever like that, I had to encounter this again or whatever, regret or whatever, then this Zoom situation has become a real thing, right? Then there's some contemplation that is required as to if there's something called Zoom, if there's one called Aryan Mahan, say there's a
Yeah,
self, like
yeah,
that kind
yeah,
of contemplation is really like really investigating within you. Otherwise, like Karen Mahan says, that mangosteen you have to
yeah,
cut over
yeah.
and over again and
Okay,
see, check to see if it is white
yeah.
inside.
It's not that embarrassment at all, Harshi. That's
Hmm.
100% clear. The feeling I got was like I kind of this noble one has felt kind of uncomfortable because of my voice for a, I mean,
That is also
short
self,
while. Ah,
because
that's it.
that is the self that wants to be a good person or a good woman in front of the noble one, right?
Ah, yes,
Yeah, so
yes,
like
yeah,
you have to inquire into
yes.
why, okay, I
Hmm.
had dig a little more deeper, and then the however many layers by which the so-called self is kind of hiding behind, if you dig
Yes,
deeper, those layers will be gone and the hiding self will be revealed.
yes, Archie. That helps
That's
a lot.
why that's why the honesty to yourself, to your, not
Hmm.
to anybody
Hmm.
else, to your own self
Yes.
is of utmost importance.
Hmm. Yes.
I hope that helps. I think there's
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Oh, no, there's Surangika is here. Maybe Surangika can help us here. Peruan Saranai Surangika, after a long time.
Peru and Saranai.
No, about your matter only. Like we can. That's a good question, right, Surangika? We can have a good discussion about it.
Peruan Sarnai, Harshi, and
Peru
Peruan
and
Sarnai, Sudharma. I pay my respects to Aryan Hansen. Um, if I talk in the conventional world terms, Sudharma, my complete sympathies are with you. Because at some point or the other, there is that experience that all of us go through, isn't it? And
Yeah, that's like
I know, I
evident. That's
mean,
like only a matter of time to anybody.
exactly. And the strangest thing about this thought is one moment you're, completely, you have done all stages, every stage of the practical program has gone through that thought and there is absolutely no defilement. And then the next thought is, I don't know, gone somewhere else completely. And that's where the whole challenge lies, I think, as well. So I think, Sudharma, I heard the Andolnatmaka Desana last
Ah,
night, wasn't it?
yes, yes, Miss
And
Rangita. That is.
yeah, I think the thing what he says is that the problem is if we encounter a problem, I think he
Yes.
has said this many a time, the problem arises in the mind and the thoughts only.
Hmm.
If we have an issue, if we belittle ourselves, if we think that and Mahanse is going to think like this, or I am not progressed enough in the path, or why am I, all that is thoughts. I think that's what he was trying to say.
Yes. Yes.
And I think for me also, there have been times that he has said, the voice is too rough and this and that. And I've taken it in the same way as you have, Sudharma.
Yeah.
And then I thought, okay, better not to speak in that case.
Yeah, no, the thing is, Aryan Mahanse tried to help me. He was telling, I can help you if you talk more, and the situation got worse. The more I tried to explain, so he can't do anything about me. So I got the feeling it's a toll. So I must be Padaparama. So now Aryan Mahanse is trying to help me. He was telling, okay, you are stuck somewhere, so if
Yeah.
you explain further, I should be able to help me. He was so compassionate, and
Yes, he
he
was. I
didn't
know.
shout. He was so compassionate at that time, unlike before, Harshi. So that made me feel kind of so helpless. So had he been shouted or something, I wouldn't have been felt this. So he was offering help, but nothing works. So that's what to do. So I just maybe some other time. I need to take more time, and it's nature after all.
I think the issue
Something,
is
yeah.
with most of us, I think. Sorry, I can't speak to about Harshi, but myself as well. This second stage now, as you said, Sudharma, we have a sound base, isn't it, about the true Dhamma philosophy. And time and
Yes.
again, if you are asked to explain, you can explain very well because that is because
Yes.
you understand. But what
Yes.
happens is we have also this tendency, two things, I think. One is the fact that we have got so used to being in the mind that that is our natural default position. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
always we go back as we, even if we go all over the place during the day, we always go back home, isn't it? In the evening.
Yes. Yes.
So wherever we are, we say nothing like home,
Yes.
or we say nothing
Yeah.
like our own bed or something. And that is because we are comfortable at home, isn't it? We may go
Mm-hmm.
to the dearest of friends' houses and stay.
Yes.
And you may have known her for 20, 30 years, like her own sister. But still, you think, good to have stayed here, thank you very much. And then you won't tell her, but you will secretly think, it's good that I'm going home now, I miss home.
Yes.
You know? So
Yes.
it's something like that. It's isn't it, Harshi? It's like as if because you've been forever and a day. I mean, before childhood, before that Montessori time, you have no recollection even. So from that nursery days, this mind has been cultivated, and everybody, society, your parents, everyone has been saying that everything is true, everything is real. You're there. You're a personality, you have a sharp mind, you have qualifications, or you have a good memory. All these things have reinforced this so-called memory, me, self-perception, and the fact that you have thought and analyzed and done things with that thinking also has magnified the
Negative.
sense of I.
Mm, yeah,
We
exactly.
have fattened
Got
our
it.
ego by saying that,
Mm,
by society also has, no, that person doesn't have a good memory, or you have a
mm,
really good analytical mind. So
mm,
all these
mm.
little things slowly have built up unconscionably a sense of
Self.
the
Self.
strength of the mind. So as
Mm,
much as we have heard the true Dhamma philosophy, and we know Aranman as he says, he has been saying and saying and saying for the last 5 years. And as he said, 10,000 discourses, we know.
mm,
And yet, we go back to the mind. We don't do it. It's not we. It's, as you know, it's the system. The
yes.
unconsciously,
Yes.
the default seems to be the mind. So what through what Aryan Mahansa is saying, that the practice also, I think, is that second stage of the Dhamma practice, practical program. And in doing that, you don't have to go in. I mean, sometimes because every time you can't be doing the walking meditation. When these thoughts come, I heard you saying that some thoughts are like really heavy, and then because they're
Yeah,
so heavy, you feel it. And because
yeah,
you feel it, immediately you reflect. And
yes,
because you are so attuned to the Dhamma philosophy, Dharma, the moment you
yes,
reflect, the heaviness goes,
yes,
right?
yes,
So and that's good. That's because you have trained, you have kind of done it, you understand it, you see through see through the fallacy, and so the thing is that heaviness you can feel immediately because you have a sense of calmness. There is a sense of inner transformation. Most of the time there is no attaching to anything, there is no defilement, there is no worry, no stress. But so when you suddenly feel this heaviness, it's not the usual thing. Those days, heavy or not heavy or light or
what
joy or whatever it
yes,
is, everything we went with the wave, isn't it? It
yes,
was like a wave, and we went with the wave. We didn't know anything else. And so therefore that we thought that was our usual form, and that was it. But now, with listening to the Dhamma, there is that inner calmness, there is that lightness, as R.N. Mahanse says. All of us feel that. So because that suddenly when you get the heavy thought, what is this? And moment you trust like that, you think about it, and then you kind of that feeling dissipates. But
yes,
then I think what you said was those little thoughts that keep coming.
yes,
Those thoughts are like something, you're meandering down a path, and then before you know it, you have one thought has become the second thought, and you have
yes,
gone on with it, isn't it?
yes,
And
exactly. That's
that
it.
is where this has happened to me as well. Even if you take something, even if you think at that point that you have got one thought and that wasn't significant, yet halfway down the line, you realize, oh, you've been thinking on this, isn't it? And
Yes,
then you take like a Dhamma point and say, now, why did that happen and this and that? And then you leave that issue alone, and then you go on the Dhamma point.
yes,
So that also, because that's what R.N. Mahansi says, if you know it, you have to stop it. Because even the Dhamma point is, if you know it, you don't have to be going on and on and on with that Dhamma point. Then you take another Dhamma point, another Zoom discussion, another point, attach all that, link them together, and then now you have forgotten that insignificant thought, and then you're going down the Dhamma point thoughts. So all these are what we have to realize is that they are all thoughts. And each time there's nothing else to do. I mean, Haji, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's nothing else to do. But when you feel as if you're going down you've got an insignificant thought or minor thought or whatever it is, they're all thoughts to anyway. You just think, this is a thought, no, and dismiss it. You're not dismissing it actively. When you realize it's a thought, that's all you have to do. But like the Buddha said, Tadapi Passapachaya, that you have to, at that point, see that it's a thought. And then you do your work, and then again, before you know it, you got caught to another string of thoughts. Again, if you stop in your tracks and think, that was just a thought, no? And that's all you have to do, I think. Haji, if you can, because I
thank
found
you
that
so
was
much.
helpful to
Yeah,
stop this
thank you so
continuous
much.
strain.
Yeah,
And
that's true that I think that parivajjana pahatabba is like kind of different from going along with these thoughts. But yeah, that helps if something kind of continues to come back, the same thought or whatever. But still, like based on where Sudharma is, you're the one who knows. If you can, like, where in the what do you call, the karmastan, the practical approach, if the external worlds still become real to you, that contemplation is required.
I got
If
it,
yeah,
Ashi,
then
and
yeah, you can't get ahead of yourself, and however much in a hurry the self is,
Yeah.
uh, it just kind of has to, like Karan was always says, you
It
plant a
should
seed, water
happen.
it, yeah, give enough nutrition. You can't be like, oh, the leaves are not here yet, the flowers are not here yet. You just have to give it time for the due course to happen. Dr. Sakunthala is here. I think she can. She's yeah, Thiruvan, and we would really appreciate your feedback as well.
Tera Saranai, I pay my homage at Karan Mahasi's feet. Tera Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Yeah, actually, it's very interesting, the story about these thoughts, isn't it? Because that is, uh, the physical body is like a puppet, and then thoughts are manipulating, and thoughts are sort of taking over the control. As Surangika also mentioned about the thoughts now, it's a string of thoughts always. If you are alive and if the breathing is there, and if as a result the senses are functioning, so there is a continuous string of thoughts, but most thoughts are not significant. Mm. So therefore, you don't feel that you had them, but there is continuously uh, collective function of the sensor activity, and then there is a thought, and most of the thoughts are not felt actually. What we feel time to time is something that the value is added. Uh, so then only you feel now, for example, you are going on the road and you are passing so many things. You see them, you hear them, hear the sounds, and you feel certain things like the wind or maybe the hardness of the flow. You hear the sound of your shoes or slippers. You hear the tooting of the vehicles, birds singing, all sorts of things, and you tend to pass people, houses, but they are not given a value. So therefore, sometimes some of our participants say that there are periods without thoughts. Actually, it's not so. Thoughts are there all the time, and the ones that the ones that the system tend to cling on for some time, for some reason, are the ones which are felt. In other words, a value has been given and taken it as real. So, as you all very clearly mentioned, such thoughts do not stop as a single thought. And there are many, many things linked to that. Some are directly related, some are indirectly related. You can see that a huge episode of the drama is occurring now. For example, you feel cold sometimes with the cold wind, and the string of thoughts which it all depends on the person's experiences actually. The spark which appears suddenly within a fraction of a second, just with that sensor function, will be the cold that you experienced in some country, uh, or maybe in a city like Nuwara in Sri Lanka. Coldness that you felt when you opened the fridge door, or on a rainy day, and then it will get sort of linked to some other things, like a day that you spent with your family somewhere, and the people who participated in that family union, and the things that they said, and the weaves exchanged, and the the way that how enjoyable it was. You can see that a huge line of thoughts are linked to that. So it really, now sometimes the happy thoughts, we don't feel the weight of it. We feel that it is something pleasant. We tend to feel only the sad or angry thoughts as heavy thoughts. No, actually, whatever the thought which comes, which is given a value, is something heavy. But the system tend to appreciate the ones that are pleasant and not take them as a burden. So this mechanism of telepathizing can occur. Now, the thought spark, or the mind, the picture that you get instantly, which we call Nama component of the Nama Rupa, it has to be somewhere sparked in the past. So it's always some past incident which is sparked at this moment. So past incident may be in this life, or maybe somewhere in the birth circle, millions of years ago. So that's what Aryan Mahase very clearly said. And also Lord Buddha has mentioned this. This Dharma is, it's akalika, or you cannot give a timing. So therefore, that spark, something that happened some time back, will spark right now at this moment. It becomes the same spark. So there is no gap between the two. That spark becomes this spark. So it's one spark right now. So it has to be some past experience. Now, if I tell a word like, if I say Kesel in Sinhala, the people who do not have any idea about the Sinhalese language will not have a mind picture, will not have that spark. It becomes only a sound to them. But for the people who understand the Sinhala language, will have a quick mind picture about the plantains, the varieties of the plantains, which the Sinhalese word is a kesel. So we'll have a variety of plantains, various colored ones, the tastes, and when you ate plantains last time, and even the bush of plantains which you have in your backyard, so many information will be there in that single spark. So this is the nature. This is what's called the Chitta Niyama, or the nature's law, how the mind is formed. So this is an automatic or system functioning. There is no way of changing this pattern, and the feel of angry or sadness or whatever the current that is created is also a part of this same process. That part actually we need to sort of very clearly understand, because sometimes we tend to feel that that current that is formed as a result of this sequence is me. So that is the biggest fault in this pathway. So when you realize that this current is also inevitable, and the current is the one which we label as me, myself, then some of these gray areas become clear. I think we can discuss on these things that I mentioned, and please correct me if there are any mistakes that I have mentioned. Therwan Saranai.
Yeah, that was Dr. Sakuntala, and thank you very much for that valuable input. Surangika, you have any comments about that? Any additions to that? Kiran Sarana? Also, Dharma, you have any questions about that? Any comment?
Yeah,
Kiran Sarana.
so if තෙරුවන් සරණයි හර්ෂි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. Yes, as first I would like to uh, pay my gratitude to Ms. Suranga for the explanation. So I realized actually going home to our mind is a big problem. So yesterday also what I was trying to do is when Aryan Hanse was asking me to give more explanation so that I can help you, because he was so compassionate and he wanted to help me get out of this point where I am stuck. So what I did was I went back to mind and I was talking almost utter nonsense actually. So that the system, that was what the system did. So there I realized that we cannot find solutions or cannot like be on path using our mind all the time. So it's again, this is illusionary mind consciousness. So thank you so much for that reminder, Ms. Surangika. And as Dr. Sakuntala explained, this every day we discuss how things are perceived by sensory basis and this telepathizing. So actually after listening to Dhamma for, well, like I first started in 2021 and then couldn't continue. From 2022 onwards, regularly I was listening to Dhamma, and this Satyajnana, this wisdom of truth, those sermons are crystal clear to me. The problem is I need to improve the mindfulness, that once I remember Aryan Hanse suggested you should do concentration meditation also, to be consistent, because your mind is all over scattering. So otherwise having this knowledge also still being in mind, so there is a problem. So Aryan Hanse opened my eyes yesterday also. So try to improve mindfulness, not as a person. Otherwise, this mechanism is crystal clear to actually how the self-perception occurs. Everything, the theory part is crystal clear to me. I can explain it to anyone even, but need to do more on practical approach, as Harshi also suggested. So thank you so much for all your comments. Theruvan Sarana.
Theruvan Sarana, if I can just add a little bit more. So that home thing, Sudharma, but the thing that has, because of ignorance only, but that forgetfulness and going back to the mind is, we have now thought that home is the mind, but what is the home? Home is non-vibration, isn't it?
Yes, ignorantly we take as mind. Yes,
Yeah,
that's
so
right.
almost like a newly found friend, but not the newly found friend. We think, my goodness, it's the mind, it's my mind, it's my thoughts, everything is mine. And because we don't say mind all the time, but unconsciously that's what is happening. So when that light of true Dhamma is shone on it, that is what we have to know, that whatever that comes is coming through the thoughts. And I think Dr. Kokila said this several times in the midnight Zoom as well. The more we think, the more that we allow the thoughts to kind of take over and consume us, there is no room for the feel to emerge. the feel that there is nothing here, that feeling, where is the room? Because everything is almost completely swamped by these thoughts. They can be these just conventional world, usual humdrum materialistic stuff as well, and even Dhamma reflections. Now that is also, as Harshi said, there is a time to do vidarshana. There is a time to do penetrative insight, and that also depends on at what stage one is, because you can't give that same thing, tell that same thing to everybody. We can't also, I think again, Dr. Kokila pointed this out at some point, and Aryan Vansi also says this so many times. Just because you are done 3 years or 4 years or so, there are some people, some mothers we hear, they haven't progressed even to the practical stage. So their practical aspect, angle to putting this true Dhamma philosophy into our day-to-day world has been missed out. So, because some people, even if they listen 1 or 2 months or so, they've got it and they understand it. So the issue is now, because of this knowledge thing, as Aryan Mansi says, we are turning this Vijanati thing into Pajanati. The Pajanati means not just knowing, but seeing. So when one says we are seeing it, we have to see the thought has to be seen in all its fallacy. And if we understand that home is not vibration, vibration gives rise to thought. But home is actually non-vibration. We have continued in this samsaric cycle because this vibration, and as Dr. Sakuntala said, the current has been taken to be real. The current has been taken to be me or I. And that is where the whole thing has got stuck. And that's where the ignorance lies. So the more we dwell in thoughts, that the feel has no place to emerge, and that is where one has to continuously kind of show that the thought keep going to the thought and think, what is this thought made up of? And again, if we I think also don't do enough reflection on the light and the sound. Again, Aryan Manse says this so many times. If there isn't even a sound, if there isn't even anything called a light or a smell, how can there be a thought? How can thoughts be real? So, I mean, that kind of, then there's nothing else to say, isn't it? It just completely makes you go silent. What more is there to talk, isn't it? If there is no sound, no such thing as sound, no such thing as light, all this is just a construct, and construct is coming through only these sensors. Then what is the substance of that insignificant thought that is going on like a train, you know? What are we are, this is why the Buddha understood the mind completely, and it's through that only realized this whole non-vibration as the state to be, because it is this mind that is trying to assert itself, to entertain. It's an entertainment. It's almost it's all defilements. This sense of wanting to be. I don't know how to say it, Harshi, maybe you know the words, Abhisankarana and Viparinama. Abhisankarana and Viparinama is the thing, the evolving nature of the thought. The thought is also never static, isn't it? The thought is also constantly changing shape, constantly changing, the mind object is also changing. If you now say you have something that you really like to think about, or it's something that you really like, say your son, and this is something that I've heard also in other talks, if you are told to, okay, now for the next 5 minutes, don't think of anything else, but think about only your son. Can you do that? No. Even 1 minute you won't wait with
No.
just thinking about the sun.
Yes.
there'll be all kinds of other things that will come to your mind. That is because that is the state of the mind. The mind itself keeps on changing, keeps on evolving. And because there is nothing to it, as Dr. Sakuntala says, some earlier perception telepathizes and a perception occurs. And it's just a series of these perceptions telepathizing in the mind consciousness. If it is not coming at that very moment from a particular sensor, then the mind sensor keeps on telepathizing and something, a spark occurs and then a thought occurs. But where is that thought? What is the source of that source? Something occurring, something that had occurred earlier is telepathizing at that moment and it is occurring again. And then one goes off at a tangent on that thought. And then next moment, another object. And next moment, another object. And so it goes on. So when is this finishing? That is what needs to be considered. Is there any purpose? It's just changing object to object, object to object, and going on and on and on. And if we also get onto that bandwagon, I am saying we here, sorry, I shouldn't be saying that, but there is never end to that thought train, isn't it? And just putting, I think showing that to become pajanati, just when the thought arises, just see the thought as to what it is. And if another thought arises, see the thought as to what it is. And because you have engaged in the vidarshana at the appropriate time, that is going to help in seeing that thought as to what it is. So I'll just stop there. Harshi, if you can correct me if I said anything wrong as well. Tedwan Sarnai.
Tedwan Sarnai, Sonika, thank you for that explanation. In another angle, so it's that same example Aran Mahanse uses in this factory that makes concrete animals and ducts and posts and stuff like that. You input your raw materials to be cement, sand, rocks, water, and and what comes out of the other end is these animals. You have seen these concrete elephants, horses, ducks, and stuff. So the name changes, the shape changes, but the inherited value in terms of that, what it is made up of, is the same material in different proportions, right? So similarly, thoughts are made up of vibrations, manifested vibrations, images, sounds, smells, tastes, and whatever is felt when there's touch. That combination, can't even say different proportions, but the value that's been attributed by the system is different. One is mother, the other one is father, the other one is the husband, another one could be grass or something insignificant. But that is how the value has been attributed based by the system, based on association and what the society, the convention has given. And all that, but they're essentially just like the concrete animals and ducts have been made up of cement, sand, water, and stuff. Thoughts are made up of differently manifested vibrations. So inherently, there's nothing to say that has any value or any varying degree of value in that. So if you can see when a thought comes, oh, my tummy hurts or whatever, tummy is also made up of an image and a sound and all the stuff, all the good stuff. And the self is also like that. That initial thought that the system took, if there's a mother, if there's a father, there should be a self. That thought is the one that has been, like Suranka mentioned, been evolving and kind of being updating and being current through every thought that's been created, through every thought that assumes there's some external world that's existing. So if, like I know you said, you've listened to the Amma quite a lot, but if you didn't do the contemplation, the penetrative contemplation, they do not become your own direct experience. That's why you
Yes.
have to have your customized raft, customized by you. That
Yes.
is that direct understanding, direct knowledge, direct insight of Dhamma. Otherwise, it just stays as knowledge in a shelf somewhere in the memory or whatever we call it. So until that happens, the progress cannot be seen. Like it has to become your own knowing.
Experience. Yes.
Yeah,
Harshit.
not just knowledge. Like, you can memorize the multiplication table and
Yes.
as a result, you can do few sums. But if you get the numbers really well, then if whatever the number there is, you intuitively have an understanding as to what kind of percentages or this kind of subtraction would result in this kind of thing. That intuitive aspect wouldn't be there as long as it sits as mere knowledge. So that contemplation with everything, go beyond the words that's mentioned in the sermons. When it said the birth of the eye is the birth of the self, okay, that's few words, but what is the message that's beyond that? What does it exactly mean? Like that involves a whole lot of opening of eyes. That's why these controversial disclosures like gets you to get to that penetrative contemplation in many angles. Like say it's the same discussion every day, but it's many angles. So different kind of like if we are to say it in a different way, like we say like different networks of brain are connected, we say in different contexts, something like that. Different kinds of angles of penetrative insight will, the eye will be opened. So that if that is lacking, then it's like my memorizing the multiplication table and doing some sums.
Very clear. Yes. That active engagement, not as a person, but that's what we call skillfulness, isn't it, Hashi?
Yeah,
Skillfulness to, yes,
skillfulness comes like,
yes, yeah.
yeah, now, so Arana told you to do concentration meditation some time ago. I would start that day. Like,
I
because,
actually did, Darshi.
yeah,
And there are a lot of self-evident, stuff also, because now, if it's okay, I lived with the two sons for a long time because my husband passed away in 2014, and just lived with the helper. So when my sons moved, we were closely attached, kind of family, three of us. And when they left also, I didn't feel it, honestly speaking, because even when they want me there, I don't intend to leave because I do the job, and I'm quite okay all by myself also. Such, burning is not there. Even very now yesterday, I got a pain in my, since you mentioned the pain, body pain also. I tried Ariana's that when we take the pain as a stomachache or pain in my back, actually we feel it. Then it becomes more and more painful, and it becomes real, it becomes a thing. But through kind of that wisdom of truth helps us to see it as pain, feel it as pain, then that pain is not giving pain. So that such experiences are there, Harshi. But the problem is, I need to understand the mind consciousness more, because when you all were explaining, felt that I have a kind of inner belief that mind is a persistent thing. It's there. So, but it also arises and cease because now in relation to five sensory bases, also seeing, hearing, then smelling, they are also in this fusion of the sensory experiences. Then finally the mind consciousness, and actually we can't give the gaps, but still finally the fusion of all sensory experiences, then mind consciousness arises and mind power. And that since as Dr. Sakuntala said, it's there is no detectable gap between thoughts, no. And then again, when thoughts occur in mind through telepathizing, that is another mechanism. So that another mechanism means they are the thoughts get in contact with the mind consciousness, and with that all other, I mean, the seeing, hearing, smelling. Now when we think of the thought of mother arises, mother's image, even the voice and the smell, even the taste, you would say, like everything is fused in that and come in one shot. So that although I know it, the concept, but when it comes to practice, uh, I kind of get deceived as mind is a persistent thing. I think that is also a problem. Yes.
I
So
think,
it's,
Dharma,
yeah,
without
yeah,
analyzing what's going on, okay, this is happening with me,
yeah,
this kind of thing is happening with me, this kind of,
yeah,
without
yeah,
going along, without kind of going down that path,
yeah,
what we need to realize is nirvana is
yeah.
in this moment. Whatever
Mm,
the
mm,
thought we have right now, if it
mm.
assumes that there is an external world,
Mm,
automatically the self is created. So there's no
mm,
nirvana in this thought. So if
mm,
the truth about it is seen right now, that is nirvana. So
mm,
if you can pay attention to like even the way you talk, I think there's a lack of skill there. If
mm,
you can go back to this recording and listen to like, okay, there's progress. Of course, anybody who comes to this path understands this Dhamma.
yes.
Even intellectually, it kind of lifts off a heavy burden
Mm,
because you were like killing yourself for, oh my God, I have to do this with my life, do that with
mm,
my life, and all of a
mm,
sudden, it makes sense that this so-called world doesn't exist, and you're like, oh, I was just, killing myself over nothing. I can just slow down a little bit. So that heavy burden is kind of lifted off even just by learning it intellectually. But this is not like, in the school, you probably understand this very well. Even a child does a small thing better, you give a star. I got a
mm,
red star, whatever, a good star, whatever it is not.
mm,
But this journey is not like that. Okay, there's
mm,
progress. Okay, now I don't get, my sons are about to leave me, or sons already left, but I'm not upset about that. But in the big picture, suns are still real, right? To
mm,
you,
mm, mm.
right? I'm not,
Yes. Mm,
I am a person who's not scared to live alone. Now,
mm,
earlier it wasn't the case, but now this is the case. All
mm,
that you talked about your situation
mm,
in those few lines, if you can go back and
mm.
listen to it, in the
Self-care.
grand event of, grand scheme of things, you still believe the existence of these suns and the world and all that, right? The self
Mm,
still, that contemplation hasn't happened.
mm,
That contemplation has to happen.
mm,
Then the detail into which you go when you talk, they will slowly diminish. But now, since everything is real, of course, you will go into all the Vyanjana, Anuvanjana, these detailed things about the world that's already existing. Does that make sense?
Yes, very clear.
Yeah, I think Dr. Sakuntala Anand Mahansi is also here. Theruvan Saranayi Anand Mahansi.
Yes, Harshi, what's discussion is about? Now just I joined with you.
Anand
This
Mahansi, Theruvan
forum,
Saranayi.
yeah.
It was kind of a continuation of Sudharma's discussion she had with you in Andolanaatmaka Deshana.
Yeah.
So how the self is created. So she had some questions about her nature and her sense of self. So that's what we were talking about, Sudharma. Anand Mahansi.
Yeah. Sudharma, the problem is Sudharma's her problem. That one is a feel. You know, the feel alive. That's alive feel. It's a soul. What's the soul? Sudharma, are you there?
Yes, Aryan Mahansa.
So I ask him the question: what is this life? What is this soul?
It's ignorant belief, Aryan Mahansa.
No, it's not a belief. It's not a belief. What's the feel of alive?
That something is out there and the person who experiences
No, it's a feel. It's a feel. It's a feel. You would always think about it. It's a feel. A feel is a perception. It's a feel. You know, it's a sanya. It's a feel. It's alive. Feel is otherwise the perception. You know, everything is perceptions. We are talking about we are using this word is perception. What is this perception? Word is light also perception. Yeah. Sound also perception. Yeah. You know, this feel also perception. It's a sanya. It's alive feel. It's alive feel. Otherwise, alive feel is a perception. Itta sanya is existent feel also perception. Existent feel is a perception. Existent perception convert in the alive perception. What do you think about? Itta sanya becoming anitya sanya. What is this? Itta sanya is existent feel. It's a power. It's a power. You know, chair is an example. Is chair. What is chair? It's a picture. Yeah, I have a picture. What's ear? Ear creating a sound. It's a chair. It's a baby. When you're kindergarten time, it's coming. You know, it's a chair. I have picture. Chair is a picture. Ear have sound. Chair is a sound. But what is this chair? Otherwise, now today, what happened? You have existent feel. Chair, existent feel. What is this existent feel? It's a power. You know, I creation is I conscious. What is this consciousness word? Is a power. Vibration is rapid vibration. Creating. The power is generating. There's a solar power like that. Automatically. Nobody is doing. Natural phenomenon is happening. This. What is this? This I creating. I sensor creating. It systematically is coming. What is this? Existent. Feel. I create. I factory like that. Constructing automatically. No. Nobody's doing. It's a light. What is this light? It's no one is doing. Nobody's doing. You also not doing this. It's automatically happening. It's light. I creating. What is this I consciousness? Consciousness word we are using is this one. Existent. Light existent field. Otherwise the sound existent field. Ear consciousness. Consciousness word we are using the existent field. It's a field. That's why we want to say you. It's a feel. You know, perception word is how to feel, but feel these words are only the words. So feel we can use the perception word. That's why itta sanya. Sanya is what is that perception? No. Itta
Yes.
sanya is existent perception. No. So after this Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana is what is this? 5 aggregates, no?
Aggregates,
5
yes.
aggregates. Its a meaning is speedily. Is a quantum theory, no? Speed given you something highlighting, no? No, it's okay. No? That's a many times happen in this spark is finally light is there. That's a quantum packet, no? It's a waves. Science, new scientists are talking this, no? Quantum, no? The Buddha's time, Buddha was telling that is 5 aggregates, no? It's the same, no? What is this power? It's the existent field. Is anybody is there? Light existent field? No, nobody's there. The consciousness is power, no? Do you understand what I say? Harshi,
Yes,
do
sir.
you understood what I say?
Yeah, Renu.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what I want to say is alive feel how is coming. This existent field is otherwise the alive field. So becoming alive field is a two type. One. Yesterday also I explained this. No, yesterday I explained it. So ear consciousness is sound, no? It's a drum is inside the ear and vibrate. That's the sound. The sound existent feel is the power. You know, many times it's drum vibration is happening. That's sound, no? That's sound. It's a constructing. Nobody's doing. It's constructing automatically. It's constructing this. Like that is why it's a ayatana, salayatana. It's factory. It's a factory. I
only illusions. Teruvan Saranai, dear friends of Dhamma, welcome to our English Zoom sessions. First, we like to pay our homage to our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Thank you all for attending and listening to the Dhamma sessions. As you know by now, Buddothpada discourses focus mainly on the practical path to Nibbana. It does not matter who you are. If you have a mind, there is a way to let go of your mind too. That means you can attain Nibbana too. And there is a way to get rid of mind, get rid of suffering. Till we know the truth, we are really helpless. As long as we are ignorant about true Dhamma that the Lord Buddha has preached, we have a false view of the world, which means we are ignorant. So, we will try to get out of this ignorant, mundane world by listening to Buddothpada sermons. Buddothpada sermons will guide us to Nibbana through Vidarshana meditation. Vidarshana means the ability to see through the illusion of the mind and to be able to see truth in every thought. When you practice Vidarshana meditation day to day and it improves, you will realize that all what you see outside are only thoughts. And as you know by now, thoughts are only illusions. Then you would stop believing in the outside world and gain the wisdom that all what you experience and outside as outside is an illusion or a vijnana maya. So now our Buddothpada Dhamma friend will continue the sessions. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai Master. Please accept my humble worship. Today I'm going to discuss an important theory of our mind. That means the creation of our mind. How our mind has created the formation of mind. It is really important for everyone to understand the formation of mind. Anyone Saranai for everyone. Today I want to discuss one of the main issues we have when we go on this Dhamma path, summoned by Buddothpada and Mahansa. The main thing is to identification of soul doctrine is difficult for everyone, not only for me, for everyone. I guess it is not an easy task. Therefore, I would like to share my ideas throughout 2 years. I got many experience in that concept. So, first of all, we should know what is our soul. That understanding comes through Sattva Jnanaya.
Most of the time, our Buddothpada says it is not an easy task to identify our soul, because even though when we are hearing the summons for many years, if we can't understand its the correct meaning of it, I think we have some difficulties to identify our soul. So, first of all, we should know what is soul. In Sinhala, it says Atma Samyava. What is soul? Soul means when you have a feeling of something, you have a soul there. Even though I tell this, you won't be able to understand why. What is the soul? Now, when you see a book, for an example, when you see a book, the soul is there. When you hear something, the soul is there. When you taste something, your soul is there. Why Buddothpada answer? Explain it. Every single moment we are living with our soul. It belongs to our thoughts. That means the soul is always connected with our thoughts or feelings. Now, we know we have 5 organs, senses. Your eye, your ear, your nose, your tongue, your body, and the other part is your mind. Everything comes together, the mind creates, right? So, when you think, when you examine carefully, if one organ, carefully observe one organ in your body, I think you will be able to understand the concept of soul. It may take time. It doesn't matter. No hurry. We have to examine this soul, our soul, to identify our soul. It takes time. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Because we need time, because we always think about how we attain Nibbana. If you have an idea thoroughly in your mind, I think you won't be able to understand this concept either. So it is not a hard thing even. You must have a patience first. According to my experience, I say we have a patience. We must have a patience to understand this concept when we go on this path. For an example, when you see something in your eye, you get an image. For an example, when you look outside, you can see various things. A tree. When you look at a tree, you see a tree. But we say there is a tree outside. There's a tree outside, because we can see a tree. We don't say, we can't say there's nothing outside. But when you see a tree, inside there is a person. See the tree. That is you. I see the tree. You you are the one seeing the tree, not your eye. That is how we see, right? But when you examine this eye very carefully, what is your eye? It is an organ, it's a sense. It has a power, that eye has a power to generate or create an image when it opens a sunlight. You get an image or shadow. Into your eye. When light comes into your eye, you can see a shadow. So when you think of it, how can we see the shadow or image from outside? According to Buddha says, the shadow comes to your eye because of the current or spark generates in your eye. It has a power to create an image. No one can control it. You are not responsible for it. Because when our body organs has created like that, there's no control over that matter, right? So that the main idea in what I want to say is the current, the power or spark, whatever the word I use, you have to understand that power comes automatically. Our eye is working very hard. It has a very high speed. Cannot even imagine, cannot even say that power, the spark generates or can create an image. It shows, right? So that image, we say, I saw this thing. I saw a tree. But tree doesn't know that that is a tree. It is a tree. The eye doesn't know. Eye doesn't know it's a tree. Who says tree? We are the one. We are the one calling it is as a tree. Why? What's the reason? When you are born as a child, you don't know anything, but at least you don't know you have born it, right? You are one kind of a system, right? Like that. The tree doesn't know the tree is there. The eye doesn't know the tree is there. The eye doesn't know the tree. The tree is there, and the light doesn't know the tree is there. The power doesn't know the tree is there. No one is responsible for tree because of the word we heard before. It is a tree. We continuously saying it is a tree. But truth is not there. Only your eye has a power to generate an image. It comes automatically. No one can control it, right? So, this power always be combined with I am the one looking at, I can see, I am there. My eye, I can see the tree outside. That is the thing it has, that our ignorance. We don't know it is, because earlier I was thought there's a tree outside. We can see anything, but there's, it has two extremes. When you see a tree, there's a tree outside, and there's a person inside. You can see two extremes are there. So when you have two extremes, you won't be able to see the correct way of Dhamma, Anatma doctrine, Anatta Sanya. When you see how it has formed, the tree has formed, basically the formation of your mind, you can definitely understand how your soul has formed by yourself. Understand what I said? So every time you have to examine through your organs. There is no person in that. Only it has, your organ has a power, or it has a current to generate an image, a sound, a taste, a feel, and a thoughts. It happens automatically. When you add some words, when you see, this is the wrong way. That leads to create soul doctrine. I hope that you have an idea, at least small idea, how you can understand the formation of your mind. Every time when you hear something, when you taste something, when you see something, when you feel something, you have to find out how it has formed. That means the formation of your mind. There is no place for mind even, right? So therefore, go to your childhood and see how many words or collection of data needs to create your world. Just imagine, from our childhood up to now, so many things you have in your mind. Because of when you think, your mind is, you have a mind, you must struggle, or you have to always struggle with your thoughts, because you feel it is true. My mind says like that, my mind see like that, I feel it. That is the ignorance we have in our lives. So don't hesitate to understand this concept, and don't rush to understand this concept. One day, when you examine this theory very carefully by listening Dhamma Samad, you will be able to understand this is true. That means I has a power to generate an image. The ear has power to generate sound. The tongue has a power to generate taste. The nose has to power of create an fragrance. The body has power to feel whatever outside. That means warm, cold, softness, hardness, everything we feel it when we touch these things, right? Basically, you must have an idea. These are five senses. These are not belongs to us. It is our body system. No one is responsible for this body system because it has a natural process. In that natural process, you try to examine carefully where you are. If you feel, when you think your thoughts are right, you have thought, there is a place for thought, there is a mind, I have a mind, I always thinking. No, it is not like that. It comes automatically. Sound plus words is equal to create your mind. Not only that, other things even, right? Basically sound and your voice. That means words. When we add words for a sound, it makes an image or feeling or thought, and it creates a mind. Mind is a thought. Aramunu. In Sinhala it says aramuna. Situvilla. In English it says feel. Thoughts. But these are the words commonly used in English, right? Thoughts, especially thoughts. Thoughts are not true. We are living in an imaginary world. We imagine these are the things we experience. Your imagination is not true. It is wrong. That is why we always try to understand to live from the imagined world and living the real world. So, the Anatma doctrine is very important till you are attained Nibbana. I want to say it again. You won't be able to clear that point at once. It takes time. Don't worry. It takes time according to your capacity, according to your knowledge in that is Satyanyan. It will help you to understand this concept. I want to say you have to examine very carefully your five senses and basically keep in mind it has spark. It is a spark. It has sparks. Eye has a spark. Ear has a spark. Tongue has a spark. Body has a spark. Mind is another spark with all these things, right? Just imagine when you have a current spark. It doesn't know it is a spark even. It doesn't know this is a sound. It doesn't know this is an image. This is a color. It doesn't know this is a taste. The spark doesn't know anything. It comes automatically. It doesn't exist even. It comes and go, comes and go, comes and go. It comes and goes, comes and goes. It happens at a high speed. And we won't be able to understand the speed of it even. When it happens over and over and over again, these sparks, it has a main power to generate. These things are existing every time. That is another main thing in that concept. When it happens over and over again, we think it is there. Tree is there. Book is there. Cold is here. Softness is, I feel softness. Hardness, I feel. Why? Because of the speed. At a fraction of a second, your mind works, right? I don't know. I can just even imagine the speed of our mind, right? It is a system. It's like a machine, right? So try to understand this speed of the power every time give us an all idea that everything is there. Everything is alive, not alive. It is a creation in every single moment. It is not a permanent thing even. It is not a permanent thing because creating every second, is there a permanent thing? Can we say like that? No, we can't say. There's not a permanence in there. No non-permanence. So try to understand this concept carefully. It takes time. Don't worry. No hurry. No hurry. You have to examine. When you taste something, you know it is sweet, it is bitter, it has sour. But sour doesn't know it is sour. Your tongue doesn't know it is sour. The object we eat doesn't know it as sour. How? Who says sour? Your mind. Because you have previous experiences in your mind. You have a lot of collection of data. When something touch in your tongue, you know this is sour, this is sweet, this is and not sweet, and taste, not taste even. Your mind says because of the data you have in your mind. The data is not complete to give a true idea of your mind. The word you have put for that spark, giving you an false idea. That is the hidden thing inside this concept. I think you get at least a small, at least a small idea what is anatma sanya, anatma doctrine. Try to understand this. Try to understand this noble truth. Our RN Master always try to explain you for everyone, not only you, for me, for everyone in Zoom discussion, the identification of your soul. Every time we think, when you think, the soul is there. There's a person inside. There's a living being inside, but there is no one is inside. Your feelings it's a fantasy. It's not a real world. Real world is, it comes it comes to your feeling, not your thought, not from your thought. It's a hidden thing. It's difficult to explain, but you feel it. There's no person inside. There is no taste inside. It's only a spark. It's only a sense we have. We get from our senses. It's only there are only senses we have in our body, not our body. It's a system. So try to understand this. It will remove your false idea. The person inside you as called a soul will remove little by little. When you take a pot filled with water, think that the water is your thoughts. When you take one drop from that pot to outside, one day the pot will be empty. The data, all the data you have put in your mind will be deleted. There's no, in that process even, no one is doing it. It happens automatically. When you go Patishotta, it happens automatically. No one is doing it. There's no person. It does not belong to a person. It happens automatically. Actually, I'm telling the truth. According to my experiences, it takes time. It doesn't matter for me. When you are in a hurry, you won't be able to feel it. You won't be able to understand it. Take your own time and try to understand this concept, the soul concept. How does it form? How your mind has formed. When you, I think it will help you to remove your idea of a person that you have inside in every thoughts. Understand what I said? So when you think of your eye, that is the main organ we have. No? So when you think of your eye, it gives us a shadow, but behind that it has a current. It has a current. That means it is a spark. In general, we can say it is a spark. Now, when you imagine, if you can imagine how that spark shows us an image is there. But we can see from the outside, in other words, right? So, now we are unaware of it. So we always think everything we see coming from the outside, not in your eye, not inside your eye. Why? Because we haven't heard a correct path to identify how that image has formed. It is really important to know how we can see that image or shadow from outside, and we consider it is always coming from the outside. But out there is an object we see from our eye. That object also doesn't know Now example, take an example. It is a book. It doesn't say, now you are going to see me. I am a book, right? Your lens in your eye doesn't say, doesn't indicate, I am the one doing this part. Because of me, you can see the book. It doesn't say, right? And the power that generates inside the eye doesn't say, no, you two are wrong. I am the one generating this image. You have only one duty. I am the one making it as an image. Who says like that? No one. Any of your part in your eye doesn't say anything. Doesn't say anything. It is a mechanical system. It's a mechanical system. So, in that mechanical system, no one knows what is their part. No one knows their part. It's happening eventually. That means it's occurring all the time. But we are unaware of it. We don't know it is happening all the time. But we are living with the thoughts. These are true. These are the things we can see outside. Is there always with us. When it's very hard to live from these things because we were attached so much in different ways. It's the sad part. I mean, when you are attached so much to somebody else or to someone, maybe your family, maybe your friends, maybe some objects in your house, valuable things. If you have a car, you love it, right? You love to drive your car. You love to have your car. And when you take a person, for an example, we love our mother, father. If you have children, you love your children. You can't leave them, right? Because you are always thinking these people are always with us, right? These people are always with us. This is the real world we live in. It is not like that. That is what it is, an imaginary world. Imaginary world make us fool. Our foolishness. That foolishness can be eradicated little by little, step by step, by understanding the way of creating an image inside your eye. But I want to say something. Have you ever heard the eye say, I am the eye? No, right? We are the one put that name, that organ. This is my eye. This is my tongue. This is my nose. Right? In Sinhala, asa kananase, sharire, like that. In other language, they say in their language. In Tamil, it belongs to their language, right? It is a simple thing, because you can understand the words we put on these organs or else or everything is not true. According to the countries, according to the languages they speak, differ. Because of that, they explain these organs are in different ways, right? That is also you have to understand. It's a simple thing, no? It's not a hard thing to understand this concept, right? When you examine this theory, in your mind. You have to think it in your mind, right? Little by little, you will get to know the truth, the noble truth of Lord Buddha said, right? Now take another, when you think of our ear, it's a main organ. We cannot hear anything without this sensor. It's a main sensor in our body, right? Now, ear doesn't know it's a ear. Ear doesn't know it makes sounds. The part of the ear inside that means eardrum doesn't know that is eardrum. Even it doesn't know the wave comes and touches the drum and makes a sound. Who says sound? The other one says sound. When the wave touches the eardrum, it makes a sound. It makes a sound, right? But sound doesn't know it is a sound. But we are the ones saying, it is a sound. Now when you hear a sound, it's a sound. When you are talking with someone else, so you can hear the voice of that person, right? Now when you go on the road, you can hear different sounds, right? But we can identify in different sounds. This is a voice of a car, voice of a bus, voice of a motorbike, like that. Why? What's the main reason behind it? Because you have so many data in your mind. That is irreversible, right? When you hear a sound of a vehicle, at once you will recognize it's a car. In that part, you cannot separate the voice and the color. It comes both at once. No separation. Cannot separate even. Never ever. You cannot separate the voice, that means sound, and the color. It's really hard. But the mechanism is there. That's why RNS always says sound plus color is equal to your soul or thought. Sound plus color means it comes as a combination. The effect of this combination make a thought. No one can separate it. It's always together. And it comes at a high speed even. That's why we are continuously hearing. We can hear everything continuous. The speed you can't imagine. And imagine. When you see something, that thought only it happens in your mind. Right? When you hear something, only that part, that process happens. Just imagine with these five senses, the speed of the mind is unbelievable, right? 1 second, one thought, not a 1 second even. It is hard to explain, right? Only one thought. How many thoughts you have for a mind? Cannot count. Uncountable thoughts we have. this is a problem also. It makes us fool, right? Because we always think it is there. When something is there, you are also there. That is the saddest thing. Because I am the one talking, I am the one hearing, I am the one testing, like that. We always have. Cannot separate you from that feeling. If you understand the theory well, how the mind is formed, then only you will be able to get rid of from your mind. Understand what I say. I hope you can understand this. If you feel it's a simple thing, yes, when you hear this thing, oh, it's a simple matter. We can understand. But when you are being practical,
Everyone Sarnai. Everyone Sarnai, everyone. Today I'm going to be reading a book in the next hour called Freedom from Mind, published by the Buddothpada publication. This book presents the English translation of the experts of Buddothpada Zoom discussions. Preface: truth is always right here, right now. The only thing we need is to remove our primal ignorance. Get rid of misconceptions, preconceived ideas, and wrong notions without creating new notions. Buddothpado is committed to opening up the true essence of Buddha's teaching to all. What is shared in Buddothpado is our direct experiential knowledge. It is in the light of Buddha's teachings in Tripitaka. This is your story. This is about your salvation. Come, listen, investigate, and contemplate. If it resonates within you, then only accept the teachings and follow them for your own freedom. This book presents the English translation of the excerpts from the Buddothpado Zoom discussions conducted in the morning and night sessions on Saturdays and Sundays. Even though the discussion topics are vast, for this compilation, only the discussions related to the topic freedom from mind have been selected for this book. The path to freedom from thoughts, the path to freedom from suffering, the path to freedom from ignorance. This is the Buddha's path to ultimate freedom and bliss. Morning Zoom discussion on Saturday, 19th September 2023. Participant: We have heard the Angulimala incident only as a story. However, I feel that in that story, as you point out, there is a deeper meaning. When his mother called his name Ahinsaka, I feel that his deluded state of mind disappeared, and he was able to experience the true knowledge of the righteousness
at the moment. When, sir, I'm calling you to get a clarification about this statement. Thank you. ආරයන් වහන්සේ, Amme, mother, all that you said are volitional formations, sankhara. We use words through mental formations. When you think carefully, you can find the Dhamma everywhere. We use what we receive from the three baskets of the Dhamma, Tripitaka. The person who's able to see the truth, we realize that these thoughts are all delusions created in the mind through the utilization of senses. What we should happen is the inner transformation through realization of the truth. This change can be explained only through your own experience. By offering Buddothpado lectures, what we expect to do is to help people understand the Dhamma and achieve Nibbana. This situation cannot be realized only with Dhamma knowledge that people get from books or by imitating and copying discourses offered by someone else. This is a unique situation that must be experienced and realized by each person. මට මම නැතිවෙන හැටි. How I lost me in myself. Discourses were presented by a group of people as if they were created by themselves. Actually, they have been twisted. The deep meaning given in the discourses is the society that cruel to do such foolish things. The reason for this action is their Dhamma arrogance. According to Dhamma, it is not possible to find separate self in any actions. This is important to know. This is selflessness. All these efforts are treasures. However, there are places that need corrections and modification. Just like Buddothpada, let's follow instructions correctly. Let's connect with pure Buddhist doctrine. Let's recognize wrong view. Let's talk openly. And let's appreciate only righteousness. The four foundations of the mindfulness are all about a world that does not exist anywhere. Are you following Satipatthana with the idea that you are in a sensual world? Do you take this world for real, or do you follow Satipatthana after realizing the truth of nothingness? Buddothpado discourses are offered to reveal the true nature of the world. They focus on how the concept of I or self are formed and how it can be discovered. Participant. Through your Dhamma presentations, the true Dhamma is given to the world. Discourses are given under Lowama Dedarai world is shaken, and now I lost myself in me. Mata mama නැති වෙන හැටි are very valuable. ආරයන් වහන්සේ. Today, there are so many practices such as meditation therapy and concentration meditation. These are not real Buddhism. These are Hindu practices. Try to understand the doctrine that you have never heard before in your lifetime. That is the emptiness. To know there is nothing existing in this world. Do meritorious deeds with the understanding that there is really nothing exists. Then there is no attachment or detachment. There's nothing. Understand that all these are only mental creations, created by the power generated by the varied level of vibrations in the phenomena. Therefore, whatever thought you get is limited to only an illusion that comes and goes. When you see this truth with an inner change, you can experience that sensual desires and anger are dissolving in your mind. This is the liberation from the mind. Try to reach this state of mind by turning inwardly. Angulimala tells the Buddha, the problem with the woman who was suffering from labor pains, Buddha answers, make a wish, thinking that you have never killed anybody. And with that wish, her pain will go away. Angulimala was wondering, I have taken lives of many people or got into the common way of seeing things. Lord Buddha explains and asks him to contemplate in this manner. Your thought is coming from the past. Past is gone. The thought that occurs in the present is only a thought. This will be gone too instantly. The present is only a thought. It is only limited to a thought. In that case, in that present moment, a killer cannot exist. If there is an existing past, present, and a future, a self or a person exists. In passing thoughts, there is no self or a person to be found. In this situation, there is no person. Then there is no killer. The entire Buddhist doctrine can be found in this section. If nothing is there, Angulimala is also not there. Nisatto Nijivo Sunyo. Please do not add this to your system as knowledge. You must feel an inner transformation in your mind. That is the understanding that you can't find anything even in this moment. Angulimala understood. He said, I understood, my lord. Sadhu, sadhu. At this moment, Angulimala became an arhat. Don't you think this Dhamma is worthwhile listening to by the prisoners in correctional facilities? There's no such doctrine anywhere else. The same way Buddha helped Angulimala. These people need help. Please try to understand this Dhamma. Please listen to the advice given by the true friend, Kalyana Mitra. You can attain the bliss of Nibbana. This is your last life. Through these Buddothpado discourses, you can find Nibbana. Night Zoom discussion on Saturday, September 19, 2023. Participant. Peruan Saranayaryan Mahansa, I humbly request you to explain some point from the cause and effect doctrine. Aryan Mahansa. Buddha doctrine is actually based on the principle of the cause and effect doctrine. This may look very simple to some people, but when I say sounds, colors, shapes, taste, smell, touch are the cause, and effect is the creation of the self or soul, it is quite remarkable and unique. In Buddothpado presentations, the explanation regarding this subject is also unique. The practical side of this cannot put into words or written right in a book. This part in the Dhamma is very important to the growing children. Without mastering the concepts or science and other learning materials, they cannot understand this unique Dhamma principle. Only with practical experience one can understand and realize this principle. When true personal practical experiences are expressed to the world, it is quite wrong and inhuman to insult them. Having a self, it is impossible to preach the path. Buddothpado discourses show the path correctly. No one can poke fingers to make holes in them because he presents the Dhamma only after understanding and realizing it. People who listen to these presentations experience a change inwardly in them. Aryan Mahansa explains how concentration develops when practicing insight meditation. If someone tries to tie up concentration to meditation, to insight meditation, insight disappears. In this Dhamma path, one should be able to see and observe how the concept of a separate self dissolves. If mind is there, there is also a way to stop it. Katikara was a layperson, but he was an anagami or non-returner. Just because he was a layperson, no one can disregard him. He had attained a very high spiritual level. The status of a bhikkhu cannot be judged by what he is wearing. A robe does not make someone a real bhikkhu. This is a misconception. You have to match Dhamma with discipline. This is the understanding of non-existence of the current thought. One must be able to observe the origin, cessation, consequences, and liberation in the thought. If one is able to observe how objects are formed and how they disappear, that is important. This is also putting to an end to the Bhavanirodha. Wrong view is everywhere. Aryan Mahanse spent his time in these meditation centers for about 20 years. He reveals his experiences in this base of arupa, including the base of neither perception or non-perception, nivaranasan, to the real world. Reaching these states can be very harmful and dangerous because once you are there, it is hard to get out of it. These are not the path to Nibbana. These are Niganta Bhavana, the bliss of awakening to the moment, means seeing the truth here and now, in this moment. Please refer to the Buddothpado YouTube channel. All discourses are systematically present in there. These discourses reveal the true Dhamma through practical experiences. You will definitely attain Nibbana. Please experience it. Theruvan Saranai. Morning Zoom discussion on Sunday, 20th September 2023. Participant. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. After listening to last Sunday English Zoom discussion, I realized that if someone doesn't know how to differentiate between the thoughts that occur under normal circumstances within the mundane level and then the notion of self comes into the mind, when following the path can become complicated. Only when vibrations and shaken mind are fully understood, the calmness and the unshaken state of the mind can be realized. If there is something outside, within yourself, the soul exists. When following the path, the basic level of the mind that exhibit mindfulness and the knowledge related to the liberation from the taint also depends on the degree of vibrations. I also see a duality here. The path you explain must be practiced with wisdom. In Sinhala language, you call sihiya for all mental thought, sankhara. When dealing with the notion of self, it cannot be called sihiya, mindfulness. It is a sensation or a feeling that you deal with. Example, when I was walking about my deceased mother with my friends, I didn't feel any emotion at the beginning. However, I felt that in the middle of that talk, the notion self took over for a moment. It's not sihiya. In my opinion, it is the knowledge I experience to what extent I have the feeling of self, me, or mine. It is a sensation, not just a thought that comes to your mind. To find solace, we should be able to escape name and form both, rupa, arupa, elova, and melova. I need your help to achieve this level. Thank you. Aryan Mahanse. It's like an entangled ball of yarn. Must clear it one by one. It's also very nice. In this situation, we have to focus on the and currents and energy that makes us feel like we are existing. Let's take it from there. Right now, don't focus on the concept of self. You should be able to see the true nature of the subject or thought that appears in the present moment. Actually, there's no truth that can be found in rapidly disappearing thoughts. If the object becomes real in your mind, then there is a self, soul, ajata bahita. So when a chair is real to you, you have nama and rupa, name and form. So the concept of I, me, mine is born. You can see this through mindfulness. Mindfulness catches this state of the mind. This image of the chair was created by the vibrations, sparks, and sensory stimulations created by those sparks in the senses. There is no problem at this level. The question is, how did these sparks turn into chairs, walls, etc.? How did you get the notion? I, me, or mine, my chair. All these, including Nibbana, are caught in the mind with mindfulness. Mindfulness is related to every normal thought that occurs in the mind. However, the special awareness is connected with supreme wisdom. to understand the illusions created by the mind consciousness. Super wisdom is needed, but this is also part of the super mindfulness. When a person is able to fully understand the illusions in the mind, he reaches the Adhigata Samadhi, a special state of spiritual concentration gained through insight when you are an awakened person. Now I explain to you what mindfulness is all about. See here. The state of getting aroused by sensual desires is a feeling. The knowledge of the dissolvement of these desires can be observed through our super wisdom, abhinya jnana. With this experience, a person can stop the effects of the sixfold base: the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. However, even after this achievement, a person is still dealing with the name, nama, that is the insight of the mind that deals with feeling, perceptions, and volitions, formations, feeling, sana, sankara. Here, the notion of self, me, mine, still exists. A person can just think, I am relieved from the concept of me and mine. But the thought is different from the actual realization. Through concentration meditation, this awareness cannot be achieved because in this situation, still soul exists. By observing continuously whether self exists in your daily activities, you can get rid of the notion. Self. Example, when walking, is it me or is it just an action? With mental thought, is it just a mental command or do I feel self? You have to practice until you see the truth. With the true knowledge, outside world and inside world collapse. Ajadda Bahidda. In the third step of the practice, a person can clearly see whether self exists or not. The sounds, the color, shapes, tastes, smell, and other sensual occurrences are only incidents. And there is no self, me, or mine involved in these. The person with super wisdom will realize this situation with the message offered by the true friend. You will be able to investigate whether you still have the idea of I, me, mine, or myself. At times in the tricky consciousness, something similar to the emptiness can be experienced. This is not Nibbana. Only an Arya person can clarify this situation. Let's talk about the state without the effects of sensual sparks. This is the subtle state of mind. In the Kamaka Sutra, Kemaka Bhikkhu said, the taint was still existing in a subtle manner. He gave an example. Even the cloth is thoroughly washed, still it has the soap smell. This means when a person is relieved from the taints related to the bases, still the notion of self can be present. That is why is is observed. In this situation, one practices the method of letting go of everything. First, a person must get rid of the personality wave, Sakkaya Ditthi, then dissolve the vibration and effects of vibration in the senses. This is the state of anagami or non returner. This is the answer to your question. Night Zoom discussion on Sunday, 20th August 2023. Participant Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahansa. Aryan Wahansa, you have given the Dhamma instructions to be mindful in everything I do and think. After doing this, I am calling you to get some Dhamma advice. Aryan Wahansa, tell me how you did this. Participant, when I'm walking, getting up from the bed, watering flowers, it comes to my mind these are only sounds and colors. Without paying attention, I see how water touches the flowers. I am not thinking. I see all these mindfully. When my husband fainted, I did all my duties, but I didn't get any mental pain. I thought this is also just limited to sounds and colors. They were only actions. I didn't burn from the inside. At times, when I-ness, self, is presented, I recognize it and think, oh, this is all because of the senses. I feel that you haven't improved. Participant, I have improved. I followed your advice. Answer, what was the advice? Participant, having peace and staying in spiritual seclusion. You asked me not to be indulged in the thought that run in my mind. You also asked me to do actions with mindfulness. You also asked me not to think of nirvana. I did all that and I feel peaceful. How do you practice mindfulness? Aryan Vanse asked. Participant. When I was walking and when I was doing various actions, I thought these are only senses. I had thoughts in my consciousness. I thought these are only thoughts. When I heard something, I thought this is only a sound. Aryan Vanse, you have done exactly the same thing you have done before. I wanted you to stop thinking of nirvana, but you were always thinking of nirvana. Mindfulness is not something that you think about. It is an awareness of everything. You feel all good and bad. This is not something to think about. You feel it. It's an awareness. Aryan Mahanse tried to show you this. Why you couldn't do this? When you think in this manner, the self, soul cannot disappear because there is a person who thinks. Amma, you are making nirvana, supreme awareness, an object. And to reach it, you are going through anxiety. You are clinging to the idea of nirvana and you can't escape from it. So you are experiencing anxiety. In reality, nirvana means letting go of everything. What you are doing is clinging in onto nirvana. It doesn't work like that. Why is Aryan Mahanse so relaxed? Do you remember when Aryan Mahanse was traveling with those noisy people and their loud music? How relaxed he was. It didn't bother him. That's how it should be. Nothing should bother. That means no effect, just like the way Buddha was exploring under forest. Live a calm life. Do you know about celestial world? I know you don't believe in this, but I am just asking. What do people over there do? Participant says nothing. Aranmansi. If you happen to go there, you will somehow try to find something to do because you can't relax and stay calm. Participant says, that's true. You will go crazy if you go there because there's nothing to do there. What is this nonsense? Nonsense. Participant, I want to be free from this misery. I have suffered a lot. Aryan Mahanse, you started again. No matter how much I tell you, you go back to the same thing. Are you suffering now, in this moment? No, she said. Then why do you have to bring the past into this moment? Why do you contemplate on dead thoughts that happened in the past? Stop thinking in this way. Your mind, which runs like a steam engine, must be stopped. Cool them, cool down. Have you ever heard the saying, when Rome was on fire, Nero was playing the violin? Live like that, just like keeping an ice block on fire. Cool and contented. People run and run for many things, but people who know this doctrine, they also physically run. But from the inside, they have stopped the running this race. Staying calm and quiet, this is pure bliss. It's amazing. You have come a long way. You have improved. However, you have to improve more. You had a container full of stuff. Now it has been sliced down to a mini container level. You have to clear everything. A thought is just a thought. There shouldn't be a problem in any thought. My ego and the notion of self died when I say this. This is also a thought. The thought that self is still living, you have to kill that thought. The notion that self is still living, you have to kill that thought. The notion self is dead, the lady says, yes, that is dead. No, says Aryan Vahans, it is not that the notion of self is dead. It is that there is no self to die. I repeat this, there is no self to die. How wonderful this feeling is. You must come to this level. The problem is that you have a lot of applied and sustained thoughts. Aryan Mahansi knows that you understand the fact that there is no self or soul. But I have to repeat this to make you fully understand. Let go of everything and call me in 10 days. You are ready to go in that path. Morning Zoom discussion on Saturday, 26th August 2023. Aryan Hansa. Answering a question regarding the state of no mind, Bhavanga Chitta, and how it becomes functional. Did you understand what I said? Five bases such as eye, nose, ear, tongue, and body are also related to thought. This is not a big thing. the entire Dhamma is not a big balloon. One has to understand it with super wisdom of mindfulness. You must see the truth behind each thought. That is the awareness of the truth of the moment. The wisdom of jnana that knows how illusory things are created by combining sounds and colors. Pubbenima Sanussati jnana, the wisdom of passing away and reappearance of thoughts at the present moment. Chutopattanyana, and the wisdom of knowing the destruction of the 10, Asavakkanyana, is the path to Nibbana. Whether it is Abhidhamma or Dhamma, the important fact is that one should be able to see the truth in a thought that occurs in the current moment. I will give you an example. The spider is sleeping until he sees a movement in the spider web. Then he runs to catch the object. Just like that, the mind is shaken through vibrations. The mind gets shaken by forms, feelings, perceptions, and volitional volitional formations. And the objects that are constructed in the mind, just like the spider, as long as the mind is in the state of sleeping, nothing affects it. Nothing registers to it. However, if it gets shaken, just like the spider web, then the I-ness or sense of individuality, bhavaya, comes into existence. Due to various vibrations, five senses reacts. In Abhidhamma, state of no mind, Bhavanga Chitta means the unshaken quality of the mind. When it is interrupted by the various stimuli, it is called the interruptions of the state of no mind. It is a shaken mind, Bhavanga Chitta Chalana. What is important here is whether you accept the object and make it real or not. That is to observe the origin and cessation of the skandhas or five aggregates. Part 2. Aryan Mahansa explains in profound manner how mind, consciousness, or the mind is formed. Without knowing the origin, cessations of the mind, consciousness cannot be experienced. Suffering and the cause of the suffering refers to the knowledge of how the mind consciousness is formed. If you know this fact, you could experience how it disappears. Then the clinging to the material world stops. This is the true knowledge. Objects such as tables, chairs, and trees do not exist in the mind after this experience. That is, they have no reality. Mahanidana Sutra, Salayatana Sutra explains all of this very well. This also can be explained as the super right view. With this realization, you will know for sure that there is no truth in thoughts. As a result, the inner transformation happens, and subsequently, that helps you to get out of the notion of self from your mind. In Sabbhavassa Sutta, discourse about taints, you can find ways to get rid of the wrong notion of self, darshana pahatabba, all at once. No one can drop the notion of individual self. There should be a gradual process. The delicious food items, beautiful houses, luxury vehicles, beautiful robes, and clothes. These material objects cannot take over your mind. Everything that you use must be used only with the idea of simplicity. You do not stimulate and indulge in pleasure related to worldly objects. Why? Because there is nothing that exists. Everything is created momentarily and constructed due to causes, and when the causes vanish, these things vanish too. This part explains the importance of getting rid of sensual pleasures and also the spiritual process. This is because if this is a slightest clinging, even clinging to the process makes it harder or impossible to reach Nibbana. This advice is given to remove the notion of the individual self from the mind consciousness. When objects disappear, there is no existing individual self. The only thing that happens is the sensual occurrences. Only actions of the senses happen without the idea of me, my, or mine. You have to analyze in this manner how simple life can be in these situations. When worldly objects, material things, and the concept of individual self are gone, you can see the reality of the material world. In order to practice the four foundations of mindfulness, you have to know there is no existing world. Participant, even if I know what awareness is, at times I can get away from certain objects. This is a puzzle to me. Aryan answer. Soil is not gold. Yes, you value gold. Just in case, if soil turns into gold, don't you see how soil becomes so valuable? Even gold is made out of colors, sound, etc. You have a mother who helped you, who fed you, who loved you. These are all constructed because of the circulation and stimulation of the five aggregates generated by the sparks and senses. Participant, by just listening to your Dhamma discourses, I am getting Dhamma knowledge. Also, very seldom, clinging on to the things happens. Aryan answer. Try to find out in thoughts whether self exists. You have to contemplate within the Dhamma procedure and process to catch the notion, individual self. Seeing with the eyes, not I see. Hearing with the ears, not I hear. Eating with the mouth, not I eat. Self is not there. Only some senses are at work. You must practice this over and over and again to get effective results. This is true knowledge. You have to have balance in your thinking. Thinking and also not thinking should be practiced. The result of this practice is having a relaxed mind without experiencing anxiety. When you were explaining your situation, you did not mention something that is very important, Aryan Vahanse mentioned. I will explain this now. The object that comes into your mind do not come from the outside. These are constructed or created in the mind consciousness, moment to moment, right then and there, here and now. We think things exist out there, but the reality is that everything is created in the mind using senses. So, if you can understand that you cannot find anything from the outside, you will also realize that there is no individual self. There's nothing that you can truly experience in the world. The concept self also cannot exist. Everything appears right here, now, and disappear right here, now. Even the elements, Mahabhuta, are created by this principle. Everything, including forms, sounds, colors, taste, touch, smell, and five aggregates, are affected and created by the phenomenal truth. Night Zoom discussion on Saturday, 26th August 2023. Participant asked, when I was trying to find the truth in the current thought, just like the explanation presented in the Upaklesha Sutta, discourse of blemishes, I felt that the boat capsized. At times, I felt Dhamma arrogance and also the fact presented in the Kemakka Sutta. This is about the inconsistency of thoughts. The situation discourages me from following the way even if I know the truth. I would like to know whether this is sloth and top Thinamid or something else that obstruct the way. Aryan Mahansa, what is this way that you talk about? Participant says, I feel discouraged. Aryan Mahansa, why are you making an effort? There is something that is not right in what you say. What is your path? Participant, we have believed in colors and sounds, and we thought that there is this self, skandhas. Five aggregates are also an illusion. However, automatically my mind gets caught up in the object. Aryan Mahansa says, you have misunderstood what is the path is about. Everybody does not get this arrogance. This happens because of the personality view. Because you have the notion of self without removing the personality view, Nibbana cannot be reached. Some people preach, but they have personality view and that is not effective. The inner spiritual change cannot be experienced by just thinking of it. When thoughts run in the mind, you do not feel the concept, self. However, if you make something yours with the notion of self, then ego comes into existence. You did not mention the best part, which is that the images you see do not come from the outside. Nothing comes from the outside. With the influences of the elements, various images appears and disappear. Moment to moment, we are only associating ourselves with thoughts. Due to vibrations, sounds, colors, taste, smell, and touch that are created. These are sparks. Everything is created then and there with the influence of the vibrations. This is a natural process. No one does it. Someone should have great wisdom to understand this truth. To get rid of the personality weave of the sense of individuality. With just having knowledge, no one can be an Arya. It happens only through supreme wisdom. Everything's created by the illusion in the mind consciousness. Yes, you go on doing your daily chores, but you do not grab anything. Things just come and go because you cannot get anything from passing thought. We have given names such as pot, vase, vessel, various shapes. However, these are made just with clay. Names are given by us. There is no truth in this illusion. You must be able to see how mind consciousness is formed, must know the patterns of the passing way and reappearance of the mind consciousness according to the past occurrences. Peresit පිළිවෙල දන්න නුවණ. There is nothing in the sound of color, etc. The world is an illusion. The knowledge of the four foundation of mindfulness can help you understand this process. We observe the process to remove the personality weave or the sense of individuality. I gave you advice to remove the personality weave. And the participant says, "Thank you. Your explanation is helping me with the practical knowledge." I worship Aryan Mahanse for his guidance, our Kalyana Mitra. And I'm going to end the reading for today. Thank you. Thirwan Saranai.
Is the pure truth using both awareness and wisdom. When you become a sovan, you begin to see that the outside is not true, and that realization comes with the development in awareness and wisdom. Darshana avabodha, not by concentration meditation or samatha meditation. After you have attained the wisdom of a Sotapanna, at the time of your death, you will die with the realization that this world is a lie and that this is an illusion. It won't be possible for you to attain nirvana if you believe that this mundane world is true. You have to apply an effort and awaken your wisdom so that you could attain all 4 stages of awakening in the supramundane plane, Lokottara Bhumi. Once you attain the wisdom of a Sotapanna, you realize that all the heavens and hell are all lies. You would also realize that all these realms of the animals, hungry ghosts, hells, human, and realms of gods are formed only in just one thought. Any of these realms are created like a film within one thought. You will also realize that you cannot keep one foot on the mundane plane, Sammuti or Laukika Bhumi, and one foot on the supramundane plane, Lokottara Bhumi. If you want to concentrate on your path to nirvana, you have to attain the wisdom of the supramundane plane, Lokottara Bhumi. In order to develop the wisdom to follow the path, you need to listen to sermons. You also need to teach the Dhamma to others who are interested to know the pure truth. You will need to teach them that all what we see and experience is only an illusion, and all what we experience is only a thought. You also need to teach them that they need to see the thought and teach them how to enter the supramundane plane. Actually, these days, accurate sermons about the pure truth is being taught. This means that the true Dhamma has risen today. Our realization of the true nature of the Dhamma is enough proof to say that the true Dhamma has risen in this country. After the realization of the pure truth, we teach you with the wisdom of the supramundane plane. We have already realized that this mundane world is a lie. Therefore, everybody.
May Triple bless you. We worship our Mansi. And we'll start the discussion. I think we were talking about the kind of what happens when we go in this path. So first stage would be the stage where we would not feel the outside as real. Even this stage is so good, it will actually make you so much lighter, so much I can't really call happy, because happy word has this several meanings, because there's someone to be happy, but you can't really call it. It's again the minus the burden, like that feeling. So mundane levels, supramundane levels, actually, we can't talk about these things without Dhamma. So knowing the truth about this consciousness, about how we feel alive, is the actual key to this super awareness and the wisdom, and then to cessation of suffering. So we'll start the discussion today. Do you have any questions we can discuss? We can discuss as well, far as we can. So, there are some.
Dr. Kokila?
Yeah.
My question is, we spoke about compassion and love yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to ask now, when we know this, do we actually, when we practice this, do we get compassion to ourselves also? Is it able that we be compassionate to ourselves and also others? Or is it we forget to give compassion to ourselves and only give compassion to others? How does this work, Doctor?
Yeah, that question itself is a bit coming from a place where we identify that there is someone called me. So when we identify there is someone called me, and then the question comes, are we looking after ourselves when we do this? Or are we just looking after others? Or are we loving only others? Or are we not loving ourselves? Actually, that question is arising with the self-view. So we just have to identify that and just understand how this works. So from the beginning, we have been talking that it is only the stimulus which is there. It's actually this notion of being with someone here, the duality. Duality that there is someone out there and you are here is illusion. What actually is there is the stimulus. Stimulus can be the chair, the person, neighbor, whatever. So we keep understanding that if it is felt as a thing, you feel burning, otherwise your burning is not there. But you still see the person, that's fine. You still hear his voice. You still, if you touch him or say hello or say, you shake his hands, you will still feel the touch of that person. But still, that's the thing. They will be there, but the burning will not be there. That is what it is. So, but when we try to talk about this love and compassion, the word itself gives us something, like someone offering something. That's what we get. The word almsgiving. That is also the same thing. You feel as you are giving to someone else. But Joel, I'm going to tell you something. If you are doing something, you are actually giving to your own perception. So if you are loving someone, you're loving you, actually a perception in yourself anyway. Did you get that? Did you actually get that? Imagine you love a flower. You see that and you felt a wow kind of thing, and you wanted that. Then actually what you are seeking is a perception in your mind. So it's again you. If you want to even imagine you want to harm someone, you're actually trying to harm a perception here. That's a beautiful thing to keep understand. You can do this research and see. So if you are really if you really say, I really like that person, it's a perception in your system that has arisen due to the natural phenomena, and because of the illusory nature, we feel like we are actually loving that person. But what happens is we are actually craving the one emotion, not the emotion, on perception. So now your question becomes invalid. Did you get that, Joel?
Yes, doctor. It comes from my perception. Yes,
Yeah.
I understood. And one other thing I want to share is like, after starting like listening to this, whenever I is the component. Sorry. Whenever this dual person is walking or doing something, and sometimes I realize it's all by these 6 senses that I'm working.
Yeah.
There's kind of a light, or not light. There's kind of a, something light is happening.
Yeah, like
It's
actually you feel that the truth we are talking, that
yeah.
actually there's no one here. It's just a phenomena, just a system working. Yeah.
And in my head also, like my frontal, my head in the sense my skull, inside that, when I think like that, like my blood is just flowing and all the stress hormones are reducing, kind of thing.
Yeah.
When I realize that these kind of things are happening these days, and I do see differences when people say, Joel, you have changed a lot. Something has changed you, but I don't tell the secret. But I just enjoy this, man. Thank you so much for patiently guiding me. Thank you.
Yeah. Actually, one day, if you actually tell me, it will take time. If you tell me, like, I actually went, if you start telling me that I actually went to a place that I despised, or I actually met everyone that I didn't like, or I went to a party where I met everyone who used to criticize me, and they even started to talk to me all about that. But I even answered without any judgment or without any grudge. And that would be the real day, Joel, and I think that's not far away. And just keep researching. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. And you will just feel this lightness. And even when you are, challenged with the past occurrences, then the challenge is actually evident, and burning may or may not come. It doesn't matter. Don't worry even if it comes. That's how thick that is. Because some of the things are really thick, and it takes time. But I think already trying to tell you that you should have a self-confidence in whatever you keep understanding, keep researching, and like the word self-confidence carries a lot. But what I'm trying to say is that one day you will put this to a test also, without even knowing that you have tested it. As I said, when you say I didn't want to go out from the house, one day you will be like out in there, and you realize that you have actually come out of the house when the margins are blurred, as I said. So you would be like a free bird, and that's it. That's it. That's just it. Yeah, that's beautiful. Any other questions? Sugarma or Suvanika also can join in.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. First of
Son,
all,
are you
let's
still
all...
in Dombapado or you are at
No,
home?
doctor, I just returned. They left
Okay.
by
Yeah.
12 o'clock and I also left and I reached home.
Yeah.
And first of all, let's all worship Aryan Hanse's feet once again, our spiritual teacher. And Dr. Kokila, when Joel was asking that question, some Aryan Hanse's words echoed in my mind, like he was telling when we daily practice these rites and rituals, that is like make offerings to Lord Buddha. You all worship your own mind, he says. That's what you were telling, that perception. We have a certain image, it's in our mind, so we worship whatever the image that we have, the perception. And when he asked that, are we compassionate, and are we a kind of give love to the self, because as you said, he actually started with the self, but even without that, uh, whatever the action we do, we only associate certain perceptions. So not only worshipping, whatever we do, when we now, once he beautifully said, one day when I meet all four of you, I would ask, are you Dr. Kokila, are you Miss Surangika, are you Sudharma? So with that beautiful uh, example of Mr. Vijay Surya also telling that there is no husband here, but we actually try to explain and try to understand is, we only associate a world that is created by us. I mean, in other words, the perceptions. So when there is certain visual formation, we think it is a tree. When there is certain visual formation, we think it is somebody. It's a woman. She is a woman or a man or whatsoever. The feeling is also there. The feel also, Dr. Kokila always mentions that, but still the first level is, we need to understand that Buddha's word, chittena niyati loko chittena parikasati, everything is in our thoughts. So even we think I is also a thought, like the book or a tree or stone. And the other thing, Dr. Kokila, you can actually correct and elaborate. When Joel said that when walking, I experience the six sensory faculties working, and it is a system that mind images also play a role. When we take this body, so the moment the thought occurs that I should go out and walk, everything come in place, and the body movement, like a robot, uh, some machine, a robot, we just go ahead with walking. So when the thought occurs to, like, teach a lesson, say the words, the introduction to the lesson, then how to control the students, everything, that mind image comes to work, and it happens as an automated process. So on top of the six sensory faculties at work, the role of mind images, that is also prior perceptions becoming current perceptions, and things happen. Otherwise, now making a cup of tea, we never think that I should stir now, after adding milk and sugar, I should stir it this way. It naturally, you move your hand, move your hand naturally. I mean, without any thought, without any effort. So it is obvious that it is a system. So Teruvan Saranai, and yes, please, others can improve, not improve, elaborate on these points so that he will better understand. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan.
Yeah, actually, in that what I said to Joel, there's some things I can actually add now. After you told that, I just remembered in an arahant, because there is no self, it's completely that the stimulus. It is only that. In a normal person, we keep loving ourselves, even though we say, I love you, we keep loving ourselves. But in an arahant, what happens is the way around. Because there's no self actually, it is only the stimulus, so you just become, you know. So, yeah, that's important to understand. But the question that arises in Joel's mind will never come to Arahant's mind, because it doesn't work like that. That mind doesn't work like that. That mind is has an internal transformation, so that actually the questions like, am I loving myself, or what am I going to do now? And the questions like that yesterday arise, like, you know, what are you going to do next 50 years? Or questions like, what is going to happen to this world? Because they are all the types of questions, the pattern of those questions carries the self-view. I think you all can actually, you know, like checkmate, like you really get it now, because if someone talks with the self-view, it's very easy to understand, because if there's a self, you will have a world, and that world, if they don't know that it's just a perception here, and you don't actually have a experience of the external world, you keep trying to change the world. Yes, you might do something, but what actually happens here is the energy, change in energy levels. But whatever we perceive has not changed. So imagine we put a bomb. Yes, we are actually like damaging the world, yes. But what we perceive is what we perceive. What we perceive is what our sensory organs can perceive. Limitations of those sensory organs are there 100%. So you can't actually see what has happened to the unicellular organs. You can't really see what is happening, anything beyond your frequency of your ears. You know, you can't hear every sound in this world. If you really think about it, it's only the capacity of your ear you can telepathy to. Because to synchronize, there should be some kind of vibration here. So that vibe, only within that level you would be able to synchronize to know anything in that sense. So if there's vibration here, you will have a synchronicity, but actually that is limit. These are the limitations. So we can't really say they are the things out there, because actually what you see is not what the other animals see. So likewise, just keep researching about what is actually happening here. And if you ask an arahant, these questions are not there. That's the thing. The questions that, what am I going to do next 50 years? That question even does not apply. Why? So that's just another thought now here, because even if I think now, what am I going to do tomorrow? It's a thought happening now. And if you think tomorrow again, you think tomorrow, what am I going to do in next another year? That is a thought happening at that particular moment. So the stimulus, the word we use, the stimulus, is that thing, you know, that whatever the thought that is happening at exactly this point. And what we are saying is, actually with this Dhamma, what we are understanding is even that moment is not true. So we understand that the past is a thought. Whatever we think about the past now, we can think about now. Like 10 years ago, I was like this. So you can think about that. It's okay. It's just a thought now. And you can think in 10 years' time, I'm going to do this. Yeah, you can think about that. That's fine. But it's a thought now. But with this Dhamma, you really understand this. Even this thought, even that is not true. I'm thinking about a house or buying a house. Buying a house is just a perception which we can buy. If you really like have the ability, you might buy, but that's not the point. Point is, whatever our world is full of perceptions. So you know, even if you get a craving, you definitely know that is the you. There's no separate you. It's not I am craving chocolate. The craving itself is I. There's no separate I there. That is what we keep understanding. So how does the craving come from? Craving come from because you feel chocolate as a thing. So that when you feel the chocolate as a thing, then definitely you feel it, and then you get a feeling to keep it with you. But so
And Dr. Kokila, this Dhamma is so miraculous. Since you raised this again, this Angie's behavior, because in the morning she was not listening. She was telling, no, I don't want to end the suffering. I love the suffering. Suffering is what keep everything happens. So what would happen to the evolution of mankind, the development? Now we are going to explore the other planets and so on. So she she says, then she, even in the suffering in the mundane world is not a problem for her. So we were discussing all these plane crashes, losing loved ones. She says, no, that's fine, I want to be born again. It's all right, I enjoy them. So and I just came because of Theo's persuasion, and so halfway through she leaves. So by the evening, Dr. Kokila, it's so miraculous. She was interested. She changed her tone. And from the very beginning, she was asking, okay, now you are on the path with the spiritual teacher. Now I am going to rate. So if it is 1 to 10, 1 is maybe number 1, me, I'm just starting. So your teacher is maybe he has completed. So where are you? Then I was telling, no, we don't talk about achievements. And so, no, just tell me where are you. Then me and Shani, we told maybe 3 or 4 like. Then the very question he asked Aryan was, where are you? Are you 10? Then after that, what is the purpose? Even though we tell that after full kind of awakening realization, also everything will happen as normal. Okay, I know the mechanism. I know everything because their minds are so big. They are kind of intelligent also. So they have watched the videos and grasped everything kind of as knowledge. So they never want to see through a thought to, I mean, practically, they say, no, we know that it was on the video. That's not on the only.
Yeah, but I think the Mr. Theo was different. I think Theo was
he
different.
was very different, doctor. The problem is he has practiced concentration meditation for 8 years under different teachers. So he doesn't want to come out of that. He has never heard of insight meditation, but he was listening. And when I said that the vibration that occurred with all the data, the qualities of previous births and everything into zygote, and that will telepathize, synchronize into each and every thought, he was interested. Then, of course, he said, now I am coming back. But by today, when they were leaving, they have I mean, written poems. Even Angie has written poems, danced, and she's asking, you can share it anywhere. I am coming back. I want to meet Aryan Mahanse. Then she was asking, didn't your teacher tell that I am aggressive? Then I said, no, you were open-minded. That's fine. That's the way. Many people tell that I am aggressive and they always stop me. But you all are different. No, don't you think I am aggressive? Then he said, no, we don't think you are aggressive. That's the way that it's very good. We said you went by the feel. Whatever you felt, you asked. That's why. Then she was impressed and she wanted to talk to Aryan Hanse, and she says she wants to
Yeah, I wish
explore
actually
more.
I wish they
Yeah,
come. Actually, it's okay. The
yeah,
main thing is the open question. If someone is actually asking open questions, there should be some kind of answer. Otherwise, they will just shake their head and they will walk away. So,
yes,
if our main understanding about this truth is true, if our intention is to give them the real happiness and
yes, doctor.
super awareness, then we need to like kind of calibrate or kind of synchronize to their wave pattern and just try and understand how to get it down to the level that the understanding level, or even just to the level to listen to Dhamma. Yeah, that's how it is. And one day, like even Joel just started to listen to Dhamma, and one day we never know, he might even get these instincts of how to actually get the root point, because the root
Oh,
points mainly is like of about the worries would be the losing the loved partner. Sometimes they are the root points. So we can't really understand the root points without actually feeling them, how they feel, what is driving her, how this mind is driving. It's similar to everyone. What is Sudharma being like? What is there for Sudharma to hang on to? Like, what is Kokila hanging on to? What is Surangika hanging on to? Like, what is the main thing that against liberation of mind? So, likewise, this is the research that we do. But if someone is actually entering, we just have to feel them and help them. And it is easy when our mind is not strong. When our mind is not strong, it's much easy. It's like water. So the water filling the cup, it's becomes easy so that you feel the other person's fears. Because definitely it's a fear of liberation. Fear of liberation comes from various aspects, and one is ignorance, 100%. But there are several other views. It's mainly views, like if someone think about, I need to go to God and then I will do anything. I just want to see the God and then only I will do whatever you're saying. So something like that, like we never know. We never know the underlying reason, the waves that is held in someone's heart. So the getting into that wall is the problem. And when your mind is kind of really thin, it's much easier, and the communication gaps are there because of the language, but still we can. There's nothing we can't, isn't it? What do you think, Joel?
Yes, doctor. It was like I was just investigating on this matter called self and the perception I. The self and I has become a big problem to us before we got to know this truth. Am I making sense? Because we always rely on self and this I perception. And the day we come out of this I perception and this self perception, like Arya once was saying, come out of your mind, that is where you get liberated. And you don't feel about yourself, you don't think about yourself, you just go as it goes.
As it is, yeah.
And just feel the breeze, but you won't feel the breeze. It's like something getting into your sensory department.
Yeah.
And even when people speak to you, without knowing you, I mean, you give compassion. You'll be compassionate.
Yes.
Today, I felt it a lot because not I, okay? I'm just saying when I went to the place I didn't like, I didn't feel anything. I mean,
so you already did it. So you already challenged.
Yeah. I just wanted to go to that place and just be there. And after I came home, I was thinking, oh my God, I didn't react. So where's myself? Oh my God, I lost it. And
yeah, that's so good.
I was like, wow, it's a magic, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can come to that point. We can do it. But
yeah,
the
we
thing
can
is,
do that. That's the message. We can do it.
We have to practice it. I'm practicing it every day, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Therwan Sanaya.
Yes. So, what's this experience?
Yes, Saranasi.
Yes.
Are you asking Joel or me?
Oh, no, I'm not I just now joined him. So I've not heard the full story, but I have a question. What's the real experience? I'm talking about the truth.
Yeah, okay. It's experience of non-vibration.
No, real loving is a real loving is the Buddha's loving.
Yes.
It's everything there. Not only the girl or woman. It's everything is same. Girl and woman and what you show. This is sky or everywhere is the same loving.
Yeah, even the.
What is that loving?
It's
only the one part. Only the one part is the girl and woman. But everything is same. Girl also same.
It
So
would be infinite love. Infinite. Infinite is Ananta.
Oh, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere here and now. What you think, what you think, what you're doing, what you're talking, no matter. Everywhere is the same. What is the daytime experience? What is the nighttime? It's the same. It's the Buddha's word.
Yeah.
Yatha diva tata ratri. It's the same loving is there. What is that?
I think that's the most beautiful experience someone.
That is the real loving. That is the Arya love, Arya Bhumi.
Yes.
That is the spiritual guys have loving. It's a huge loving is there. You know, there's a mundane guys. It's a normal people talking about the loving. That loving is somebody's doing. He's there everywhere. He's there. But someone understood this Dhamma. Nobody is here, but love is there. It's not nobody is not do or not here, but love is here. I ask him, what is that experience? What is that loving? Everywhere. What are you looking? What are you hearing? What are you doing? What are you thinking? Everywhere that love is there. No matter girl or woman, it's no problem. Same. So girls are thinking he's interested in me, but not only him, everybody. But everyone is a feel is coming. No, it's me. It's a normally people. Normally the someone don't know this Dhamma. I think he misunderstand. She is misunderstood. She's thinking she want him because she don't know the Dhamma. She want him, but she know the Dhamma. She don't want him. Is other loving. So she's in happy. She's happy. She's happy is my happy. Is a spiritual loving. She's not in happy. Is my feeling is that one. I know she's not in happy. I want she in happy. She's in happy. Sure, I'm given the Dhamma because Dhamma given be happy to him, to her. That is why I'm telling the Dhamma. Because it's a Mahamaitri is the word. It's everywhere. Here and now. Someone understood this Dhamma, internal transformation is happening. That's the experience. It's a practical experience. It's not a thinking, it's not a thought. It's experience.
Yeah,
that is the real love. That is real loving. This Nibbana is a loving.
Yes, sir.
Yes, because someone became in a Nibbana. He loving everybody. Because he wants happy everybody. That is why he is given the Dhamma. Because Dhamma is the really tranquility, peaceful mind, and loving mind, loving kindness is there. That is why Buddha told, Metta Karuna Mudita Upekha. That is the real love. Because that love, he don't want anybody. He don't want marry or anything.
Doesn't expect anything back.
That is real loving because she won't be happy her. He given the money and everything. Why? He don't want anything. He want only one. She won't be happy. That is the real love. It's not a business. No profit. Nothing happen. Anything. Is your feet. It's nothing there. Anything. Only the happy is there. That is the real love. It's unbelievable loving. I'm talking yesterday also.
Yeah, true. And that would be for the darkness. That would be for the sun.
You know, Kokila, that's love. I have that love.
Yes, sir.
I have that love. Yeah, I know that. I have that love because I don't want anybody. I don't marry or anything. It's okay. But I want given someone have problem or someone have question or where he is struck, where he is struggling, where she is struggling, someone. So they are in like a cage.
100%.
Yeah. So many guys in somewhere is struck. They can't release. They can't release their own mind.
Yeah, even Joel was telling that how he's slowly coming out of the cage now.
Yeah, that is really nice experience. So some you know, you many years you don't know my picture or anything,
No.
but you know, there is the loving, but it's not a personal loving.
No.
It's a Dhamma came. So Dhamma is the loving. Nobody, no person. But you know, it's a feel. Nothing there, anything. But feel is nice feeling. Because peaceful mind is how is telling this? No cage is here. Unconditional loving. No condition also here. That's right. No? It's okay. It's
Yes.
very nice experience. You know, I will tell something. One boy told me this story. That girl, that she's a loving affair. That girl, you know, hate. It's a how is telling English that what that boy is telling, but he have the feel is loving, but that girl hate him. Hate him. No. You know how
Yeah.
it's telling English?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't love
But
him
that
back.
boy is feeling is boy is telling me. Boy telling me the feel. Loving is there. No anger or anything coming.
Yeah.
What is this? It's a feeling. It's a feeling. So I told the boy, yeah, your mind is not anything there. Your mind is loving. So that a boy, that's a personal loving. That one is a personal loving. But after I explained the boy how many stages is here loving.
Yeah.
Yeah. After boy laughing, yeah, it's a me there. Yeah, I will do that. Yeah.
Must be in Sinhala language, Aranahasa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is this? It's okay. It's a story. Nice stories have this type of because love is the feeling. It's not a material. Love is not a material. Love is a feeling. It's a you know it's a sex or others it's not a it's just other one. It's a hormones sexuality is there. But hormone how is coming react feel is there, hormone also coming pick up. So after is there's the sex, that's a raga. How is telling English is a raga, is a romance, no? But after is coming that, but love is not that one. Love is not a romance. Love is not anything. Sex or others are body system is happening. Body language is there. Body is a reaction, no? It's a material. But love is not a material. Love is a feel. It's a nice experience. It's a nice feeling. Yes, but I think people won't understand what is the body, what is the hormones, what is the sexuality, what is the love. Love is not sexuality one, it's a feeling. But feeling is there, feeling is there. You know, it's a mind given others one. Mind given the business. Mind given something, business. It's a material type. But real one is not a mind. Real one is a feel. I think I don't know. Understood?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Mind is doing the business. So many marriages are Sri Lanka. Yes,
Business.
the proposal marriage is not loving. It's a business type. It's thinking about the property. So others. So it's not loving. So you know, love is a feel, no material. No anything. It's a feel. It's a vibe. Vibes, same vibes, link. That's the real divine loving. But divine loving is not still. That's the case. Sometimes today divine loving is here, but tomorrow we can't say because this vibe is changing. Divine loving also destroyed. It's unbelievable, this talking. So we want to understand because this life also not still not permanent. You know, anything not permanent. It's okay. Everything is impermanent. That is why we won't understand the how is this our mind. Our mind is not permanent. It's impermanent. It's every time is changing. It's happening. How is telling this? So that is why it's a vibration. Is the mind is thoughts, thinking, everything is impermanent. So we won't understand this or how what is your lifestyle is going. What's your pattern? What your thinking style is. You won't understand everything. So after it's okay, you can decide what's your journey. So it's okay. Wow. Someone selecting the partner, marry or engage, it's okay. You won't understand the Dhamma. It's okay. It's very important. You can choose the selecting everything. Uh, how type of wife or husband you want? What is your way? What is your pattern? What's your rhythm? What's your wave? It's very important. It's very important because I'm talking about the normal guys. Normally person. I think how is the lifestyle won't be go because I don't think about everybody won't be monk. I'm thinking about the Visakha like that. Everybody can this life can go and keep going because Nibbana also there. No problem for the Nibbana. So it's my experience. I know this, but you won't understand what is the body, what is the senses, what is the hormones reactions, what is the mind. How's these parts, these senses creating. Finally, it's a simple life. You can go simple. No problem anywhere. What you think about?
No suffering.
No suffering, no sadness. But suffering is there, but sadness is there, but nobody is there. Unbelievable is this topic. You know, I'm talking about Sinhala language. They are known as Satudak. They are known as Dukak.
Yes.
They are known as Gina. How is telling this?
Yeah, if your son died, you will be not happy, you will be sad, but it's not a thing.
How is telling that? Happy is there, but no happy is there. How is telling English? Sad is there, but not sad is there. Sad is there, but no one sad is there. Happy is there, but nobody happy is there. But no one happy is there. But happy is there, but you haven't happy. Sad is there, but you haven't sad.
So
How is telling this?
Is it selfless? Selfless love, selfless sadness. Self.
Yeah, love also there. The love also there. Love is there, but you have
Aranwansa, in Sinhala, can we say windin nati, novindina satutak, novindina duka?
No. Deyak no na satutak. But satuta, there is a happy. There is a happy. Feeling is happy. But not inside. Pain. Not inside pain. Yeah.
I think it's happiness without self, sadness without self, because there is
but sadness is there. Sadness is there.
Yes, but without self.
You are happy, but you are inside. You can't tell happy. Yeah, you have tranquility, but not have You happy is a mind. Tranquility is not a mind. Happy is a mind. Yeah. Sadness also mind. But tranquility is not a mind. That is why. Sad is there, but tranquility is there.
Yeah, that
That's
can't
the
be that.
Nibbana. That's the Nibbana, guys. That's the
Yes,
spiritual guys.
yeah.
Yeah, the coming censoring is okay. It's a body sensor. Coming this almost is a coming. That's a happy also coming. Oh, this is. I'm telling this thing. කිචි කැව්වම සතුට එනවනේ. ඒක මයින්ඩ් එකට සම්බන්ධ නැහැනේ. නේ? ඔක ඉංග්‍රීසියෙන් කියන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඒකත් සතුටනේ. ඒ වුණාට ඒක මයින්ඩ් එකට සම්බන්ධ නැහැනේ. කිචි කැව්වම නෙන්නේ. It's a sense of creation, no.
Tickling.
Yeah, that's so true, isn't it, Darren Mansa? Because it's just a bodily reaction. When you tickle, automatically that person starts giggling and laughing, but nothing to do with the mind.
It's not, nothing, anything. They are mind. That is it's
Dr. Kokila?
Yeah.
Dr. Kokila?
Yes.
All these things I'm listening and I'm fallen in love with a person. And that is Aryan and Mansa.
You will get a good answer from Aryan Mansa, Joel, in a minute.
It's a few minutes now. I said no time. Sorry for this. It's okay. What time is now?
Aryan Mansa, Joel has fallen in love with you.
Yeah, I know. Because he feel me, I think. No, he feel. Yeah, it's okay. It's not a person, but it's a. I think it's a nature like that, no?
100%.
It's a feeling. Yeah, it's a feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Dharma and Mansa.
Yeah,
it's so beautiful.
Yes.
Day by day, we are feeling it, and Mansa, so much.
Yeah, Sudharma, this time, no any guy. Our many nuns with me. Many problems last few months happening, but today everybody like me, no?
Yes, Aryan Mansa.
Question given. Yeah.
Aryan Mansa, I want to share this with you that Angie, Chinese lady, and Theo, both of them were so impressed when I said that next time Aryan Mansa would be meeting you. They were very happy and they were like telling, we are blessed, we are coming back. To hear that you are going to meet them was a great thing for them. And they were so grateful to you and asking us to tell that they are so grateful and they want to explore more about the truth, as you said, Aryan Mansa. They will be coming back. Yes.
Yeah, but I like alone. It's my feel. It's my feel. It's good.
Yes.
So be careful, yeah.
Yes.
It's not too good close, I think. It's my side.
I think Aryan Mansa, initially the reason you set up the International Meditation Center is to spread this Dhamma to the Western world, Western society, and through the English language. And that Dombagoda place is so valuable in that sense. So your dreams are, the vision is coming true. But in order to provide that, to give that lasting message, Aryan Mansa, maybe at least once in a way, if you actually come and speak to those international visitors, I think they will carry the message for us, Aryan Mansa, to their places, to their countries. That is going to have a lasting effect.
Oh yeah. You see, I've not heard what you say. Yeah, Suranka.
Yeah, what I said was Aryan Mansa, the Dombagoda Center was made purely to take the Dhamma through the English language to foreign visitors, to other countries, which you have always said that we want to spread the word, isn't it, to the Western countries.
Yeah, Suranka, today, especially, what happened today? Especially, there's a BTV, Zoom, and BTV YouTube, and the BTV Facebook. You see that? Suranka, you don't know?
Yes, we saw Aryan Mansa. It was really good.
Wagala, today is the first.
The opening ceremony.
Yeah. Today is the first day.
Yes.
It's the first day Vagala is a practical that's a
Program, yeah.
program, yeah, it's the first day. As you see, there's a footpath, it's a walking meditation. Many few kilometers, three or it's a long, long. It's a queue is there. Long, yeah, footpath is there because village is there, mountain area, and the down area, the other temple, they are coming down 3 kilometers, I think, 3 kilometers or 4 kilometers. So that's the walking meditation. You know, many guys there. You can show tomorrow. So live is going. Otherwise, you know, BTV Zoom 24 hours open. Mudita is Sri Lanka here everywhere. Not only the Sri Lanka, we are expand this other countries. We won't do this. It's okay. Another step. Sri Lanka everywhere. Mudita is guys there. They can anytime join the Zoom discussion and join the Zoom and they open the video and they can show everybody. So it's very important. This BTV Zoom. BTV Zoom is creating other group. It's a Nikini and Timira and the youngest there. But IT engineers there. Nikini also IT engineer. So, so very nice. They are coming, I think. Join with us, no?
Yes, Aaron Mansa, I think one day somebody, maybe in Australia or some person asked you,
Yeah, 31 is the day. It's the Melbourne is the place. Is the our guy is who is that guy name?
Sunita.
Sunita's home. Yeah, Sunita's home. The Melbourne. There's a practical program is there. It's the Melbourne is the first one. Yeah, it's otherwise our Diluksha also there. Metmal our NGO, Metmal Samaj Seva Padana NGO.
Foundation,
Is foundation president is there. Melbourne. This is nice, I think, because Andhra also there. Andhra and the Diluksha and the Sunita, and also okay, everybody can join with them because Rajit also there. Melbourne. There, I think is going good. I think Kokila can join the Zoom. We can join the group. BTV is Zoom is ready for that. Yeah, it's okay. Kokila and the Suranka and everybody can join there.
Even Sunet said from Sydney are in Mansa. Sunet also
okay.
will.
Okay,
join online.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to talk, no? Sorry. It's okay. Nice to say.
But also, Aaron Mansa, the Buddothpada, the BTV, if some mother asked you, Aaron Mansa, one day, like, you know, the Kurunagala Metmalarana program.
Yeah.
If they can link the video program to BTV, that will be very nice for mothers all over the world. Also following Buddothpada. Yes, Aaron Mansa.
Now is Kurunagala is steady. Now Kurunagala is strong.
Yes, Aaron Mansa.
Yeah, I know that. Kurunagala becoming day by day strong. Kurunagala is the head place one day. Because there's Manel, there's many guys I know. Just last week I'm in Kurunagala. Last week Sunday. So I have that experience.
Everyone, Saranai, the Dhamma friend, welcome to our English room talk. First, we like to pay our Buddothpada spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you for attending this Dhamma discussion. Today we discuss about Dhamma. Arana joined person. The when our supreme teacher Lord Buddha asked the monks, "Chakkum nichato anichato," they answered, "Nicham bhante." The Buddha asked the monks if the seeing is a permanent thing or not. The monks replied, "That is not a permanent thing. It is an illusion that never exists." Seeing means what we see. They see a book, a table, a bed, a daughter, a sun, the sun, the moon. The process of seeing means we see things, we see shapes. It is a rupa aramane, an input from the eye senses. After the monks replies that the seeing is not a permanent thing. The Buddha asked the monks, is the seeing a pleasure or suffering? The monks replied, Dukkam Bhante. The monks replied that the process of seeing is a suffering. Then the Buddha asked, if your seeing is not permanent, it is an illusion, and if it is a suffering, then can we assign a life of what we see? The monks replied, no hetam bhante, meaning that no, you cannot assign a life to images. What the Buddha teaches us is that is an arhan anatma dharma. There is no life in what we see and feel. There isn't a self either. Ida pachitav means that there are no things, nothing exists. This universal law is very complex. Now let us see, is there anyone anywhere? We think that the image we see in the mirror is me. That is only a thought. Just a thought, is it anywhere are thoughts too. Now you have learned to the practical. First you need to have a knowledge about the universal law. Listen to sermons. Acquiring knowledge is called Suttamenya. To be practical, you have a maintain an awareness about the thought. You receive at every moment, apply the wisdom of Yatha Bhuta Jnana, which means you look at the thought and know that this is not something coming from the outside, but it is only a thought from your mind consciousness. Also know that this thought is also a lie. Do not accept any stimuli coming from your six senses as true. Nothing truly exists. There's nothing to believe in. Coming back to your question regarding moksha, the role of contemplation about the four requisites of a monk. Should you contemplate only on the four items, which are the robe, food, shelter, and medicine? What about the rest of the thoughts of associate with? You should contemplate on the food and apply that to smell the worm, to the cold, and to the touch as well. Contemplate and require which is belongs to you. and contemplate using the wisdom of Yatha Bhuta Jnana, that there is nothing outside, that it is only thought, and that thought too does not exist. It also a lie. See the pure truth in the thought. So coming back, whenever you get a aramunu or stimulus from seeing an image or color, you do the pratyaksha. See with the wisdom of Yatha Bhuta Jnana. Then when you hear a sound, you do the pratyaksha at this point by applying the wisdom of Yatha Bhuta Jnana. Apply the whole of awareness of pratyaksha to the smell, to the taste, to the warmth, to the cold, and to the feeling of touch as well. And inquire, is the me feeling can be there? You need to apply the whole discipline only to the for the expenses for robe, cloth, food, shelter, and medicine. You can apply the wisdom of Yatha Bhuta Jnana to each and every thought you receive. This state of nothing allowing ignorance to trick your belief in delusion is called avadya. Ashesha viraga nirodho. Avadya means ignorant. Avidya, sorry. Avidya. Avidya, avidya, ashesha viraga nirodha. Avidya means ignorant. He is not believe in the outside, and he will not believe that there is life in what you see. When you understand that the outside and the inside make concept in illusion, and that nothing exists, he beings to get to of thing and get go of stimuli that comes to him. The state of letting go is called avidya ashesha viraga nirodha. So now we understand that design something using sound and image. This design of something out of nothing is called sankara. We create sankara due to our ignorance. Dear Dhamma, we always be practicing like this Dhamma when we practicing our day-to-day life. In we sometimes we want to problem. We want to get solution from that. Then Buddothpado, our Dhamma teacher, always ready to the correct path. Then we are one that we join the class and everyone said one Saranai.
Thirvan Saranai Manian Mahansa.
Everyone Saranai.
Thirvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. Please accept my humble worship. I think we have been discussing about how the mind is formed last couple of days. That is the true Dhamma. I think anybody needs to understand. So if we analyze these thoughts, we know sometimes in our life, these thoughts we feel extremely painful, isn't it? Sometimes these thoughts become unbearable. Sometimes we feel it is too heavy, and we feel burdensome. So we feel the thoughts are heavier. So why people suffer? Actually, people suffer in their thoughts. But if you really understand the nature of the thought or how the thoughts are formed, then I'm sure most of you will able to free from your thought. So you'll basically able to avoid any pain or any suffering arise from the thought. Because flow of thought is a very natural process. One after the other, thoughts will continue to flow. Nobody can control. So mind is just like another sensor. We call mind sensor. So there will be continuous flow of thoughts. But are these thoughts real? That is the question you need to ask yourself. So if you know these thoughts and also your so-called soul, you think yourself exists. So your soul and also your mind, your thought, all these are a vibration. Just a vibration. So if you understand this, I'm sure you will able to get rid of most of your problems. So now let me explain. So we will try to understand what is a vibration, because you will get to know everything is in the universe is a vibration. Even your soul, even your mind, even yourself, every object in this world is a vibration. So once you understand that, it will be very helpful for you to see the reality of your thoughts or reality of your soul. So what is a vibration? Now, to understand what is a vibration, what you can do is, for example, I say, you can hang any object with a string. You can hang any object you wish with a string. And then what you can do is, you can move it back and forth from a equilibrium point. So there is an equilibrium position, so that will hang from a particular position, and then in some rhythm move, you will move it back and forth. So what will happen? Now let's say you just do it little while and then you stop. Then after that, you will see a motion of the string, isn't it? Without any help, that string moves back and forth. So no one is doing that motion. So that string itself moves back and forth. So can you see a motion there? Can you see a energy to move back and forth now in the string? Yes. Now this motion we call vibration. Right? That is the vibration. So vibration means not a thing. Vibration means a speed or a kind of a motion, because that motion drives the energy. It is the vibration. So vibration, we can say it is a kind of energy, or it is a kind of a speed. So you can see the frequency of the motion, number of times that this moves. So that frequency of the vibration, or the frequency, or the vibration, or the energy move, now we can measure, no? We can measure it, that's we call the frequency. So now you take anything in this world, every outside thing, I mean, everything you see as material things, because you have given names for everything. Sun, moon, chairs, desks, tables, mountains, rain, water, soil, then sand, grass, ocean. So all names, isn't it? Can you remember when you were at nursery, you were introduced with several names? You were shown a picture and then given a sound of sun, moon, etc. And then kind of a sound and form was formed in yourself, kind of a vibration. So do we really find chairs, desks, table, rocks, mountains? Actually, our point of discussion here, I slightly, I want to move to really analyze what these material things are. But it's not the main, discussion. But we'll try to understand a bit on this law of nature as well. Because if you analyze the law of nature, you will realize everything is a vibration, or everything is formed of a wave. I'm sure you will have some understanding of atoms. We have learned in science. So actually, if you deeply analyze this each and every material thing, you will know all these things are made up of atoms. Right? So now if you drill down further, right, you will see even these atoms also in a constant state of motion. So even there you find motion. So it is not static, still in a motion, because the point you need to understand is this motion is the one which generates energy. Right? So there is a speed of particles, in other words. So tiny particles, right? So that speed we call, that motion we call a vibration or a wave. Actually, even though I use the word tiny particles, there is even nothing called tiny particles. If you analyze that also a bit more, you will find there is nothing called tiny particle. even that particle itself is also a kind of a speed. Or we can say it is an energy. So we call vibration. So that's why everything, if you analyze the fundamental level, you find nothing. You find only a speed or energy. That is, we call vibration. But to explain science or any other subject, we want a thing, no? To explain to a thing, to a child, we have to give a name and always mention about a thing. So that's why to our mind, we want things. Otherwise, we can't explain to somebody. So even this science, we go on to the level of atoms, particles, etc. Because otherwise people cannot understand. If you just say there is nothing here. But slowly, when you drill down to this, you will analyze at the fundamental level, the base level of any item, it is all vibration. It is all vibration. But the problem is our eye cannot see this. Our eye, our vision cannot see through this science because our sensor, it is a sensor. Now, eye sensor has its limitation because the eye sensor will create three-dimensional image. It cannot have the facility to, kind of a radar or something to see through this every object and to see how that particular thing is really formed. So we see all the time only material things. So we see soil. We see liquid, right? So, we feel air. We see objects. But you need to understand the whole universe, if you take, is made of continuous energy. There's nothing other than that. It is the energy and the vibration. Same. So it is the continuous energy. In other words, the entire universe is a field of vibration. Or we can say it is a field of energy. So it is a wave. And this vibration or a wave, if you analyze the term vibration, because in our discussion we use the vibration. Often we use that term. So this vibration, now you can understand nothing else. The vibration has the energy and some consciousness as well. So we can measure the vibration. So that means what's the number of waves occurred in a given unit of time. So I think you all know that is measured as frequency, hertz. Now, for example, we can measure the frequency of a sound wave. So our eardrum vibrate for a sound wave. So our ear sensor level, our eardrum vibrate for a sound wave. So sound wave means what? So you understand sound wave is a vibration in the air. There's nothing, no material thing. It's a vibration in the air. And what happened? Our eardrum too vibrate in a similar frequency. And then generate the sound object, or we call hearing. Then we say, I hear. Right? I hear something. So now this vibration, when you take, I mean, even if you take the earth, right? So our earth also rotates. So this again, there is a motion. Can you see? A motion. So the earth rotates and then it generates gravity power. So now in this discussion so far, you can understand this everything has a motion and generates some energy. Right? So mind, if you take, mind is also what? Mind is also a vibration. So before 2600 years back, Lord Buddha explained to this to the world. Yo banti vichitvana majje manta nalipati. So that explains the mental power, how the mental power generated. Can you understand that? Like the earth rotate and they generate the gravity power, same thing happened in ourselves as well. Our soul or our mind is also similar process. So that mental power generated. So you need to understand the science. Now, if you understand this, I'm sure you will able to understand that your mind is also nothing else. It is also just another form of a vibration. Now, if we analyze something like, let's say, a rain, so that name, rain, was given by us, isn't it? But if you really analyze what rain contains, the rain, even though we use a name called rain, it is form of tiny water droplets, isn't it? So some trillion, billions, tiny water droplets. But we don't say it is a water droplet. We say it is rain. Can you understand? We have given names for everything, for identification. But if you really analyze the tiny water droplet, that is made of huge number of water molecules. So again, if you go deep down, water means what? We know it is oxygen and hydrogen. So it is made of oxygen and hydrogen. So we don't see that in that way. But we do not see the science behind this. Actually, everything is formed due to vibration. But instead, we think all the time objects. Now, another example, if I take a river. So, what is a river? So, when you take river, right? River is a natural stream of water, no? Flowing downward. So, but if you take some water to your hand, what it contains? It contains tiny, tiny water droplets, no? So if you drill down further, back again, water is made of hydrogen and oxygen. So now, can you understand? It is we who have given a name called the river for the identification, because we want names, objects to identify it. But if you analyze the base of all the universal things, it is none other than vibration. It is a speed. It is a motion. So, if I take another example, now you know about the Jupiter, right? So, Jupiter is the largest planet on the Earth, which has formed with dust and gas. You don't find any material thing there. But can you see some, you feel it is the largest, planet. So we have given a name also to identify it. But what it contains? Gas and dust. So it rotates faster, and these small particles will take some time to build a solid base. Still, it is in the form of gas and dust. So it will take some years to build a surface, solid surface. So this is what we need to understand. So everything, even though you see soil, rock in the earth, so behind all these, you have to understand it is the speed. Even if you analyze the soil, rock, everything, if you drill down and analyze, you will find all these made of atoms. And even there's nothing called atoms or small particles. Finally, what you have is kind of a motion there. Kind of a motion, and we generate some energy. So only problem is our eye cannot understand this. So basically everything outside, everything in the universe is a motion. So the one who learned science will know this very well. But our point of discussion here is, we know, we are not saying outside does not exist. We don't say even outside exists. Those two are extremes. Really, no point of, seeing any impermanency. For your knowledge, it is important. Sometimes I can remember before we find true Dhamma, we were sort of, seeing the impermanence in the outside material things. So we have been practicing it for some law, but that's not, that's not the correct path. Why? Now, if you take, for example, we can see children are dying, and also elderly, anybody will die. So we see that is also a kind of impermanence, isn't it? So we see that. But does that indicate any, reduction of our defilements? So even though we know for sure we are going to die, still we have the jealousy. Still we have the aversion. Still we have the delusion. So, I mean, we struggle, we fight, you see, and we have a greater need to satisfy ourselves than the others. So our ego, that matter for us a lot, because we need to maintain our ego. So we don't want any harmful thing to see or to happen to our ego. The moment our ego is damaged or hurt, we are terribly upset. So this is the problem. Actually, these two extremes are not the solution. So the fact that there is an outside world or fact that there is no outside world, both are not the path. Those are two extremes. What is important is understanding the cause and effect. Cause and effect means we need to understand our soul or our mind is created this moment. That is the important thing. So world created this moment and it disappeared this moment because there is a thing called Chitta Niyamaya. So because those are like permanent things where you can't control it. So whenever a thought occurs, or we say your mind is formed then and there, but that thought cannot last even a second. It cannot survive. It has to die. So no one can change it, not a science or not a doctor or another specialist can change it. So it will happen in that way. That means the mind forms and then it can't live even a second. At a fraction of a second, it has to disappear. So that is the mind. So that is the soul. So we think there is someone living inside who is experiencing all these outside material things. And therefore we tend to believe outside this also exists and there is a living being inside myself who is also experiencing or enjoying the pleasures coming from the outside. That's how we believe. That is the ignorance. The problem is we can continue to do in that way, but someday we realize that this is not going to work. So I have my friends. I have spoken to them because some people, they spend a happy life, but the moment there is a problem to one of their loved ones, or if there is a demise of one of their loved ones, they can't bear it. After that, they can't spend their normal life. I mean, however then they go various places to make up their mind and they are finding solutions. Some people take medicines, you see. And then what happened? So the thoughts becoming extremely painful. Sometimes it becomes very unbearable. That's why some people suicide themselves. Do you think people suicide for fun? Because there is an inner burn of the thought and they can't, they do not know what's happening here. So they are unable to cope up with it and they decide as the only option is to stop the flowing of the thought is to suicide themselves. Otherwise, their hand will not say, no, I want to suicide. Their body will not say, their feet will not say. So then who has the issue? The issue is the mind. Because there is a continuous flow of thoughts. And these thoughts, they can't bear. They don't know how to get rid of this. Instead, they believe this is my soul. Now I'm very hurt and I can't get rid of this painful thought, so I'm going to suicide. So this is the pathetic situation. But if one can understand, like the earth which rotates creates the gravity power, it is your body also is same. It is part of the law of nature. The entire universe is also a law of nature. So your body or your system is also part of that law of nature. So same way, your system to generate power, that is the mind power. That mind power is not a permanent thing. That keeps on changing. So this is what you need to understand. So actually, if you analyze the self, the soul you are talking is a power or energy. There is no any other soul. So as I told you earlier, Buddha also revealed the same thing to the world in Majjhima Sutra. That is, yo bante vijitvana majje manta nalipati. This means when there are two extremes exist, it creates power. So what are the two extremes? One of the extreme is that you think the outside is real, right? And then the other extreme is what? You think there is a continuous soul inside, some soul inside within you. That is the mistake. And then what happens? It creates power. So, but you need to understand there's nothing called a continuous a feel. Someone is enjoying inside. What happens is your sensor, all these sensors generate power. Right? So this sensor generates sensor pleasures. Now, for example, let's say you are now in the garden. So I'm sure when you want to select flowers for the garden, you will definitely, you won't be selecting a single color flowers. Instead, you will go for variety of, colors, variety of sizes of flowers, and then variety of leaves, So you always look for variety. So when you now stand in front of your garden, so your eye keeps rotating, isn't it? Now, once you look for the white rose, you can't keep your eye on there for a long time. Then automatically you will be looking at a red color rose. Then again you will go near the jasmine tree and try to get the feel of smell, right? So then you will touch leaves, or you will touch some flowers. So can you understand your senses invite you for pleasures? So actually this happens in the system automatically. So at your sensor level, if you analyze how your sensor works, now your eye sensor, at your eye level, it doesn't identify whether it is a red rose or a white rose or whether it is jasmine. It cannot identify. But there is some kind of a feel of awareness arises, like something, some light or some color is formed, and that on that there is some consciousness we call I consciousness arises. But the I consciousness, it is a feel of something there, and but it will not able to identify what the flower is. Whether it is a flower even, it doesn't know. Whether it is red or white, it doesn't know. The name of the flower, it doesn't know. Right? So what happens here is, I'm sure in your younger age, if you go to your childhood, you will remember the very first day you learned about colors, red, white, blue, green, right? And also the first day you learned about roses, jasmines. So what happened? Now in your system, somebody needs to, tell you this is rose, this is jasmine. So what happens is, at your eye level, kind of a form created, and then the sound is given as rose. So it is a different vibration at your ear level, and then without your knowledge, nobody is doing this. Without your knowledge, another vibration occurs, combining these two vibrations. So even though we say it is two vibration, you have to understand. So when you experience the rose, definitely you experience the color and you experience even the touch feeling. So your body also, so all that sensor feelings will come together. And then kind of a combined feeling, kind of a vibration form. So that is the arise of the mind consciousness. So nobody is doing this. It is like a current. Moment, auto
Thank you, sister. Good morning to you all. It's time to the book reading session. This is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. I'm going to read The True Dharma Has Awakened, Volume 1. First of all, I would like to worship Aryan Wahanse. Pada Namaskar Karami Aryan Wahanse. Peran Saranai. I will start with the page 72. Mehenin Wahanse. I understand that there is nothing outside, Honorable Sir. Aryan Wahanse. From the way you said it, I feel that what you are saying is that there is no outside, but there is you, who is observer, who sees that there is no outside. Is that what you mean? There is a very important point to bring to your attention. Let us see how a thing is made. We have only 6 senses, haven't we? It is only thought, these 6 senses, that we receive everything, isn't it? Whether there is a thing or not, everything is felt only by our mind consciousness, Vinyan, isn't it? Mihini Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, now let us understand how the mind consciousness is made. Let us try to understand how a thing is created in the mind consciousness. The mind consciousness receives only sparks from the 5 senses. The 6 senses are the sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and thoughts from the mind consciousness. A spark that comes from the sight and a spark that comes from hearing creates a thing in the mind consciousness. When we say a book, it is a thing that we truly believe that exists outside. But what is it actually? It is a spark from the sight and a spark from the hearing sense. And these 2 sparks come together and create a book to us, which we believe truly exists outside. We name the thought that is created with a shape, color, spark, a sound spark as a book. Then, when we say a book, it is a shape and a sound together. The process of the sound that the color coming together is called it sampatichana. Actually, what is a book then? We receive a shape, spark, and we name that shape spark with a sound spark. Did the book come from somewhere? Mehelin Mahanse, it came from the past. Aryan Mahanse, now what you said just now creates a big problem. You see, if there is a past, then
you would also feel that you existed in the past as well, wouldn't you? The concept of coming from the past does not align with the Dhamma because it confirms to you that you exist now and you had a past as well. Do you understand? If you believe that you exist now and you had a past as well, you become a thing. In order to realize that I don't exist, we tend to create many other irrelevant things, don't we? There is nothing as the past, the Buddha said. Autnam sambodhanam uttanam bhavisati. This means that the spark created at this present moment is created only at this present moment. It was never created in the past. And this spark, which is created only at the moment, would immediately die off or disappear without any trace of it at all. Nothing is left behind in a spark. Let us see the problems we would encounter if we believe in the past. Supposing there is a bucket of water full to the brim, and if it has a tiny hole somewhere, wouldn't all the water leak out of the bucket? Believing in the past will not allow you to realize the pure truth. Another example is, if a ship is sinking in the ocean, no matter how much you try to remove the water that gets inside the ship, unless you plug the hole through which the water comes in, you will not be able to stop the ship from sinking. Likewise, if you do not understand how the past does not exist, you will not be able to realize the pure truth. You have to fully understand the teachings of the Dhamma. If there is even a little bit of ignorance about the Dhamma, you will not be able to end all suffering and end the cycle of rebirth. Ignorance regarding the Dhamma will be the cause for rebirth. Ignorance deludes you to believe in a self-identity. There is nothing as the past. When the present, the teachings of the Dhamma to you, we talk about the 4 elements as the first step in the process of teaching. Then the second step of the teaching process, we say that what we receive is a sanya, perception or signal from the past. But when you step onto the third step, you have to take the foot off of both the 2 steps below. We cannot keep a hold on all 3 steps. Either you climb to the third step or remain on the lower steps. This holding on the 2 bottom steps is like you are afraid of losing your self-identity. In the teachings of the Buddha, the past is only mentioned as Parasanya, Navasanya, past signal, new signal. This means that whatever we remember now, it is not from the past. It is information created only at this very moment. Nothing has come from the past. A spark that takes place only at the moment. Aryan Mahanse. Now let us talk about your belief that you remember the shape of the book because it comes from your past memory. In the teaching of the Buddha, the past is mentioned as Perasanya Navasanya. Past signal, new signal means that whatever we remember now, it is not from the past. It is information created only at this very moment. Nothing has come from the past. A spark takes place with all information, and it takes place only at this moment. This information that we consider as past memory is also a superimposition, layers of images of information that is available in one spark, within which it also includes an illusion of a self. This spark happens moment to moment. It is not a continuous thing. The illusion of self is felt only from moment to moment. And this illusion of self is felt like we are living. And this feeling of self is delusion. This superimposition of the feeling of self is called Chittaropanaya. Trillions of superimpositions of tables, chairs, sun, moon, trees, leaves are made up by the coming together of the stimuli of color and sound. These superimposed things gives us an illusory feel that they are all real, that they are true, and that they exist. The spark is like a current that gives a feeling that we are alive and that we exist. Within the duality of I exist and the outside exist, we create an asvimane. Asvimane means it is feeling of this is me, it is mine, and I am living. With this feeling of me, we get attached to things outside, and it is called Nandi Ragaya. This strengthens the me concept even more, creating the next moment of illusory self again. Within this illusory moment of self feeling, all information is included. It includes the sun, the moon, and everything else. When we look up at the sky, we know that the ground is below us. When we look at the brick wall in the room, we already assume all the other things in the room, like the bed, the chair, and the table, are there. There is only one thought at one moment, but trillions of information is within that one thought. When we say to see the truth in a thought, It means to realize with wisdom that this thought is a lie, it is an illusion. To understand the truth about a thought, you have to contemplate about how a thought is created. It is us who name the shapes as a book. Mehenin Mahanse. Yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse. So then, even this moment, we will always see, hear, taste, smell, feel things. Sparks take place at all times with seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, feeling. It does not stop, and we cannot stop it either. Aryan Mahanse. When we look at the mirror, we don't believe that the images are real because we are aware that these images are not true. Likewise, even when all the senses bring us various stimuli, sparks, you should be aware that there are not from the past, but the information was created only at this moment. We must be aware that there is nothing as the past. If we remember the past, it happens only at this moment because each and every thought that is formed, it is immediately totally destroyed. Just like how any other spark would burn out immediately. We should have a very good understanding about this moment. If you have a very good understanding about this moment, then you will understand what happens to a spark at this moment. Once you understand about the spark, you will know what happens to a thought, which is also a spark. There's a spark that takes place at our senses. As long as we breathe, our senses will always be igniting sparks. When we stop breathing, the senses also stop giving off sparks. Now that we have established that there is no past, let us move on to our next part of the discussion about how to find me in every thought. When someone has diabetes, they might have to amputate a toe on the foot. Later, they might have to cut the leg. Sometimes he must lose both his legs. He might lose an arm, or he might lose both arms. Now, who would lose these limbs? He would think that he lost his limbs. You might say that you lost a leg, that you lost a finger, that you lost both legs. You might say that you lost both your arms. Is this body yours? Isn't you only a thought? It is the thought that dies. It is the mind that dies, not the body. When the mind stops, the body is buried. The mind means it is always emitting sparks. Now, where is me? There is no me. Whom did I name as I? To a thought, isn't it? When a spark takes place, that a sight sense, we call it a book. It is identified as a book by our mind consciousness. The consciousness of the eye, the nose, the ear, the tongue, the touch does not recognize anything. The eye consciousness recognizes only the color. The ear consciousness recognizes only the sound. But as soon as these two stimuli come together, a knowing of a book is formed in the mind consciousness. In the mind consciousness, a spark of a book is created. There is a superimposition in layers of photo shot images of every image within the thought at this moment. This photo shot of the book will be compared with the previous photo shot of a book, which was continuously recharged and kept alive. In this same moment, then when an image comes, the sound too automatically comes up and it is identified as a book. When a stimulus of a sound comes to the mind consciousness, the image of it automatically comes to mind. Or when the stimulus of the image comes to the mind consciousness, the sound of the image automatically comes to the mind. This is a law of the universe, a phenomenon. Yes, this is a law of the universe, a phenomenon. The mind consciousness started generating sparks from the time we were born. These sparks form layers of data like a collection of photoshots. This igniting and dying off of sparks gives us a feeling that everything is alive and real, including myself. This feeling of living and liveliness stops only when we stop breathing. The perceptions, sanya, comes from the mind consciousness. These perfections cannot be stopped. They will always come until we stop breathing. This is where we need to be aware that all that we see outside are all illusions, not true. Just like how we are aware that all images that appear in the mirror are not true and that they don't physically exist. Sankitena nibidaya means because of the deep understanding of that awareness that all the stimuli that we receive from the six senses are all lies. We let go of that thought without reacting to it. This will lead you to the realization of the pure truth. With this realization, you will be able to realize the illusion of the mind consciousness, and come out of suffering. The outside world will not disappear. It will be seen because We are not blind or deaf, but we must maintain our awareness that there is no outside and that there is no inside, and that there is nothing as me and everything is only a thought, and that thought too is a lie. Now, where are you? The image you receive is you, isn't it? The image comes from a spark, and the spark is also a thought, isn't it? And in every thought, there is a you. In this moment, you have a thought in your mind consciousness. The thought is also a stimulus that you received from one of the senses. A thought is a spark. If you receive a spark from the sight sense, and if you recognize it as a book, your self identity is also formed in that same thought that recognizes the book. If there is no book, there is no you either. Therefore, the fact that the book exists to you also means that you exist. The fact that the book exists means that you exist too, and that you have a feeling that you are alive, you are there, seen the book. If you are aware then and have an understanding that a book cannot exist, it means that you have also understood that you too don't exist at all. In the Sapta Surya Sutra, one of the teachings of the Buddha, he said that if the 7 suns rise from in the sky, the earth would turn to ashes and only the empty space would remain. Likewise, when we realize the pure truth that we do not exist at all, we would just let go of everything with understanding and with wisdom and just live the rest of the life with ease and no suffering. You would realize that you are only a thought, a spark, nothing else. Mihinin Wahanse, yes, Honorable Sir, we are holding on to something that does not exist. Aryan Wahanse, the Buddha said, Etang mama, eso hamasmi. This means that if you believe that things exist outside and inside, it creates a me and my life. This is the mind consciousness, also known as the manovinyana, that gives us the me feeling. Actually, when you say the book, that is you. The fact that you think that you exist is a concept and impression. If you see a tree, that tree is you. If somebody scolds you in front of you, that person who is scolding you is you. Now, where am I? Who are in the spark? Nowhere else. Whatever the 6 stimuli that comes from the 6 senses, that is you. What happens when you don't give importance to all 6 stimuli coming from the 6 senses, the concept of you begins to melt away. Now you believe that you are alive, begins to melt away. The Buddha named this process of letting go with wisdom and melting away as Nibbidhanti, Viraganti, Nirodhanti, Patinissanupassi. Your greed, ill will, and delusion disappears. If you give any value to something outside or inside, that creates the me concept. Let us say, for example, Mehin say, you eat food and you taste the food on your tongue. Now let me, is it you? Who is eating the food? Now don't you create a concept that it is you who is eating the book? Also, when you have a craving or liking to a taste, don't you think that it is really you who is enjoying it, tasting it? You can be aware of how the illusory I-ness is formed while being in any posture. You can also be aware of how the feeling of I-ness is created when you see, hear, smell, taste, touch, or have any thoughts. When you realize that an illusory you is created in every stimuli you receive, you can let go of forming any attachments or dislike to them by having an awareness of seeing the true, pure truth in them. This wisdom is being aware of the illusion of the outside and the inside is called Udayavijnana. If you don't get tricked by the illusion and you let go of it after seeing the truth in it, it is known as Pajanati. If you don't realize that it is all an illusion and if you get tricked by it, it is called Vijanati. We need to be aware of all stimuli that we receive from our 6 senses while being in any posture of this body. Supposing you feel the wind on your body and you feel the coolness of it, be aware. Do you feel the coolness of the wind or does the body feel it? Contemplate on it. When you feel a good taste, contemplate if the taste is felt by your tongue or is it felt by you. Contemplate if it is you who is enjoying the taste. Now, where are you? Why do you relate the taste to you? When the breeze was felt by the body, why did you assign the coolness to you? The feeling of you is a concept, a belief. This false belief that it is you is called the Sakkaya Ditthi. It means that you have an impression that you exist. The belief that you exist is because we lived within the Anusotaya. Anusotaya means that we believe that the outside and the inside is true. This belief that all is true gives us the impression that we too exist. Now we have to learn how to look at the world without me. That is called the Kiriyasitta. This is how a newborn baby sees the world. He has bodily movements and actions, but he does not have any traits, greed, ill will, delusion, anger, jealousy in his mind. He does not have a me or mine concept. He does not have feelings of greed, ill will, delusion, jealousy, etc. He has a very pure, untrained mind. As we grew up, we were tricked because we were taught that we are individual beings. We added a I did it or me concept to every action we performed. That was our delusion. The illusion of the mind. Vijnana Mayava. When we don't believe the outside and the inside, and when we stop believing in the me concept the mind creates, then the thought ceases to exist. This point is called Vijnana Anidassana. At this point, you also lose the me concept and you realize the pure truth. Appatitya Vijnana means when the thought cannot create any illusion at that moment. Meheni Mahanse, Honorable Sir, how should I contemplate on a sound I hear? Aryan Mahanse, when you hear a sound, contemplate, is it you who hear the sound? Then regard it as it is only a sound. The Buddha said, Sutte Sutta Matta. What you hear is only a sound. When you hear a sound and when you turn towards the direction, the sound comes from you. You need not like it or dislike the sound. It is just a sound. Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, you have to be aware and question, am I here at the moment? This awareness is very important because through this awareness, you begin to develop wisdom, which will finally make you realize the pure truth. You will realize that there is no you. Aryan Mahansa has a profound effect on developing wisdom. Sorry. Awareness has a profound effect on developing wisdom to realize the pure truth. The Buddha said about how important developing of wisdom is to achieve enlightenment, to stop rebirth. But wisdom cannot be developed by thought or thinking. Wisdom is developed only through awareness. and applying the Yathabhuta Jnanaya for everything. This was explained by the Buddha. Jnana Adhigamana Nibbana Satchikiriyaya. Going back to how to react when you hear a sound of a vehicle, you should be able to see the vehicle without the concept of I am seeing the vehicle. You will hear the sound, but you should hear it without the I hear concept. Now, how do you see the vehicle without the I concept? When you see a book, look at it, but without the concept of I see the book, regard it as just a visual. We will always hear, see, smell, taste, feel, the touch, and receive thoughts. The senses will always be there. Sparks will always take place. Here I have to clarify that the awareness that I am talking about in this part of the discussion is the path to awakening for the one who is at the third Supra Mudra stage called Anagami, non-returner. The first step to realize the pure truth in the Super Mudra plane is called Sotapanna, the stage of stream entry. To realize the truth in this first stage, we have to have an understanding that what we see and experience outside is not real, that they are only thoughts. We let go of the belief in the outside world using the Yathabhuta Jnanaya. The outside world is also known as Bahira Lokaya. To arrive at the awareness of the first stage of the Supramudra planes, we bring ourselves to the inside by being aware that everything we experience outside are only thoughts. Since we have the understanding that the outside world is created only by thoughts, we stop believing in the outside world. We see that it is a lie. Ashrutavat Prutagyanaya means the person to whom the outside world is true. It is real. Sotapanna means the person has realized the illusion to a certain extent and he does not allow his mind to go in the direction the mind wants. He goes in the direction of the Patisotaya. Patisotaya means you have realized the pure truth and now you see the pure truth in all stimuli you receive from your senses. You won't get tricked. You know that all what is seen outside is only thoughts. Now, please understand very carefully when we were on the path to Sotapanna, the first stage in the Supramudran plane, we let go of the outside, saying the outside is all made up from the thoughts inside. The third stage, we did not discuss about the second stage yet, but more or less, it is the same principle. On the Supramudra plane is called Anagami. All these stages are all levels of wisdom. They cannot be developed by force, by learning, or by thoughts. Wisdom develops automatically according to how much awareness is maintained. In the Anagami stage, we also let go of our thoughts. We realize that thoughts are all lies. Then, whatever we see outside, we have to maintain our awareness. That is only a seeing, only a hearing, only a taste. Mehenin Mahanse. Yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse. Later at the end, beyond the stage of Anagami, you realize that there is nothing as thoughts either. But to arrive at this realization, you had to identify the formation of the illusionary self in each thought. At the third stage, you have already realized that the outside does not exist, and we are already aware that any stimulus that you receive is only a thought. On the path to realize the pure truth, at this stage, you have to identify the illusory you in every thought that you receive. Whichever thought you receive, it is you. When you see a book, the book is the mind consciousness, the vijnana. Therefore, the illusory you is in it. The book is you. You have to be aware of yourself in the thought. If you see a book, the book is you. The mind consciousness gives you an illusory you in every thought. The way to be aware of yourself in a thought is, if you see a book, realize that the book is you. If you give a value to the book, and if you think that you want to have that book, that is you there. This is known as drushtya. Drushtya means a false belief. The feeling of I am experiencing the book and that I exist at this moment and I see the book in front of me, taking me to be true, is called Sakkaya Ditya. In other words, the feeling of I am alive and I'm experiencing this is called Sakkaya Ditya. There is a very subtle angle through which this forming of I-ness should be observed. It is not easy. The Buddha said to observe the forming of the illusory self in a thought is more difficult than splitting a single hair of a horse into 100 stands of a clever archer. The Buddha also said that to detect this self in a thought is not easy. He said that it is like trying to see a rainbow through a dewdrop that is hanging at the end of a blade of grass. So now I have completed up to the page 85. So I think it is time to stop the book reading. So I will stop this book reading now. I take this opportunity to worship Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse for guiding in each and every way. Pada Namaskara Karami Aryan Vansa. May the Triple Gem bless you all. Tervan Saranai.
Good morning, everybody. Therun Sana Aranhansi. Therun Sana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 80. In the Sapta Surya Sutra, one of the teachings of the Buddha, he said that if the seven sunrise in the sky, the earth would turn to ashes, and only the empty space would remain. Likewise, when we realize the pure truth that we do not exist at all, we would just let go of everything with understanding and with wisdom, and just live the rest of the life with ease and no suffering. You would realize that you are only a thought, a spark, nothing else. Meaning Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir, we are holding on to something that does not exist. Amaran Mahanse, the Buddha said, Etam Mama, Eso Hamasmi. This means that if you believe that things exist outside and inside, it creates a me and my life. It is the mind consciousness, also known as the Mano Vijnana, that gives us the me feeling. Actually, when you say the book, that is you, the fact that you think that you exist is a concept, an impression. If you see a tree, that tree is you. If somebody scolds you in front of you, that person who is scolding you is you. Now where am I? You are in the spark, nowhere else. Whatever the six stimuli that comes from the six senses, that is you. What happens when you don't give importance to the six stimuli coming from the six senses? You, the concept of you, begins to melt away. Now your belief that you are alive begins to melt away. The Buddha named this process of letting go with wisdom and melting away all away as Nibbidanti, Viraganti, Nirodhanti, Patinissanupasse. Your greed, ill will, and delusion disappears. If you give any value to something, whether it's outside or inside, that creates the me concept. Let us say, for example, Nihinin Mahasi, you eat food and you taste the food on your tongue. Now tell me, is it you who is eating the food? Now don't you create a concept that it is you who is eating the food. Also, when you have a craving or liking to a taste, Don't you think that it is really you who is enjoying it, tasting it? You can be aware of how the illusory I-ness is formed while being in any posture. You can also be aware of how the feeling of I-ness is created when you see, hear, smell, taste, touch, or have any thoughts. When you realize that an illusory you is created in every stimuli you receive, you can let go of forming any attachments or dislike to them by having an awareness of seeing the pure truth in them. This wisdom of being aware of the illusion of the outside and the inside is called Buddothpada. If you don't get tricked by the illusion and you let go of it after seeing the truth in it, it is known as Pajanati. If you don't realize that it is all an illusion, and if you get tricked by it, it is called Vijanati. We need to be aware of all stimuli that we receive from our six senses while being in any posture of this body. Supposing you feel the wind on your body and you feel the coolness of it. Be aware. Do you feel the coolness of the wind or does the body feel it? Contemplate on it. When you feel a good taste, contemplate if the taste is felt by your tongue or is it felt by you. Contemplate if it is you who is enjoying the taste. Now, where are you? Why do you relate the taste to you? When the breeze was felt by the body, why did you assign the coolness to you? The feeling of you is a concept, a belief. This false belief that it is you is called the Sakkaya Ditthi. It means that you have an impression that you exist. The belief that you exist is because we live within the Anusota. Anusota means that we believed that the outside and the inside is true. This belief that all is true gives us the impression that we too exist. Now we have to learn how to look at the world without me. That is called Priyasita. This is how a newborn baby sees the world. He has bodily movements and actions, but he does not have any taints such as greed, ill will, delusion, anger, or jealousy in his mind. He does not have a me or mine concept. He does not have feelings of greed, ill will, delusion, jealousy, etc. He has a very pure, untainted mind. As we grew up, we were tricked because we were taught that we are individual beings. We added a I did it or me, mine concept to every action we performed. That was our delusion, the illusion of the mind, also known as Vijnana mind. When we don't believe the outside and the inside, and when we stop believing in the me concept, the mind creates, then the thought ceases to exist. This point is called Vijnana Anidassana. At this point, you also lose the me concept and you realize the pure truth. Appaditha Vijnana means when the thought cannot create any illusion at that moment. Mihini Mahasi, Honorable Sir, how should I contemplate on a sound I hear? Aryan Mahasi, when you hear a sound, contemplate. Is it you who hear the sound? Then regard it as it is only a sound. The Buddha said, Sute Sutamatta. What you hear is only a sound. When you hear a sound and when you turn towards the direction the sound comes from, you need not like it or dislike the sound. It is just a sound. Mihini Mahase, yes, Honorable Sir. Arden Mahase, you have to be aware and question, am I here at this moment? This awareness is very important because through this awareness, you begin to develop wisdom, which will finally make you realize the pure truth. You will realize that there is no you. Awareness has a profound effect on developing wisdom to realize the pure truth. The Buddha said about how important developing of wisdom is to achieve enlightenment, to stop rebirth. But wisdom cannot be developed by thought or thinking. Wisdom is developed only through awareness and applying the Yathabhuta Jnana for everything. This was explained by Buddha. Jnanan Adhigamanan Nibbanan Sachikiriyaya. Going back to how to react when you hear a sound of a vehicle. You should be able to see the vehicle without the concept of I am seeing the vehicle. You will hear the sound, but you should hear it without the I hear concept. Now, how do you see the vehicle without the I concept? When you see a book, look at it, but without the concept of I see the book. Regard it as just a visual. We will always hear, see, smell, taste, feel the touch, and receive thoughts. The senses will always be there. Sparks will always take place. Here, I have to clarify that the awareness that I am talking about in this part of the discussion is the path to awakening for the one who is at the third supramundane stage called Anagan, who is a non-returner. The first step to realize the pure truth in the supramundane plane is called Sotapan, the stage of stream entry. To realize the truth in the first stage, we have to have an understanding that what we see and experience outside is not real, that they are only thoughts. We let go of the belief in the outside world using the Yathabhuta Gnana. The outside world is also known as Bahira Lokaya. To arrive at the awareness of the first stage of the supramundane plane, we bring ourselves to the inside by being aware that everything we experience outside are only thoughts. Since we have the understanding that the outside world is created only by thoughts, we stop believing in the outside world. We see that it is alive. Ashrutavat Buddhachana means the person to whom the outside world is true. It is real. Ashritavat Pruthakshana means the person to whom the outside world is true. It is real. Sotapanna means the person has realized the illusion to a certain extent, and he does not allow his mind to go in the direction the mind wants. He goes in the direction of the Patisote. Patisote means you have realized pure truth, and now you see the pure truth in all stimuli you receive from your senses. You won't get tricked. You know that all what is seen outside is only thoughts. Now please understand very carefully. When we were on the path to Sotapanna, the first stage in the supramundane plane, we let go of the outside, saying the outside is all made up from the thoughts inside. The third stage, we did not discuss about the second stage yet, but more or less it is the same principle. On the supramundane plane is called anagami. All these stages are levels of wisdom. They cannot be developed by force, by learning, or by thoughts. Wisdom develops automatically according to how much awareness is maintained. In the anagami stage, we also let go of our thoughts. We realize that thoughts are all lies. Then whatever we see outside, we have to maintain our awareness that it is only a seeing, only a hearing, only a taste. Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Arden Mahanse, later, at the end, beyond the stage of anagami, you realize that there is nothing as thoughts either. But to arrive at that realization, you have to identify the formation of the illusory self in each thought. At the third stage, you have already realized that the outside does not exist, and we are already aware that any stimulus that you receive is only a thought. On the path to realize the pure truth, at this stage, you have to identify the illusory you in every thought that you receive. Whichever thought you receive, it is you. When you see a book, the book is the mind consciousness or the vijnana. So therefore, the illusory you is in it. The book is you. You have to be aware of yourself in the thought. If you see a book, the book is you. The mind consciousness gives you an illusory you in every thought. The way to be aware of yourself in a thought is, if you see a book, realize that the book is you. If you give a value to that book, and if you think that you want to have that book, that is you there. This is known as Drushtiya. Drushtiya means a false belief. The feeling of I am experiencing the book and that I exist at this moment and I see the book in front of me, taking me to be true, is called Sakkaya Ditthhiya. In other words, the feeling of I am alive and I am experiencing this is called Sakkaya Ditthhiya. There is a very subtle angle through which this forming of I-ness should be observed. It is not easy. The Buddha said to observe the forming of the illusory self in a thought is more difficult than splitting a single hair of a horse into 100 strands by a clever archer. The Buddha also said that to detect the self in a thought, it is not easy. He said that it is like trying to see a rainbow through a dewdrop that is hanging at the end of a blade of grass. What the Buddha says is to recognize how the self is formed in thought, which comes as a stimulus. We look at everything by attaching ourselves to it. If you can use the book with an awareness and without the delusion that you are using it, that is wisdom. Also, if you can be aware that the thought of a book arose and then after that the thought of a brick wall arose, that is wisdom. Try to use things without the concept of me and mine. This is also called Prabhashvarya or purity. Within that awareness, within that purity, there is no self or person. This awareness together with the Yathabhuta understanding allows you to develop wisdom, like how we know that the images in the mirror are not real. We should also realize that what we see is not also real. This is wisdom. When we look at the mirror, we need not even look twice at it to see if the images on it are real or not. We know that there is nothing in it. The same way, when we see things in this world, we should know that there is nothing in them. In the same way, we have to come to a realization that there is a seeing, but there is no body, no person there. It is not me who sees it. It is just a seeing. That should be the angle through which you should maintain your awareness. If you enjoy some good food, be aware that you are formed in that moment of savoring. When you react to the taste in a negative way, again, you are formed at that point too. But if you see that there is no body there, that there is no person there, and if you are aware that what you see is only sound and color, there is no thing there, that is wisdom. We do see images outside. We hear the sounds. We see the color. We see them moving and alive. Let us say that we draw a picture of a cat, a tree, and a chair on paper. Is a chair physically there in a picture? Many will say, no, it is only a drawing. Another will say, do you have live cats in a picture? Do you have trees swaying to the wind in a picture? This world is all in a picture. The world we see is also like a picture. Now, do you realize how deep and complex this realization is? You cannot explain this realization in words. You need to feel it, like how you need to taste the salt. You need to taste the salt to know what the salt tastes like.
Therwan Saranai, thank you for doing this session. Shani, thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to say I'm extremely sorry. I apologize for the disturbance. We pay our homage to Triple Gem, and you all may be blessed by Triple Gem. Also, I worship Paran Mahanse, our noble friend, our spiritual teacher at this point. And I warmly welcome all of you who have joined this English Buddothpado PeoTV channel to listen to these discussions and these sermons. As you all know, this is something going on for 24 hours, and different people are talking and explaining the things in their own way. So it has a variety, and I'm sure from when you get the input from different people, it will be more colorful, and you will be able to understand the things in a better way, because each person will have the way of explaining the things, and each person will give different examples or metaphors sometime, and different wordings, different speed of explanation. So these, I think, will suit you in several ways. So I'm sure this will be a great way to understand these true Dhamma facts, which we are going to convey in our best capacity. So we have been talking about few things over the last few days, last 2 days. Yesterday, we just briefly talked about what is this self-perception, what is this self-weave or myself, what is meant by myself, what is this self-weave. That is actually the spirit of this Buddhist teaching, because that is the main root cause for all these misconceptions or this avijja or this ignorance. So it's like the main root of a tree. Now, if you just trim the branches, even cutting the trunk up to the earth level of the soil, the tree will grow at some point, provided that the roots are there. Particularly, if the main root is intact, the tree will grow up at some stage. So when you are using various other methods to understand these true Dhamma, particularly doing this concentration meditation, it's something like that you are trimming the branches of the tree. You have not gone to the root level and uprooted the whole thing. So it will grow at some stage. So what we are trying to do with these explanations are actually we are trying to help you to uproot it completely so that there is no way of growing again. So the main root, I would say, or the worst misconception, worst wrong conception, incorrect conception is this self-feeling or this self-perception. So we will try to understand a little bit more. And for that, you have to understand about the thought formation and the mind further, deeply. Now, if we go to a little bit of science side, I'm sure these examples, some of you may have experienced as school children. In the upper classes, you may have seen there's something called tuning fork. It's something for somebody who has not seen it, I will just try to explain. It's a U-shaped metal piece with a little handle. So it's like the letter U with a handle at the bottom. They have particular frequencies that they can vibrate. So it's given in figures. Maybe frequency of one will say 120, another one will have the frequency of 250. The science side or the physics side of this is a kind of nature's law, something that happened in the natural way. If one tuning fork is vibrated, or if you touched, if you give a little tap onto that tuning fork, which has 120 frequency, and if there are several other tuning forks a little away, which have different frequencies, and there's one with 120, when you vibrate this tuning fork, automatically the other similar one, other 120 tuning fork also will start vibrating. Nothing has gone from this side to that end. You can't see anything going from there, but the two will simultaneously vibrate, giving a sound. So this is the story about this tuning fork vibration. Similarly, actually these examples have been pointed out by our noble teacher, noble friend, R.N. Mahase. Because these examples would have never sort of come to our mind unless he explained it in this way. So, in other words, when the capacity to vibrate in the equal way, the two items on two different places will vibrate together when one is vibrating. This is the mechanism of hearing, seeing, feeling in the sense the skin sensation. So this is, and not only that, this is the basis or the explanation of your thought formation. It's beautiful, isn't it? I mean, you can take some simple examples and explain these things. So similarly, if I take a more commoner example where everybody would have experienced, there is some thundering. And when there is thundering in the sky, which happens some several, maybe hundreds or thousands miles away from here, you hear your windows rattling, but the other things, your walls will not rattle, your furniture inside the house will not rattle, but only the windows will be rattling. What happens there? It's the same mechanism. There is some synchronization or equalization of the vibration. There is some vibration occurring in the sky, and out of the material that are around, the vibration of the vibratory capacity of the windows becomes similar, but not the other parts. So, did something come from that end to here? No, nothing came here. But that is the system working. That is how it's happening naturally. So this is the mechanism. If we try to explain about how the things are seen, how the things are heard, we take this example. Now we talked about the function of the eye. We'll go into details of that to apply what I just explained. Now we have told, we mentioned that vision or the light is something created by this eye at this moment here, now and here. So if the eye didn't vibrate, it's the EYI, the eye, the organ. So if the eye didn't vibrate, there is nothing to talk about seeing a thing. There's nothing to talk about vision. If you do not have the eye, that means if you are blind from birth, you can't talk about seeing anything. So that means there is no vibration at all. Also, you have the eye, but vibration didn't occur at this moment. So you can't talk about seeing anything. And if you happen to, if this eye happened to vibrate at a particular point, what happens is, if there are similar objects which has the capacity to vibrate at the same frequency, tallies with this, it becomes equal. Then you say, oh, I can see that. I can see the coconut tree. I can see that red rose. So many things around you, you consider them as you have seen. What happened was there was some vibration of this eye, this organ, and it became equal or equalized with some other objects which has the ability to vibrate in the same frequency. I hope this was clear enough for you. Hearing also same. Now there is some vibration of the ear. If you didn't have this ear, there's nothing to talk about hearing. And if your ear didn't vibrate at this time, at this point, whatever the sounds which were there outside, you can't talk about any hearing because you don't know. The moment it vibrates and then it becomes equal to some sound that was outside, then you say that, oh yes, I heard that sound. I heard it. Yes. So it's the same thing for the other three organs also, the tongue and the nose and the skin. So those three also, there is some vibration at that point, and then that becomes synchronized to something else. So this is the mechanism of the 5 sensor functions. So there are two important things that I wanted to stress. This organ or this sensor faculty should vibrate to perceive that stimulation. That is an essential part. So this system or your body, you can call it a system or a body, because you can't, it's more correct to say it's a system because there is no controller of the system. So essentially, this system should have the vibrating organ. And there should be something which can be equalized outside. This mechanism is called telepathization or synchronization or resonating. So any word you can use. Resonating, synchronization, or telepathization. So this is the same thing. Same thing is happening about the thoughts. Thought is also just another vibration. I said yesterday that vibration of the eye, vibration of the ear, and if appropriate, the other three organs vibration will combine together to make a different type of a vibration. That is the thought. So thought is just a combined single vibration. In that vibration, you can't find those what got together in the previous place. That means you can't find the vision part, hearing part, and the skin sensor part, etc. You can't find. It's automatically finished product is coming now. That is your thought. So when a thought is formed, how do you recognize? Now this is where we are going to talk about the function of the mind or function of the thought. How do you recognize what was seen as the coconut tree? How do you recognize what was heard as the cawing of the crow? That is where another form of synchronization occurs. That is the previously experienced thing. That means you should have experienced the knowledge or this thought about coconut tree previously for you to identify it as coconut tree now. And you should have experienced the thought about crow for you to recognize the crows cawing right now. Again, there is telepathization. There is resonating from what you experienced in the past. Isn't it very beautiful, to research on this and experiment on this, how these thoughts are formed? So always there is something equalizing or resonating or synchronizing or telepathizing, whatever term you are using, there is some form of matching that is becoming this. It becomes equal. There are no two things. Same thing is again coming up as a spark here. So this is the mechanism underneath all these things. What you see, what you hear. Now what you see and what you hear and what you feel as taste, smell and the skin sensation, that happens at the baby's level, radiant mind level. So the baby will have the similar mechanism where there is vibration of the eye and it becomes telepathized to something which has the equal frequency. So there is this seeing function or the vision is taking place there. Similarly, baby's eardrum will vibrate and something similar will become equal or telepathizing so that the baby will hear the sound. So as I said, the essential part is the vibration of this sensor faculty is a must. This sensor faculty, the physical component should be there, and then the vibration of that physical component should happen. So in other words, vibration means the creation of the sensor faculty. That means a function. I think I mentioned this in the previous talks. Always sensor faculty indicates a function of seeing, hearing, and the feeling sensor. So you can see that this is a very fast occurring situation, very fast mechanism, and there is no doer, there is no person who is doing, no controller here. You can imagine how fast this is happening. Now you just turn your head right round. Just do it right now and see. Turn your head from left side to completely to the right side. How many things you see and how many things you recognize. Now, when I am turning, I can see the trees through the window, and I have the wall, I have some pencil cases, various things on my table, and plug points, etc. The computer, so many things right round. So when I turn my head from one point to the other point, 180 degrees. How many things are seen, and in a fraction of a second, identification also occurs. You identify them as you pass them. So you can see that mechanism of this telepathization, how fast it is. Unimaginable speed, isn't it? Similarly, now you are listening to a song, we'll say you are listening to a song, and each word you recognize, isn't it? I mean, continuously your eardrum is vibrating and some sounds are created. And in the fastest possible way, fastest possible speed, you identify the words, provided that you speak that language. You identify the word and even the meaning of that word. And not only that, sometimes even some quick thoughts might come about that song also, some other previous experiences. Again, there is telepathization. The eardrum is vibrating, and because the frequency of that whatever the radio or whatever speaker is equal to that eardrum sound, eardrum frequency, there is this function of hearing. Now, mind you, there must be so many other sounds outside. Because your eardrum didn't vibrate according to that, you say you didn't hear them. Similarly, now when you are seeing the things, there must be so many other things in the outside world. We never know. But whatever which matched the vibration of your eye is taken as seeing the things. Now, can you see how complex it is? Anyway, I mean, knowing this Dhamma in any way is not going to disturb your day-to-day activities. You do not have to sort of think about this again and again and trying to confuse your mind. Whatever your sense of faculties are producing for you or manufacturing for you can be taken as you can take them for granted and then experience them and then do whatever the way that you are doing to handle and be with them. But this is the true happening as a knowledge. Now these things you can't actually experience. You cannot, because of the fast speed, there is no way of finding out. Only Lord Buddha, who had this super wisdom, could see these things. But as people from the mundane world, we cannot experience it. It's simply a knowledge for us. But what I want to emphasize on this is that there is a very complex mechanism occurring, and there is no person who is controlling. There is no self who can control this mechanism. And now sometimes just try to recollect some instances where maybe one of your parents or somebody was trying to show you a particular star. Look, that big star next to those 3 stars on row. You will say, no, I can't see. What is happening? Your eye didn't vibrate accordingly. But his eye, whoever you are going to show you, his eye has vibrated according to that. But your eye didn't vibrate. So you say you couldn't see. But all of a sudden, you will catch it. Yes, now I can see. What happened? Now there was some synchronization of the vibration of your eye to that one. Same thing about the hearing. Now you are in a particular place where there are lots of sounds. And all of a sudden, somebody might ask, did you hear that sound of the train? No, I didn't hear. Yes, now I can hear the sound of the train. What happened? Can you say that the train was there or not before you heard it? No, you never know. Unless you have the experience of your sense faculties, unless you have this vibration of your sense faculties, you never can say, yes, it was there, but I didn't hear. How can you be so sure about it? You can't be sure on anything that you have not experienced, isn't it? But you think that it was there. You think that the train sound was there, but I didn't hear. So that is your thinking, that is your thought. Really speaking, you can't say that. You don't know whether the sound was there or not. Only thing you can say is that I didn't hear. There was no hearing in relation to that train sound. And all of a sudden, when you heard the sound, yes, I can hear it now. What happened? Now, at that point, the ear vibration occurred, which was synchronized to that sound. So everything you can see that it's not that you saw something, you thought about it. Just think about that sentence once more. All our thoughts. Because the eye, ear, tongue, nose, and the skin are not capable of identifying what that stimulus is. Just a fast vibration occurs at that level. Because of the speed, something is created. Something appears as if it is really there. And how do you identify? It's the help of your thought. or your mind faculty. How did the mind faculty identify? Mind faculty got this from the previous data, or this mechanism of telepathization. And in Buddha teaching, it's explained as Purana Sanya and Nava Sanya. What is meant by that? Purana means previous or old. Sanya are perceptions. So old perceptions become new perceptions at this moment. The same spark which occurred some time back reappear right now. It wasn't stored anywhere. Of course, the part of the brain responsible for the memory is necessary for this process, but it's not stored anywhere in the brain. It provides the background facility, like the battery, to produce the current, to generate the current. The part of that brain responsible for the memory is essential. If that part is damaged, we say that you lost your memory because the basic structure which is essential is not there. Then you say that you lost the memory. Now this happens sometimes after serious head injuries. People lose memory. And that is because the basic structure, the necessary organ is damaged. It's like not having the eye, not having the ear. So there is, you can't talk about hearing or vision. Similarly, if that particular part of the brain is damaged for some reason, you can't talk about this Purana Sanya or these old perceptions coming to this present moment. So everything that comes as a thought right now is a repetition of something that you experienced at some stage. It's the interesting part is actually it's not limited to this life. This is what Lord Buddha has explained. It's not limited only to the experiences that you had in this birth. This sort of things we as ordinary people can't imagine. We have no idea about our previous performances and the previous experiences. It can be from so many previous births that can be synchronized. So see how complex it is. What does it mean that there is some current which is persisting? There's some current which is continued from one life to the other. So simply, whatever the experiences you had at some stage will come as a spark right now here. And this pattern is also unpredictable. It's so complex and unpredictable, and you can't imagine how it happens. And there is no person doing it. There's no particular pattern that it occurs. So now we'll take an example. Just right now, you see some something I will say, yeah. You see a flag which has a bright orange color, and it's a function of the eye, and then the mind faculty will right now identify it's a flag. So where did the flag come from? That was some of your past experiences. As a little baby, you didn't know what the flag is. You didn't know that orange color this is the orange color. Even the colors we learned as children. didn't we? I mean, we were taught the colors. The eye can, I can identify only the shape. I cannot identify colors. So colors is another data that was added as a part of your teaching or learning. So the orange color was something that you received as a data, maybe from your parents, elder siblings, or your teachers, or somebody. So now you know that this is orange color. And also the name flag also came in the similar way as a data. And will that perception stop from there? Now your mind faculty identified it as a flag, orange color flag. And now can you stop from there? You can't stop. All the other perceptions which are related to orange color might just have an influx and just come at this point. You might remember king coconut, which has orange color. You might remember the robes of a Buddhist monk. You might remember an orange color sari that your mother was wearing. You might remember something like the beautiful orange color sun at the sunset. See how many other perceptions are coming right now. In addition to that main perception was orange color flag. And there must be hundreds and thousands of other perceptions coming. Not only that, you know the flag is something soft, isn't it? Even that perception comes. You don't feel it as something hard like a rock. You don't feel it as something very delicious. I mean, that sort of odd perceptions will not be there. But the relevant perceptions, it's a soft thing made it in a soft material and it's soothing to the eye, and all other things related to that orange color flag will just be included in that spark which we call a thought. So this is how it's happening. And when you realize this mechanism, you wouldn't bother. I am using the word you, but it is actually the system, because there is no you here. There is no you or myself here. It's a system functioning. So if this is not understood, if this mechanism is not understood, the flag is not considered as a thought. Flag becomes real and live. And this is where a value is added to that flag. It's something real. It's something existing. Yes. Yes, there is a flag there. When it becomes real, automatically the self-perception is standing on the other side. That real feeling itself is the self-perception. Wherever, whatever you feel as real, whatever is felt as real, there is self-perception. It's not the superficial thought that you have. Sometimes you have the superficial thought, it's me, it's myself, and I am there, it's mine. Those are superficial thoughts. But even if you get rid of those thoughts, deeply, that self-perception is always hanging around. It's difficult to find this hiding little creature, self-perception. But when you realize these facts little by little, whatever you take, whatever the system takes as real, as existing, it's a feel that you have. That feel is yourself. Feel is the self. And another example for telepathization, which will be easier even to remember. And this is actually one of the beautiful metaphors given by our noble teacher, our Aran Mahanse. This is a modern example. Now, how does the television set functions? On the television function, you have the pictures, you have the sounds. And you can't see those sounds and the pictures just outside that screen, can you? I mean, the picture is just limited to that screen, and the sound is also limited to a particular small area around that. And there are two television sets, your place and your neighbor's place. And both of you have tuned to, we will say, okay, Derana or Hiru or whatever. So you have tuned and you have the similar picture and the sounds on this set, and your neighbor also have the sounds, similar pictures on that side, provided that both of you have tuned to the same channel. Then can you say that something from here has gone there? No. Both are equal, isn't it? Both are equal. It's simply because the wiring system and the electronic kit is similar, and both have the screens and the things are intact. There is electricity, power is there. So when all these background things are completed and you tune to that channel, you can get the picture and the sound. So this is transmitted from a particular area, particular center. In Colombo, we'll say Colombo, or in Kandy or whatever. So transmission center is there. And from the transmission center, they are showing a program, and you tune to the same thing from here, and you get the same thing repeated here, appearing here. Now in this situation, see how similar it to the physical body. This is actually where the story about the rebirth also is explained. This is how this example you can use to explain about the rebirth. And the sensor faculties or your physical body is equal to the television set. What happens when this television set is broken for some reason, which you can equalize to the collapse or the death of this physical body? And when there is a similar physical body, or when there is a similar, when there is a zygote which is matching to this vibration, this current can be synchronized to that zygote. This is the story of the rebirth. And when there is another television set, when your one is broken, and if you buy a new television set or your neighbor gets another television set, you can have the same picture, same sounds, and it functions as in the same way. So your physical body is somewhat similar to this television set, provided that the electronic system is functioning. So this is the story about this telepathization or synchronization, becoming equal. This becomes that. So there are no twos actually. Both are equal. That is something that I wanted to add to what I was saying earlier. So you can see that this is a mechanism of telepathization. The thoughts are telepathized. Things that happens at the sensor level, that means seeing, hearing, feeling sensations of tongue, nose, and the skin, they all are telepathizations. It happens in such a fast speed, you cannot recognize differently, separately. It happens as a continuous flow. And this is where the very fast flow of thoughts occur. And I mentioned earlier that thoughts have a power. We'll talk later about how the thoughts become powerful. And now, when you put batteries to a toy, you can make the toy to move around, isn't it? I mean, it may be a toy animal or a doll. Doll or the toy will do some tricks and then some form of performances with the power. Similarly, talking about a robot, if you put the battery and give the power, and if you if you insert some data for various activities, won't it function like a human being? Provided that those data are there. Now, for example, you fix a robot to, now there are some cafes where they get the service of the robotic machines to do the servings to the customers. So they will bring it on the tray, keep it nicely on your table, and also say that enjoy the meal, have a good day. Some words like that. And then the robot will go and serve another table. So this is happening in some of the Western countries. So it's doing the purpose job of a person, isn't it? The robot has been programmed. Do it this way, serve it this way, keep it on the table like this, and then these words should be told at the end of serving, and then return to the center point. Aren't we also functioning like robots? We have the physical body. We have the battery. What is a battery? That is a current of the thoughts. The thoughts will provide the necessary current. And then we have got the programs. What are the programs? Our past data, Purana Sanya, or our previous perceptions, which will right now at this point appear as a thought. So as long as we have the data, we can function according to that. Think about something that you have no data at all. Now, for example, somebody, a tribal man who is living in the deep forest, deep Amazon forest, where they have never sighted a vehicle. So what will happen? I mean, if a vehicle is shown to him, there will be vibration of the eye, vibration of the ear. And what will be the perceptions? Now, there are no perceptions in relation to a vehicle. The perceptions that he has got may be a wild beast that he has never seen. He will have the perception of being endangered. He will get the perception that I must run away. This is a huge animal who is moving and who is having some sound also. So whatever the perceptions he had, he will have a mind picture and then he will act accordingly. Whereas a person from the modern society, again his eye will be vibrated, ear will be vibrated. So what will be the perceptions he get? This is this model. This is the newer model. And this is the engine capacity. And how much of, how many, what is how many gallons of petrol per whatever, how many, how many miles per gallon of petrol. This color I don't like. And my friend had a similar one. See the difference of the perceptions. They are the data that he had. They are the data that he had as Purana Sanya. Now, both instances, the eye vibrated and the ear vibrated. But see the completely different mental pictures that occurred in both situations. Which one is true? Can you take any of them as true? No. It very clearly shows that this is a creation of the sensor faculty, isn't it? It proves again and again that this is a function of the sensor faculties. And when you understand this mechanism, how it is happening, it's actually very, I would say, a very, very interesting and very, it's like watching a very beautiful film. And Lord Buddha has said that those days there were some specific carnivals where lots of dancing and music and food were there, and many rich people, particularly rich people, not only the rich people, I think, not only the royals, all even the ordinary people went for these recreative activities, this kind of carnival, and they enjoyed thoroughly. But Lord Buddha said that watching your own mind is more interesting and more entertaining than this, any of these carnivals. Isn't it true? I mean, see how your mind is functioning, how these thoughts are formed, how the thoughts vary from fraction of second to another fraction of second, and how the thoughts vary from time to time. I mean, the thoughts that you had today, the perceptions that you had are completely different from what you had as a child. The likings, dislikings, hatreds, or whatever, so many things which were attached to that perceptions have differed, and they are quite different from now. So this is the chitta niyama. This is the nature of the mind. This is the way that the mind is behaving. We'll take another example. I am trying to sort of apply these things to the more practical way so that you can try it yourself. You can explore further. I'm sure you will find more interesting examples from your own experiences when you know this basic side. Now we talked about the robot. So the robotic function, robot needs the battery, and robot needs the programming, robot needs the data. If robot says that I am alive, won't it be another data inserted to him? Just think about it. The robot will repeatedly say, I am alive, I am alive, I am alive. Will you believe? No. We know that it is just another data. Isn't it applicable to the so-called humans also? Humans, or maybe any other living being, any other animal. What is the difference? Is there a difference? No. Same programming occurs. Same system is functioning. If there is no programming, there's no function equal to that. And whatever programs, whatever the data which has been inserted is made use, provided that the battery is functioning, provided that the current is still there. So we'll take the trees also into, as another aspect to explore. Now, trees do have most of the qualities that we have. Trees will start from a seed. We also start from a zygote. And gradually the seed will grow, provided that the water and whatever the fertilizing support is given, and provided that the sunlight is there. Similarly, the zygote will grow provided that the necessary nutrition is received from the mother, and after delivery, that necessary food and water and breathing air, oxygen is provided. So there is growth in both. The tree also will grow and the human being also will grow. During this process, there could be some illnesses, and the trees also will catch some problems, illnesses. And what happens? The tree will grow towards the sunlight, isn't it? We do experiments as small children, I think in school, in our laboratories. We put some seeds and let it grow. We keep it near a window and we can see that the little plants are moving towards the sunlight. Similarly, the roots will go looking for water, moisture. So they are sensors. They have sensors to look for sunlight. They have sensors to find water. The only difference is that their sensors are very slowly functioning. We do have sensors. We have 5 sensors. The trees will not have that many, but both are sensors. As a specific feature, our sensors are very fast acting, extremely fast reacting, whereas the sensors of the tree are very slowly functioning. Trees are breathing, don't you know that? Trees need oxygen. We are also breathing and we also need oxygen. And what happens? The human being will reproduce, have children. The trees also do reproduce. They have flowers and seeds and very complicated or very beautiful ways of pollinating blended with the nature. And human beings also will reproduce, have children, and then after some time, the tree will decay and then come to an end, the death of the tree. Similarly, the human body also after some time will succumb and then the physical death is there. Now see how similar we from the trees. Only thing is that there are no thought formation in the trees. There's no consciousness. There's no eye consciousness, ear consciousness, smell consciousness, taste consciousness, and mind consciousness. Consciousness word is used to describe what is called vijnana. Word vijnana means that there is something there, and in a subtle way that I am the here. So there is self-perception at that level also. But the trees do not have this thought formation. So that is the only difference between the trees and the human beings. So if you damage a tree, if you throw stones at a tree to pluck some fruits and damage the tree. You might even cut some branches, do various kinds of damages to the trees. Will the tree be angry with you? No. That's simply because there are no thoughts. But what happens if somebody comes and hit you, or even shout at you, pull you from your hand, push you? What will happen? You are angry, aren't you? And you will have it as a previous perception. You will be angry. You will try to take revenge from that person. But if you chop off the branches of a tree and harm the tree, but still the tree will provide you with the shade. Whether it was an enemy to the tree or a person who helped the tree with watering and manuring, uh, the tree will provide the shade equally to both of you. And tree will provide fruits to both of you. There is no difference at all. So what our Lord Buddha has said, and this thing has been reiterated and explained by our noble friend Aryan Wahanse. Be like a tree. If you can be like a tree, how nice it will be. I mean, you have no hatreds within you. You have no displeasures or dislikes within you. Whatever happens, you are very cool and you are very calm. And you are helpful always to whoever is expecting a help from you. And you have metta, compassion to everybody. So how lovely it will be to have such a mentality. Just think about it. So this is something that he always say, our noble friend, be like a tree. Arhant status, the mentality is like that. They are like trees. Whether it's an enemy or a friend, very loyal person, the way the things are expressed is similar. And when Lord Buddha's time, when Lord Buddha was there, he had this metta or compassion to everybody. There was no difference at all, whether it was a high level king or a very poor person from the village or an animal, all of them received this metta equally. And there was nothing remaining as taints or defilements in his mind. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. When you understand this, when you cool down from this side, when you are not burning from this side, the opposite side, whatever the other party, will become cool eventually, because there is no way of bringing up a fire. Just imagine a situation where two dry sticks are rubbed together. There is heat and there will be, you can get some fire from that. But if one stick is a raw one and only one stick is dry, however much you rub, will you be able to get some flame, get some fire? No. So if you become neutral, or if your current on this side becomes very much less, automatically the fire which is igniting from the opposite side will also come down. That is the beauty of understanding this Dhamma. And actually, I said that the thoughts have a current, thoughts have a power. This power is the one which leads to various physical activities. Now, if you decide to walk, if you think that I want to walk from this point to that point, your muscles and joints have to be working. So that working activity or this working action takes place with the help of this current. It's like the battery in that robot. And this power is taken to the appropriate parts with the wiring system, which we call nervous system. We have the brain, and then there's something called nervous system, which is the wiring system, which will take the tiniest possible wires to almost every corner of the body. So when there is some physical defect of this wiring system, you call that person is paralyzed. Because even if the current of the thought is there is no way of conveying this current to the appropriate part. So there are people who are paralyzed on one half of the body, or maybe people who have paralyzed below waist. So there, what happens is that physical component, that physical wiring system is defective. So therefore, even though the current is there, current can't be conveyed to the appropriate part of the body. Yes. So then we will talk a little bit more about this current. I think I mentioned yesterday that this current actually initiates from the zygote level. What are the things, what are the facts that decide the personality of a person? In mundane world, we use the name personality of a person. How he behaves and the way he's talking, the way he's doing the things, the way he's reacting, all sorts of things. So what are the facts that decide these qualities or this nature of a self or the qualities of a self? This is again, it is a self-perception. It's a self. So first of all, one important thing is a genetics part, where the parents' genetics, the ovum and the sperm will unite to make the zygote. So the genetics from both parents has a major role in this, and those genes will continue and then have a major contribution to the personality of that character or that person. Second important thing is the environment that the child is growing. So various inputs that the child receives. Now there are actually very, very clearly explained things, situations. We know that some children are late to talk. And one of the important questions that is asked is that, is the household, is the home front very quiet? Is there any child, anybody, any elder siblings or any adults who will interact with this child? Especially this is important for the toddlers and a little older children, maybe like 2, 3, 4 years until that time. If there is no person to interact with the child, and most of the time the child is given the basic facilities, things like food and water and clothing, changing, etc. But there is no one to talk to the child. There is very little stimulation. And as a result, the child's speech can be delayed. So this is one of the examples to indicate. Whereas a child who has several siblings, this is actually a beautiful thing that we observe in large families, which we do not see nowadays. The big families that we had in Sri Lanka a long time back, there were 5, 6 siblings. And there was non-stop input from these elder siblings to the younger ones. They will be talking, they will be singing, they will be telling stories. Not only that, they will be fighting, pushing, and injuring themselves. All sorts of things are there. Actually, these are very important inputs or important perceptions for the child. So that is the importance of this environment that the child is growing. Those help the child to have a very good seasoning during the small age. Child will learn lots of words. Child will learn lots of activities. And also child will learn to be more independent also. And things like sharing and tasting various food and helping each other. So many good things are there in these large families. So many perceptions which will help the child to have a good, strong personality. And we know that in orphanages, particularly, where due to the lack of staff and various other reasons, the children are given the basic support. This is very important, especially when they are infants and toddlers. They are given the necessary basic support, of course. But the caretakers do not have much time to play with them and then engage with them with talking and interacting. They do not have much time, and that affects greatly in their personality. There's a beautiful story from our Lord Buddha's time. There was a nest where there were two baby parrots, and there has been a strong wind, and then this nest was thrown away. And there were two. One was actually one of a robber's house, and the other side was a temple where there was some clergy. And these two babies were thrown to either side, and they brought them up. And the one which was brought up by the clergy in the temple also had he had very kind words. He will because parrots can do some form of communication. We say that parrots can talk. Actually, they can mimic lots of words that the people are talking. So the parrot which was thrown to the temple side was talking some very nice words. He was welcoming the people who were coming to the temple, and extremely nice to the people. And what happened to the parrot on the other side? He was using all sorts of filthy and rude words. He was talking about killing and stealing and doing all sorts of nasty things. So this is another example about the environment that has a significant role in the personality. So third factor is also very important, extremely important. Actually, this factor is not something that can be proved by science or testing. The previous two I mentioned, the genetic part and the environmental part, you can prove. But this third factor is not something that can be proved. It was something disclosed by Lord Buddha with his super wisdom, and it was further explained in a very simple way by our spiritual teacher Aryan Mahanse. Third thing is the current, which is synchronized or telepathized to the zygote. So the nature of this current is that, as I said, there is no particular system, there is no way of predicting, and there is no person responsible, no authority which is responsible for this synchronization. So whatever the current, whatever the vibration which is there in the zygote will be telepathized to another vibration, another current from somewhere. In other words, somewhere a physical body is collapsing, and the current which persisted at that point will be synchronized to something which has a similar vibration. This may sound a bit complex, of course, for a person who is not familiar with these wordings and all, but just take it simply. As long as the current is not zero, that current will not disappear like the physical body decayed and disappeared. The current will persist. Current will find some location. You can't say current will find, of course. Bear with me about these words, because when I'm using different words, it is I'm trying to explain it in the best possible way. So the current is not something, not a thing. The current will become equal to another current. So this current, when the current is synchronized or telepathized to the zygote, it gives a push to grow. And that is how the cells start multiplying, and then it becomes a fetus, it becomes a bigger fetus, and then grow inside the uterus, and then ultimately comes out as a baby. The current which was telepathized stays dormant, and it's not obvious until the thoughts start forming. So this, I used the word yesterday, sasava or taints, something hiding underneath, the glue, which can be sticky at any moment. So the glue becomes sticky when the thoughts start forming. Until that time, this current is hibernating or dormant, staying. And it's manifested only at the stage where the sense functions combine together to make the thoughts. So this is the story of the life. This is how it starts actually. And also in Lord Buddha's one of the sutras, it's explained very beautifully. The zygote is there, and if that current is not telepathized, the zygote will not survive, and it is explained as abortion. We say that the fetus didn't process, and the fetus ended up as an abortion. So this push from this current is essential for it to grow. And also, Lord Buddha has explained in the same sutra, sometimes we know that something is explained as miscarriages, where the baby is grown halfway in the womb. After like 5-6 months, again it ends up as a miscarriage. That is, for some reason, the current which was giving the push leaves that fetus. Why, we don't know. We can't explain why. It's again a nature's happening. So at some point before the birth, if that current leaves, that's the end of that physical body. Now imagine as a person who is living, you and me, at some stage, if we do not have this thought formation or this mind, can you say that I am alive? No. When the mind is not functioning, the body is cremated or buried, isn't it? There's no more life. So the life means continuous flow of thoughts. The life means the mind, functioning mind. So when there is no functioning mind, there is no living person. And the physical part, the physical body becomes useless and you bury it or cremate it. So this is the story about this thought formation and the mind. And this current which is there, which helps to maintain this body. Current varies from time to time. It becomes very strong sometimes. Sometimes it's sort of minimal. You explain it as a situation where there is, I think I mentioned this yesterday also, when the current is very powerful, the person has a physical activity and he can be very aggressive even. When the current is very minimal, the person is just quiet and cool, feeling very relaxed and comfortable. So this varies. The current level varies from time to time. And what happens in the Arhat state? The current that is powerful becomes negligible or becomes zero. It has a very low current, just enough to maintain the body functions. But that extra power which was there, extra current, is the one which becomes zero. So you can communicate with the world, you can continue with your normal work, and there is no way of, no difference in the way that you are experiencing the world. And beauty is that you can do everything without any form of fire within you. And it's something like that. It's something like you are not pumping any more petrol to the car. But from whatever the petrol which is left, the car will move forward. At some point, when whatever the petrol which was in the tank is over, the vehicle will stop. So this is actually explained by Lord Buddha about the, I will use a simpler word, death in two stages. One is the death of this current, and it happens when you are alive, so-called when you are alive. So when this current is gone, when this current is ceased, you have no fire on your day-to-day activities. You have this cool flow underneath every activity. You have this mint-like feeling. This example was given by our noble friend Aryan Mahanse. Feeling like mint, feeling cool. But superficially, you can look angry. Sometimes you can use very tough words. You can even punish a child as a teacher. But no fire underneath. Everything is very cool underneath. So this is the level where there is this death of the current. That is one level of death. And that is equal to the stage where you stop pumping petrol to the vehicle. But there is some more fuel to move forward. And when you reach a particular stage, the fuel is over and the physical body collapses, and that is the second level of death. And that is the stopping of the vehicle because no more fuel is there. And Lord Buddha has given a beautiful example which was appropriate to that time. He said that a person who is doing pottery work. They use various methods to form various pots and pans. They will shape it up. They will use that spinning machine and then shape it up. And then they will put it into the kiln and for heating, for burning it. And it will come to a particular temperature and it will have this hardened appearance and hardened nature, and then it is taken out. And when it is kept outside, little by little, that heat will disappear and the pot will become cold. So it's something similar to what I explained just now about the vehicle. So as long as the heat is there, it will felt heat, hot. But with time, the heat will little by little disappear and the hot pot will become cool and nice. So this is the beauty of this Dhamma. While you are alive, you need to die to reach the ultimate nirvana. Yes, that was the thought that we had. Actually, that was the impression that we had earlier. We thought that nirvana means the end of the physical body and not being born again. That is actually not correct. That is not what Lord Buddha mentioned. What Lord Buddha disclosed was something that you can experience while you are alive. And while you are alive, if you can experience this relaxed nature, how beautiful is it? And the fact that you are experiencing the world in the same way, but you know that it is not true. It's that metaphor that was given by Lord Buddha and also our noble friend. It's like a mother who is playing with the kids in the playhouse. You enjoy and you make the child also happy. But you are mimicking. And you pretend or you mimic. And you enjoy and you make the others also happy. Knowing that it is something created, but still having similar experiences. And then you continue to live until the physical body collapses. So this is the beauty of this Dhamma. And furthermore, I think if we talk about some of the things that we discussed yesterday, this feeling of myself, I said yesterday that feeling of myself itself is a current. And superficially, you tend to think that myself is just a thought. But when you listen to this Dhamma, you realize that it is just simply a thought. And at some point, you will be able to understand, or you will be able to sort of get rid of this thought. But at deeper levels, the more difficult part is that getting rid of the self-perception. And I said that whatever you take as existing, whatever you take as real, at that point, self-perception is there. Now we will take some examples to explain what we have been discussing. You feel, now I'm just telling you an example, but I think any of you who are listening to this sermon can apply accordingly to an incident that happened uh, to you. Because at the beginning of this Dhamma path, you have to use your own thoughts and explore. So that is the primary stage. You have to use your own thoughts and then explore and then try to understand it. Later on, what happens is that you need to use your thoughts and do it in an active way. Passively, as a thought, it will come. Oh, this is what happened. This is what took place here. So automatically, in the second phase, it becomes, it surfaces as a thought. And further, when you are further advanced with this, then it comes as a feel. You don't need the thoughts actually, it comes as a feel. We'll just explain that further. I will explain that further. It comes as a feel. And then further, the fourth stage is just you feel very much relaxed. There's no feel also, just some relaxed, light feeling only. So we take these things one by one. Now, for this, actually, the basic knowledge about these Dhamma facts is an essential component. So what we have been explaining over the last 2 days, including today, those are the facts that you should have an idea. Maybe you can sort of think about those facts again and again. Research yourself. Try to explore more. And then you have to get it as a fact. That is how it helps to this internal transformation. Firstly, you have to think about it as a thought. You have to actively do it. Secondly, it comes as a thought, surfaces as a thought. Not much effort like that, like the previous situation. Thirdly, it comes as a feel, there is no thought. And lastly, there's no feel also, just some relaxed feeling. That's all. So we will take an example. Okay, I'm trying to think of an example, something which is common. Okay, say one of your family members, maybe you can say your elder brother. Elder brother is very strict on you. I'm just taking this as an example, but you can apply it in whatever way is suitable for you. Very strict elder brother. Or maybe you can say your father. Your father is very strict and shouts at you for the slightest thing, and then sometimes punishes you for the little things. And you are a grown-up child and you don't like it. And what you feel now, if you take from the side of your feel, you feel some heaviness, don't you? You feel some sadness, or you feel some discomfort. Now, I am using these words to explain that heavy feeling. Now, pardon me, I mean, your father may be very loving to you, but I have taken this example as something that just came to my mind, something that can happen very frequently or person. Or you can take as a teacher who is very strict to you, or maybe one of your classmates who is very nasty. So some example like that, you can take something like that. So what you feel in all those instances is something, some heavy feeling and some uncomfortable, some burning feeling. You can, I mean, these are all words that you have to use to explain. Because a feel is a feel, but when you have to explain it, you have to use a thought. You have to use a word and you explain it. But just I'm sure or any person who is listening know what I mean by this heaviness. So what is this heaviness? It's a sensor function of your mind faculty, isn't it? You can label it in a different way. Also, you can say sadness or anger or even happiness. So all of them are equal. They are all currents, a strong current. And how did it happen? Now, this is how you use your thoughts and investigate it. How did it happen? This heavy thought. How did it happen? Say you, one of your nasty classmates has been trying to, bully you or harass you. So what happens? There was eye vibration, there was ear vibration, or maybe even plus or minus body vibration, where if that boy was hitting or pushing you, there will be body vibration. So three sensor faculties came into action, and the thought came, this boy, identified this boy, and he's harassing me. Now the thought has formed instantly. Now you cannot differentiate the eye function and the ear function and the body function separately. Now you have got the ready-made product, your thought. Boy harassing me. So this is your final thought. So how did it come to the mind? How did that thought come? Now this is where the telepathization of the previous thoughts occur at this point. Did the little baby in the cot know anything about the harassing? Did the little baby in the cot know anything about the boy? No. These are all our previous perceptions, isn't it? Purana Sanya. They have been gathered time to time. Now, these perceptions have come from different sources. The elders might ask, did he harass you? Did he hurt you? Were you hurt? That boy is bad. He has done this to you. I mean, something which happened at the Montessori or at a relative's place. The parents may have given these perceptions. And now you have got that thought. Now you know this is called harassment. This is called boy. Now you have got those basic perceptions. And on top of that, when this thing is happening again and again and again at school, it becomes very much strong. And I use the word volitional formation or abhisankarana. This strengthening of this thought, giving more and more power to that thought, adding more fuel to that thought. And it becomes real, more and more real. He is there. He is harassing me. Now see how strong it is with time. And stronger that perception is, stronger the myself on this side. I said it's like the two sides of the coin. Stronger, and how much real you feel that conception, that perception is. The self-feeling is also strong, very strong. So this is the level. Now, when you realize that this is just a summation of these perceptions right now, the value which was given is less, isn't it? This is something created just now in my mind. This is a summation of the perceptions I have received, this system has received over time. So this boy and the harassment was a creation of this mind. And it got created as a result of some of the previous perceptions. Then that value to that thought obviously becomes less. So, like this, when some incidents happen, you can analyze it in this way. First, recognize that burning feeling. Burning feeling doesn't mean that it is always something related to sadness or uh, anger or anything. It always applies to the happiness also. Joyful feeling. There are also heavy thoughts. So you feel that heaviness. You feel that dark feeling. You feel that discomfort, burn, fire, current. You can use so many words for those. So identify that burn. That is a creation of your sensor faculty. And that was not done by you. Can you say, I did it? No, it's a part of the spontaneous process. And you feel that burning sensation, you feel that burn within you. Then you go back. What were the sensors involved? Sometimes, now, if you take this story about this child who is bullying you or harassing you, if somebody mentions a name, it's just a vibration on the ear faculty. But that child is boy is not to be seen in the vicinity. But see the amounts of perceptions that you receive and also this burning sensation simultaneously. All related facts about him right at this moment as a thought, as a spark, as a single spark. So this is the Chitta Niyamaya. This is the nature of the mind faculty. This is the function of the mind faculty. Did you do it? No. Is there a person who is doing it? No. There's no one. So how did it happen? It's a nature's process. It's a nature's way of happening the things. Okay. So this is the first stage. So you have to actively find out. First recognize that burning feeling. And when you recognize that burning feeling, then you have to explore and see what sensors were responsible. And then you know that these were the sensor faculties, these were functioning. And then it's just a summation of the previous perceptions. And if you can go a little step further down, is this sensor function real? No, that's not real either. Sensor function is just another creation of a speedy functioning, speedy action. Because of the speed, you feel as if there is a picture or a shape. Because of the speed, you hear as if there is a sound. So when this bad boy is coming forward, telling something, your eye is functioning, your ear is functioning. And because of the fast vibration, you see as if this boy is coming. Because of the fast vibration, you hear as if the boy is telling something. So that is the deepest level. So when you go to the deepest level, you know that the sensors are also creations. So everything is a creation, 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 isn't it? And we are in a dream world. Can you realize that? We are daydreaming during the daytime, but we know only about the night dreaming. We talk about the night dreams, but we are day and night both in a dream. The sensors are manufacturing something, creating something, and due to the ignorance, we project that to the outside world and we think that this is exactly what is there. And when you take it from that corner, your happiness and your sadness all are coming from outside world. So can you change the outside world without exactly knowing what is there outside? Can you talk about changing the outside world? It's really silly, isn't it? I mean, you never know what is there outside. If you do not know, it's really funny to say that if I change this, I will be happy. If I do this change, uh, if I can't get this, I will be sad. So then what you should do? I mean, uh, no there's no point of talking anything about the outside world, changing the outside world. What should be done? You have to turn the camera inwards. You have to try to change this, what is happening here. Again, I think I will withdraw that word changing. You can't change this system either, unfortunately. But you think you can change. I mean, due to the ignorance, we think that we can change the outside world. If we think that if we try to get this change, I'll be permanently happy. If we try to do these things, if I can achieve these things, I'll be permanently happy. That is how we think. So if we do not exactly know what is there in the so-called true world, if we have the experience of this world only through the ability, the level of performances of these sense faculties, then you can't talk about the outside world. Then what about the mind or the self? Is there a permanent thing called self? No. Lord Buddha said that there's whatsoever, there's nothing called self. It's the biggest misconception. What you feel is named as myself. That current that you feel, which is described in several words, many words, that current is the one that is labeled as myself. So, can you see what a big illusion is this? Now, these things actually, you should not get disturbed with this knowledge. But very simply, I mean, a person who is in the village setup, who has no education at all, who has no idea about this Pali language, and who doesn't remember, who can't remember these facts which are explained in these Dhamma disclosures, still can reach this very comfortable, uh, relaxed level of mind. Simply, even a children of 7 years age, reached the Arhat state in Lord Buddha's time. Lord Buddha explained it in very simple words, very simple ways. And the Prince Siddhartha, that is before he became a monk, Lord Buddha's son. He was just 7 years, and he was enrobed at that age, 7 years, because he came with Lord Buddha to the temple. And the simple way that Lord Buddha taught him was that his name was Rahula, and there was a pool of water, and he said, Rahula, look at this reflection. Everything you see as the world are reflections. So they are creations and they are reflections. So you can't give them a value, or you can't take them as real because they are all reflections. So those are some simple ways of teaching that was done at that time. When you do not have lots of I mean, knowledge and uh, uh, various different visions, it's easy to understand this Dhamma. When you have so much of collected, gathered knowledge about Buddhism, about science, and lots of qualifications, and you have many arguments, you are not prepared to change what you knew. You are not prepared to be a white plain paper to draw something new. You already have lots of drawings made on that paper. So with that, you are not uh, able to take what is explained in this true Dhamma. So that is one of the important facts, that you have to empty the old water which is in the pot and refill it with the fresh water. Otherwise, the water will not be clean and water will be uh, sort of mixed with the old stuff, and it's not going to be clean water. So it's like this. When you are listening to this Dhamma, surely many people have listened to so many other sermons, so many other explanations. And on top of that, especially if you are a person who has studied in the science stream, there are many things where we learned. We learned as if the light is necessary for us to see. And we learned that the sound should come from outside world for us to hear. Then I will just conclude with one question. Maybe we can discuss it tomorrow. If the light is necessary for us to see, if the light has to come from outside for us to see, how about the nocturnal animals who cannot see in this bright light, but they can see only in the night time where there is pitch darkness? Then you have a question, isn't it? Then you have to sort of think back how it happens. So this is another beautiful example to explain that these are functions of the sense faculties, or these are sense functions, not coming from something out. I'm not coming from outside. But as I said, particularly for the people, most of us who have studied science as a subject, we all thought that when the light is there from outside, we can see. When there's no light, we can't see. So light was an essential component for all the animals to see. That was the impression we had. But now we have to reverse some of the things that we knew. And it tallies beautifully with the Lord Buddha's teachings. So I think I will conclude from this point. We can meet again tomorrow, and I worship our noble friend R.N. Mahanse for all the teaching and all the guidance that he has given us. And also I worship very respectfully Triple Gem. And may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem and have a good day.
thought. When you practice Vipassana meditation day to day and it improves, you will realize that all what you see outside are only thoughts. And as you know by now, thoughts are only illusions. Then you would stop believing in the outside world and gain the wisdom that all what you experience and outside as outside is an illusion or a vijnana maya. So now our Buddothpado Dhamma friend will continue the sessions. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai Master. Please accept my humble worship. Today I'm going to discuss an important theory of our mind. That means the creation of our mind. How our mind has created the formation of mind. It is really important for everyone to understand the formation of mind. Anyone Saranai for everyone. Today I want to discuss one of the main issues we have when we go on this Dhamma path, summoned by Buddothpada and Master. The main thing is to identification of soul doctrine is difficult for everyone, not only for me, for everyone. I guess it is not an easy task. Therefore, I would like to share my ideas throughout 2 years. I got many experience in that concept. So, first of all, we should know what is our soul. That understanding comes through Sattva-jnanaya. Most of the time, our Buddothpada Master says it is not an easy task to identify our soul, because even though when we are hearing the summons for many years, if we can't understand it's the correct meaning of it, I think we have some difficulties to identify our soul. So, first of all, we should know what is soul. In Sinhala it says Atma Sanyava. What is soul? Soul means when you have a feeling of something, you have a soul there. Even though I tell this, you won't be able to understand why. Well, what is the soul? Now, when you see a book, for an example, when you see a book, the soul is there. When you hear something, the soul is there. When you taste something, your soul is there. Why Buddothpada and Master explain it? Every single moment we are living with our soul. It belongs to our thoughts. That means the soul is always connected with our thoughts or feelings. Now we know we have 5 organs, senses. Your eye, your ear, your nose, your tongue, your body, and the other part is your mind. Everything comes together, the mind creates, right? So when you think, when you examine carefully, if one organ, carefully observe one organ in your body, I think you will be able to understand the concept of soul. It may take time. It doesn't matter. No hurry. We have to examine this soul, our soul, to identify our soul. It takes time. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Because we need time, because we always think about how we attain Nibbana. If you have an idea thoroughly in your mind, I think you won't be able to understand this concept either. So it is not a hard thing even. You must have a patience first. According to my experience, I say we have a patience. We must have a patience to understand this concept when we go on this path. For an example, when you see something in your eye, you get an image. For an example, when you look outside, you can see various things. A tree. When you look at a tree, you see a tree. But we say there is a tree outside. That's a tree outside, because we can see a tree. We don't say, we can't say there's nothing outside. But when you see a tree, inside there is a person. See the tree. That is you. I see the tree. You you are the one seeing the tree, not your eye. That is how we see, right? But when you examine this eye very carefully, what is your eye? It is an organ, it's a sense. It has a power, that eye has a power to generate or create an image when it opens a sunlight. You get an image or shadow. Into your eye. When light comes into your eye, you can see a shadow. So when you think of it, how can we see the shadow or image from outside? According to Buddha says, the shadow comes to your eye because of the current or spark generates in your eye. It has a power to create an image. No one can control it. You are not responsible for it. Because when our body organs has created like that, there's no control over that matter, right? So that the main idea in what I want to say is the current, the power or spark, whatever the word I use, you have to understand that power comes automatically. Our eyes working very hard. It has a very high speed. Cannot even imagine, cannot even say that power, the spark generates or can create an image. It shows, right? So that image, we say, I saw this thing. I saw a tree. But tree doesn't know that that is a tree. It is a tree. The eye doesn't know. I doesn't know it's a tree. Who says tree? We are the one. We are the one calling it is as a tree. Why? What's the reason? When you are born as a child, you don't know anything, but at least you don't know you have born it, right? You are one kind of a system, right? Like that. The tree doesn't know the tree is there. The eye doesn't know the tree is there. It is the eye doesn't know the tree. The tree is there, and the light doesn't know the tree is there. The power doesn't know the tree is there. No one is responsible for tree because of the word we heard before. It is a tree. We continuously saying it is a tree. But truth is not there. Only your eye has a power to generate an image. It comes automatically. No one can control it, right? So, this power always be combined with I am the one looking at, I can see, I am there. My eye, I can see the tree outside. That is the thing. It has that our ignorance. We don't know it is because earlier I also thought there's a tree outside. We can see many things. But it has two extremes. When you see a tree, there's a tree outside and there's a person inside. You can see two extremes are there. So when you have two extremes, you won't be able to see the correct way of Dhamma, Anatma doctrine, Anatma Sanya. When you see how it has formed, the tree has formed, basically the formation of your mind, you can definitely understand how your soul has formed by yourself. Understand what I said? So every time you have to examine through your organs. There is no person in that. Only it has, your organ has a power or it has a current to generate an image, a sound, a taste, a feel, and a thoughts. It happens automatically. When you add some words, when you see, this is the wrong way. That leads to create soul doctrine. I hope that you have an idea, at least small idea, how you can understand the formation of your mind. Every time when you hear something, when you taste something, when you see something, when you feel something, you have to find out how it has formed. That means the formation of your mind. There is no place for mind even, right? So therefore, go to your childhood and see how many words or collection of data needs to create your world. Just imagine, from our childhood up to now, so many things you have in your mind. Because of when you think, your mind is, you have a mind, you must struggle, or you have to always struggle with your thoughts, because you feel it is true. My mind says like that, my mind see like that, I feel it. That is the ignorance we have in our lives. So don't hesitate to understand this concept, and don't rush to understand this concept. One day, when you examine this theory very carefully by listening Dhamma Samad, you will be able to understand this is true. The I, that means I has a power to generate that image. The ear has power to generate sound. The tongue has a power to generate taste. The nose has the power of creating fragrance. The body has power to feel whatever outside. That means warm, cold, softness, hardness, everything we feel it when we touch these things, right? Basically, you must have an idea. These are 5 senses. These are not belongs to us. It is our body system. No one is responsible for this body system because it has a natural process. In that natural process, you try to examine carefully where you are. If you feel, when you think your thoughts are right, you have thought, there is a place for thought, there is a mind, I have a mind, I always thinking. No, it is not like that. It comes automatically. Sound plus words is equal to create your mind. Not only that, other things even, right? The basically sound and your voice. That means words. When we add words for a sound, it makes an image or feeling or thought, and it's create a mind. Mind is a thought. Aramunu. In Sinhala it says aramuna. Situvilla. In English it says feel. Thoughts. But these are the words commonly used in English, right? Thoughts, especially thoughts. Thoughts are not true. We are living in an imaginary world. We imagine these are the things we experience. Your imagination is not true. It is wrong. That is why we always try to understand the to live from the imagined world and living the real world. So, the Anatma doctrine is very important till you are attaining Nibbana. I want to say it again. You won't be able to clear that point at once. It takes time. Don't worry. It takes time according to your capacity, according to your knowledge in that is Satyaඥana. It will help you to understand this concept. I want to say you have to examine very carefully your five senses and basically keep in mind it has spark. It is a spark. It has sparks. Eye has a spark. Ear has a spark. Tongue has a spark. Body has a spark. Mind is another spark with all these things, right? Just imagine when you have a current spark. It doesn't know it is a spark even. It doesn't know this is a sound. It doesn't know this is an image. It is a color. It doesn't know this is a taste. The spark doesn't know anything. It comes automatically. It doesn't exist even. It comes and goes, comes and goes, comes and goes, comes and goes, comes and goes. It happens at a high speed. And we won't be able to understand the speed of it even. When it happens over and over and over again, these sparks, it has a main power to generate. These things are existing every time. That is another main thing in that concept. When it happens over and over again, we think it is there. Tree is there. Book is there. Cold is here. Softness is, I feel softness. Hardness I feel. Why? Because of the speed. At a fraction of a second, your mind works, right? I don't know. I can just even imagine the speed of our mind, right? It is a system. It's like a machine, right? So try to understand this speed of the power every time give us an whole idea that everything is there. Everything is alive, not alive. It is a creation in every single moment. It is not a permanent thing even. It is not a permanent thing because creating every second, is there a permanent thing? Can we say like that? No, we can't say. There's not a permanence in there. No non-permanence. So try to understand this concept carefully. It takes time. Don't worry. No hurry. No hurry. You have to examine. When you taste something, You know it is sweet, it is bitter, it has sour. But sour doesn't know it is sour. Your tongue doesn't know it is sour. The object we eat doesn't know it as sour. How? Who says sour? Your mind. Because you have previous experiences in your mind. You have a lot of collection of data. When something touch in your tongue, you know this is sour, this is sweet, this is not sweet, not taste even. Your mind says because of the data you have in your mind. The data is not complete to give a true idea of your mind. The word you have put that for that spark giving you a false idea. That is the hidden thing inside this concept. I think you get at least a small, at least a small idea what is Anatma Sanya, Anatma doctrine. Try to understand this. Try to understand this noble truth. Our RN Master always try to explain you for everyone, not only you, for me, for everyone in Zoom discussion, the identification of your soul. Every time we think, when you think, the soul is there. There's a person inside, there's a living being inside, but there is no one is inside. Your feelings are, it's a fantasy. It's not a real world. Real world is, it comes it comes to your feeling, not your thought, not from your thought. It's a hidden thing. It's difficult to explain, but you feel it. There's no person inside. There is no taste inside. It's only a spark. It's only a sense we have. We get from our senses. It's only there are only senses we have in our body, not our body. It's a system. So try to understand this. It will remove your false idea, the person inside you as called a soul will remove little by little. When you take a pot filled with water, think that the water is your thoughts. When you take one drop from that pot to outside, one day the pot will be empty. The data, all the data you have put in your mind will be deleted. There's no, in that process even, no one is doing it. It happens automatically. When you go Patishotta, it happens automatically. No one is doing it. There's no person. It does not belong to a person. It happens automatically. Actually, I'm telling the truth. According to my experiences, it takes time. It doesn't matter for me. When you are in a hurry, you won't be able to feel it. You won't be able to understand it. Take your own time and try to understand this concept, the soul concept. How does it form? How your mind has formed? I think it will, it will help you to remove your idea of a person that you have inside in every thoughts. Understand what I said? So when you think of your eye, that is the main organ we have now. So when you think of your eye, you know it gives us a shadow, but behind that it has a current. It has a current. That means it is a spark. In general, we can say it is a spark. Now, when you imagine, if you can imagine how that spark shows us an image is there, but we can see from the outside, in other words, right? So, you know, now you know we are unaware of it. So we always think everything we see coming from the outside, not in your eye, not inside your eye. Why? Because we haven't heard a correct path to identify how that image has formed. It is really important to know how we can see that image or shadow from outside, and we consider it is always coming from the outside. But out there is an object we see from our eye. That object also doesn't know. Now, take an example. It is a book. It doesn't say, now you are going to see me. I am a book. Right? Your lens in your eye doesn't indicate, I am the one doing this part. Because of me, you can see the book. It doesn't say, right? And the power that generates inside the eye doesn't say, no, you two are wrong. I am the one generating this image. You have only one duty. I am the one making it as an image. Who says like that? No one. Any of your part in your eye doesn't say anything. Doesn't say anything. It is a mechanical system. It's a mechanical system. So, in that mechanical system, no one knows what is their part. No one knows their part. It's happening eventually. That means it's occurring all the time. But we are unaware of it. We don't know it is happening all the time. But we are living with the thoughts. These are true. These are the things we can see outside. Is there always with us. When it's very hard to live from this things because we were attached so much in different ways. It's a sad part. I mean, when you are attached so much to somebody else or to someone, maybe your family, maybe your friends, maybe some objects in your house, valuable things. If you have a car, you love it, right? You love to drive your car. You love to have your car. And when you take a person, for an example, we love our mother, father. If you have children, you love your children. You can't leave them, right? Because you are always thinking these people are always with us, right? These people are always with us. This is the real world we live in. It is not like that. That is what it is, an imaginary world. Imaginary world make us fool. Our foolishness. That foolishness can be eradicated little by little, step by step, by understanding the way of creating an image inside your mind. But I want to say something. Have you ever heard the I say, I am the I? No, right? We are the one put that name, that organ. This is my eye. This is my tongue. This is my nose. Right? In Sinhala, asa kana nase, sharire, like that. In other language, they say in their language. In Tamil, it belongs to their language, right? It is a simple thing, because you can understand the words we put on these organs or ends or everything is not true. According to the countries, according to the languages they speak, differ. Because of that, they explain these organs are in different ways, right? That is also you have to understand. It's a simple thing, no? It's not a hard thing to understand this concept, right? When you examine this theory in your mind, you have to think it in your mind, right? Little by little, you will get to know the truth, the noble truth of Lord Buddha said. Right? Now take another, when you think of our ear, it's a main organ. We cannot hear anything without this sensor. It's a main sensor in our body, right? Now, ear doesn't know it's a ear. Ear doesn't know it makes sounds. The part of the ear inside that means eardrum doesn't know that is eardrum. Even it doesn't know the wave comes and touches that drum and makes a sound. Who says sound? The other one says sound. When the wave touches the eardrum, it makes a sound. It makes a sound, right? But sound doesn't know it is a sound. But we are the ones saying, it is a sound. Now when you hear a sound, it's a sound. When you are talking with someone else, so you can hear the voice of that person, right? Now when you go on the road, you can hear different sounds, right? But we can identify in different sounds. This is a voice of a car, voice of a bus, voice of a motorbike, like that. Why? What's the main reason behind it? Because you have so many data in your mind. That is irreversible, right? When you hear a sound of a vehicle, at once you will recognize it's a car. In that part, you cannot separate the voice and the color. It comes both at once. No separation. Cannot separate it. Never ever. You cannot separate the voice, that means sound, and the color. It's really hard. But the mechanism is there. That's why RNS always says sound plus color is equal to your soul or thought. Sound plus color means it comes as a combination. The effect of this combination make a thought. No one can separate it. It's always together. And it comes at a high speed even. That's why we are continuously hearing. We can hear everything continuous. The speed you can't imagine. And imagine. When you see something, that part only it happens in your mind. Right? When you hear something, only that part, that process happens. Just imagine with these five senses, the speed of the mind is unbelievable, right? 1 second, one thought, not a 1 second even. It is hard to explain, right? Only one thought. How many thoughts you have for a while? Cannot count the uncountable thoughts we have. This is a problem also. It makes us fool, right? Because we always think it is there. When something is there, you are also there. That is the hardest thing. Because I am the one talking, I am the one hearing, I am the one testing, like that. We always have. Cannot separate you from that feeling. If you understand the theory well, how the mind is formed, then only you will be able to get rid of from your mind. Understand what I say. I hope you can understand this. If you feel, it's a simple thing. Yes, when you hear this thing, oh, it's a simple matter. We can understand. But when you are being practical, it's not an easy task. According to my experience, I'm saying like that. Somehow your soul is attached to everywhere, in every thought, in every single day, and every single moment. That's why we always think we are living today. This is the end of the day. Tomorrow I have to go to the office. I have to do my work. I have a lot of work. Why? You are living. We think that we are living. Yes, that's why we are continuing all these things, right? We are living. Who says no? Because I'm here now. You can't see me. I can talk to you. I can do my work without any problem, right? So always think we are living. That's the problem we have. We are not living. It's a power generates from your senses that you are living because of the speed, because of the senses speed. It happens. If Buddha has not explained the speed of these five organs, we won't be able to understand a single thing. I'm so gratitude to Buddothpada and answer explaining this theory in each and every moment and each and every Dhammasana. So try to understand this. The senses makes you happy, but that happiness will turn as a sorrow because there's no permanent happiness in this world. The permanent happiness you will see one day when you are get rid of your five senses, from your five senses. In Sinhalese it says ayatana nirodha. Then only you will feel I am out of the thought. Now I am living. Now you are going on with the feel. I'm sorry to say it's really hard to explain what is feel. It is inside. It is coming up inside. It is coming inside when you are get rid of from your five organs. You know, this world is not true world. This is an imaginary world. Initially, you have to think of it. This is not the real thing. What I am using, what I am talking, what I am seeing. But after listening this Dhamma, you will be able to handle this situation without thinking it. When you think, that means you are there. It is not a fear. I can understand. What I'm explaining is really hard to explain, right? Thought and the feel. It's entirely different thing, right? Thought always gives a false idea. Without thought, you will get a feel. You feel it. Now, for an example, when you get into the water, you feel cold, right? How can you explain it that is cold? Only your body can feel, right? The coldness. When you go under the sun, you feel hot, right? That is a feeling. That's a feeling. When you feel hungry, it's a feeling, right? Like that. It's very hard to explain what is feeling. Thought is not a real word. When you have a feel, that means there is no soul in that. There is no soul in that, right? According to my experience, that feel is so beautiful. Even though I explain it's beautiful, then someone is there. No, right? It is a different experience. It is a different experience what I have undergoing, what I have going through, right? Without mind and living with a feeling. It is no, in this situation, we cannot expose me. I am like that. I'm there. I'm living. No, there is no one in that way. It is a peaceful thing, right? We are not unnecessarily involving or anything. And you see everything, occurrence, the things happening, things are happening. I'm doing it. Not like that. Things are happening. And you do only your responsibility without you. And that means you are get rid of your mind. Mind is off there, right? Simple thing I'm saying. Your mind is off in that situation. Mind is not working actually. You are living with a fear. Not you actually. There's no person in that. It comes automatically. The system generates that, right? That system generates that the feeling. It is also when the power of your thought is reducing, that feeling comes. No one is doing it. That is also happening automatically. That is an automatic system. Understand what I say? I think some people can understand for certain limit. It has a limitations because according to your knowledge, Satjnana, and when you compare this Dhamma with your experiences, that feeling, that understanding of what is feel, what is thought, will know that you are the one person and have that feeling, right? I cannot say you exactly this person, this man has this feeling. No, you are the one experiencing that situation, right? But even though I'm saying you are the one, there is no one there, but to communicate, I have to use that word. I have to use that word. So what I want to say is, at least take a few minutes when you are practicing this Dhamma. You have to examine your 5 organs or senses carefully. Examines their action mind. When you're practicing actions, you have action mind. That means Kriya Siddha. That also have no one. That even no one is there. I am sorry, it's very hard to explain that no one is there. That is also happening automatically. The incredible thing is, in this system, generates everything automatically.
Irwan Sarnai. First of all, I want to worship Aranwansa, Tirwan Sarnai Aranwansa, and I have to request to all the peoples, and we are going to discuss small time for that Dhamma. What is Buddha said? What is the correct things also? Then everyone is discussed in every day, and within now every hours they change that all the on Dharma Darshanas. But and today also we are going to discuss in and same thing. Aranwanse, and he try to in every day or day by day increasing some how is we spread that what is the Buddha's incorrect word. Then because of its need to spread in all over the world, why is need that Buddha Deshana in the for spreading from the all over the world, because of now in a lot of people they had a more little bit in difficult in the areas, and they have more wars in all over the world. Then because of this one is why is the benefit for the humans, because of it's not a personal thing. Then because it's Dhamma, is our natural and our nature, and all the humans and peoples, all that means an animal also, they have to live in very calmly, and they have to live without in any trouble in here. But now these days, then what is the reason of this case? In why is then all the humans they facing some lot of in living problems, and that means it's not depend only human. It will be face some animals and all over the world, and our nature also is destroyed in day by day, and everything will be going is our is not going to in healthy mode. That's why then at and same period, then in one of the end of the world, then we in Buddha Desana it's a little bit increasing in that Sri Lanka, and I think it will be increasing all over the world also. And at that time, then we are also going to give some support for the in this case, because of its needness in nowadays. Yesterday also we discussed then what is the benefit of this? What is the? It's not a benefit means then after the in Dhamma, then after we followed that Dhamma, then it will be then that means then it's not our another benefit, because of it's we when we leave our mind, then afterwards it will be our feeling will be become on, then because of its still totally is all over the world people they are living in with mind. That's why it's in the